We are 5 minutes behind schedule, so can we just please settle down and start with our meeting today. A warm welcome to the members of the Portfolio Committee, and also a warm welcome to the AG's office and the Minister and the delegation from the department. We've convened this meeting because we could not have this meeting last week when we conducted our oversight in Free State, last week in Free State. And we've agreed that we will reconvene the meeting today so that we can take the report from the AG and further the report from the department. We insisted that we wanted, the committee members insisted that it would be important that the minister is present for this report. And as a result, we are here today. So I'm just going to skip to welcoming remarks because we've been doing those for the past 2 meetings that we had to reschedule. However, Minister, just to say that we are seriously concerned as a committee with the spiking numbers of bullying in our schools. I mean, we just conducted an oversight yesterday at Middleton High School, and we were really deeply concerned with what we heard when we were there, that there seemingly is a growing culture of violence in our schools. And we were also just disappointed with the fact that we could not get a sense that the school had a comprehensive anti-bullying policy. And I remember the conversation we had with the department on the 17th of June on anti-bullying strategies, and I had to go back to my notes on what the department said, and I was a little bit disturbed that that was the case. And we just woke up to the news about the Gauteng incidents as well, where Lena was stabbed and bullying. So there seemed to be just a spike in the number of violence incidences in our schools amongst learners. At some stage when we called you, we were concerned with these incidences between learners and teachers. And now it is amongst learners. And it is really concerning because, you know, parents are literally saying we are afraid to take our children to schools. So it is something, it's really business unusual, and we would need to come up with measures and means to ensure that we restore the conducive environment in our schools and our children feel safe. And parents also are assured that their children are safe at that school. So I think we ought to find time to engage on that, on what exactly are we going to do to ensure that we deal with that situation. We know that the NSC exams have started, and we're going to be receiving a report today on your state of readiness. Of course, they have started already, but also take us through the problems, if there are any challenges that you've encountered, starting with your NSC exams on Thursday, if they are, and if there are any anticipated challenges in different provinces. I know we had to deal with natural disasters in the Eastern Cape, I think it was last year. So just if there is any anticipated incidences, just let us know as a committee. But I think that we'll find time to engage on those. But you're all welcome and most welcome, and we appreciate your presence here today. So we're going to start in terms of our agenda with the AG. Okay.
Yeah, sorry. Chair, I was going to just say to your point about the bullying strategy and perhaps what we can do, we allow the AG to start and I'll incorporate it in the departmental presentation. Thanks.
Yes, that's fine. Honorable Sharif.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, just on your opening remarks, I think we had a brief conversation this morning when you got here, that I think it's important for us as a committee to go to Gauteng. Hopefully next week when we can find some time, because our meeting is virtual, maybe we can go to Gauteng and visit the school where the stabbing incident happened, but also to Westbury. Because those children that were shot and murdered, the allegations is that they were bullied at school and then they were shot and murdered. And we can't live in a country where children are scared to go to school because of their lives. And I think, you know, since we want to be a more proactive committee, I really suggest that we put on our calendar and find a day at least to go to Gauteng next week and call the department, the provincial department, so that they can also tell us what is the anti-bullying policy and what is their interventions to make sure this doesn't. Chair, 2025, we can't be living in a country where children are scared to go to school. Thank you, Chair.
No, that's in order. That's noted. It's a proposal that has been made by Honourable Sharif, and I did commit to say we'll make that application. We'll make that request to the House Chairperson. Let us start with, in terms of our agenda, let's go through our agenda. We are starting with AG today, but let's deal with apologies and attendance register today, firstly, before we go to the AG's office.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, members. Good morning, Chair, members, and Minister officials. Chair, attendance, I have yourself, Honourable Maimela. I have Honourable Kabanchaba. I have Honourable Magagula, Honourable Sharif, Honourable Mgadi, Honourable Mkize, and Honourable Ngubeni. Apologies received from Honourable Van der Walt and Honourable Shikwambana, as well as Honourable Yodana. Of course, she's on maternity leave, Chairperson. Those were the apologies today. Thanks very much.
Okay. Honourable Kaba.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm not feeling well. I think my doctor said I must come to see her on 11:15.
Okay. So you're requesting to be excused at 11:15.
I think at 11.
At 11.
Yeah,
Okay.
so that it
That's noted.
Yeah,
Noted, Ma'am Kaba. Honourable Ngobeni.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to everyone. If we are not done by 5 o'clock, I would have to leave. Oh, well, actually, maybe just before, because my flight is at 6. So I guess I have to be there at 5. Yeah, something like that.
But
Thanks.
Chair, I will come back after the doctor.
Okay. Thank you very much for those apologies. Hopefully we are done by then, Honourable Ngobeni. Hopefully we are done by then.
Sorry, Chairperson. Just one oversight from me. I did get the lady from AGSA has indicated. I was just trying to figure out what the name is. Mrs. She has requested that she may be allowed to leave us a bit later at about 1 this afternoon.
Okay.
Thank you,
No. Our agreement was that AGSA would do the presentation. We'll deal with your presentation. After that, we'll release AGSA. You don't have to be here for the rest of the meeting. So we're hoping that it will be done by then. Yes. Okay, with those apologies, can we then get into the presentation from the AG-General? We received this presentation some time ago, and we do hope that members have went through the presentation thoroughly so that we're able to interface with that presentation. AG's office, over to you.
Thank you so much. Good morning to you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, the Minister of the Department of Basic Education, the Director-General, the colleagues from both the Department and the AGSA. Thank you for having us in this meeting, Honorable Chair. What we're bringing to you is the audit outcome. These are the audit outcome for the Department of Basic Education and its entities for the year that ended 31st of March 2025. Chair, as part of the PAG, the first part of the PAG will deal with the National Department of Basic Education together with its entities, SACE and Umalusi. But the next segment of this presentation will then speak to the sector. So we'll bring you the audit outcome across all 9 provinces. In addition to that, we'll also just share with the committee the work that we've done on the sector around the specific topics that the AGSA had worked on for the year that ended in March. So as part of the presentation, we'll also touch a bit in terms of how far we've gone with the material irregularity process. That will be the amendment to the Public Audit Act that was introduced in 2018 in particular. Allow me, Chair, just as a start, just a reminder of why AGSA do what they are doing and why we are here. You remember that as part of our aspiration, we are hoping that as the AGSA, we can continuously enable accountability. And therefore, our role is that which empowers particularly Parliament in ensuring that when you do your accountability processes, you are considerate of the work that the AGSA has done.
So as part of the pack, we'll highlight what we found in terms of the progress on the recommendations that we put on the table in the sector in the previous year, but also touch some of the challenges that are facing the sector, and we'll also indicate where the sector had done a bit better or a bit good in terms of where we are coming from. So the responsibility and the role of the AGSA, it is that of enabling accountability. And we're forever grateful for the committee allowing us to indulge you before you make your final determination of how you're supporting the department and the sector going forward. There is this particular slide, I think I'll go straight to slide number 2. And on that slide, there is a model that we continuously highlight as the AGSA that underpins the culture, the desired culture in the public sector. And we speak to performance. And performance really just say everybody that we have put on our payroll, they ought to do what they were meant to do. And that does not only speak to senior level, it speaks to the whole value chain. We speak to accountability, that basically say that when things did not go as much as we wanted them to go, we must not be shy in instituting consequence management so that we can correct the behavior. But importantly, we can make sure that we are able to progress as a sector and as a department. The element of transparency that is also introduced by the Public Finance Management Act that speaks to the financial reporting that is transparent, as well as the performance reporting that is transparent to enable and facilitate accountability. We speak to the institutional integrity and capability that just makes sure that in everything that we are doing, we have to prioritize ethics, but importantly, we have to prioritize doing the right things at all times. And that underpins the culture that is desirable for a good foundation on service delivery. On the next slide. This slide will keep bringing it to all the platform, Honorable Chair. As the AGSA, we do not believe that one particular stakeholder on their own, they'll be able to move the sector on basic education. If you look at how we are wired, even legislation-wise, the legislation in South Africa is actually structured in a manner that says every person that we bring in our system have to do what they need to do. So this model basically says that as a sector, you're going to be as strong as your weakest link. And that's how we put it, that with the best of a CFO or with the best of an internal audit for that matter, if any of the stakeholders on the ecosystem are not pulling their part, we will not be successful, and therefore the service delivery that eventually end up with the citizen will always be wanting. As the AGSA, the insights that we are bringing, we are hoping that they can influence the decision making such that we strive for a stronger control environment. The enforcement that is introduced by the Public Audit Act, we continue to work on it as the AGSA, but we know that on its own it is not sustainable, which means that we shouldn't be working hard because there will be a material irregularity that comes through. That's not sustainable. We should be working hard because we have aspirations and objectives as a sector in terms of what we need to do. So we are cognizant that as this committee, in the immediate, we'll deal with the Department of Basic Education and the entities as I indicated. You have a good story there from Umalusi in particular, because they used to have a clean administration, which means that unqualified with no findings. And for a year or so, they had regressed and they had challenges. But we're glad that they had pulled back. So we are happy to report as the AGSA that when you look at the financial reporting of Umalusi, you can rely on it. And that's what unqualified means. It means that it is reliable such that you can then speak to what you wanted to achieve. And therefore, your decision-making will not be misled. So Umalusi in the sector, for us, it remains an example. And I don't take for granted the size of the National Department of Basic Education. But in terms of how they wire their processes, it is something that as an AGSA we admire, and we are encouraged that they were able to come back to that particular reporting processes. If you look at basic education in particular, the history will tell you that you come a long way, especially in terms of infrastructure development, right? So sure, we remain encouraged that you got out of a qualification. That's a good thing, right? But what we want to nudge the sector on, the department on, is just to continuously work on the remaining, especially element of compliance so far as irregular expenditure is concerned. And just make sure that we can unlock our potential completely. And therefore, we can be able to be the
the lead in the sector, even in terms of financial and performance reporting. So you sure come a long way, and we sure as the AGSA never take for granted where you are coming from. And we are encouraged that you continuously move. I mean, if you look at your performance reporting, in terms of the reliability, is something that you can rely on. And therefore, it facilitates conversation as far as portfolio committee is concerned. So, Chair, maybe let me pause here as I hand over to my colleague to then take us through the nitty-gritty of the presentation. If I may take your guidance in terms of the time you are affording us so that we are able to gauge ourselves properly. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I will give you 15 minutes from now. 15 minutes from now. So I don't count what we've already spent, just for now. And then I will give maybe a variation of 5 minutes. Yeah.
Honorable Chair, that is challenge. You have the whole country in the pack. May I beg for an hour?
An hour.
Yeah, may I beg for it?
Let's try to do maybe the 20 minutes and see. If we're not done in the 20 minutes, maybe we'll see. But yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah. All right, let's go on.
Thank you so much, BE. And good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, the Minister, DG, DM. Good morning. Morning to the colleagues in attendance. Chair, I'll do my utmost best to run through quickly the presentation. I note the comments that you have made that you have gone through the presentation already from your side. So quickly on the slide, on slide 4, Chair, just to give you a brief overview in terms of the auditees that we audited in the current financial year in the portfolio together with the sector. So we had the National Department of Basic Education together with the entities Umalusi as well as SACE. Just as a reminder, Chair, that SACE and Umalusi are not actually audited by Auditor-General. They are what we call Section 4.3s in line with the PAA, so they are audited by the private firms. And we also bring in to you the audit outcomes of the provincial education, looking at the work that we have done at the education districts as well as the schools. So in terms of the audit outcomes, specifically on the department together with the two entities, Chair, you remember last year we brought to you the audit outcomes of these entities, and we, utmost importance, we brought forward the recommendations that they needed to put forth to make sure that they turn around in terms of the nature or the issues that we are picking up in terms of our audit. So specifically on Umalusi, we highlighted the issues around the in-year monitoring as well as the corrective actions to ensure reliable financial reporting. Based on the audit that we have conducted in the current financial year, we're glad to announce that they have actually implemented all the recommendations that were put forth. Hence, you'll see the shift there in terms of the audit outcomes. From the side of the department, we highlighted the issues when it comes to the irregular expenditure, fruitless and wasteful, that emanated from the findings that we raised on the procurement and contract management, together with other areas of compliance. Those we have assessed as being in progress because we are still identifying some of the issues that are relating specifically to those areas in the current financial year. But I'm going to dwell much in terms of those areas when I get to the slides that speak specifically to those. Lastly, in terms of the recommendations, we provided that it's very critical that the department ensures that they include all the MTSF indicators as part of their IPP. And again, Chair, to indicate that the good progress that we have noted in that regard, where the department has actually included all the MTSF indicators as part of the APP. So in terms of the audit outcomes, as I've already highlighted, we have noted an improvement in the current financial year, specifically on Umalusi, where they have now improved in terms of their audit outcomes. So it's unqualified with no finding, called a clean audit in the current financial year, as we have not identified any material misstatement in this regard. And also just to highlight that all the entity or auditees within the portfolio managed to submit their financial statements 31 May, as per the PFMA. Just to highlight, Chair, in terms of the overall outcome, the department as well as SACE received, again, unqualified with findings. Specifically on the department, there were issues that we have identified in relation to the accounting for infrastructure assets, and also the non-compliances with laws and regulations. And again, on SACE, we have also again identified material misstatements on a number of line items in their financial statement in that regard, and also performance information, but I'll dwell much in terms of the particular issues when I get to the slide that deals with the performance information. As part of the root cause that we have noted is that there was inadequate review of the financial statement or the information that is feeding to the financial statement for proper reporting in that regard. And again, from the side of the department, we have identified discrepancies when you look at the books of the department together with the information that is coming from the implementing agents, where we have noted that from the side of the implementing agent, they would be indicating that there are a number of schools that have been completed on the ground. However, from the side of the department, they are still reflected as those that are still in progress. So they had to then from our side, what we're putting forth there is the fact that there is no reconciliation that is done between the two. So we are actually recommending that there should be some processes that are introduced to make sure that, to facilitate that reconciliation of the information before it is reported or submitted, the financials are submitted to us for audit purposes. And also, with regards to the compliance with laws and regulations, we have highlighted the fact that the department is not holding the implementing agents accountable for not adhering to the SCM prescripts, as we have again identified findings in that regard that has been caused by the implementing agent, which ultimately affected the outcome of the department and also contributed in terms of the irregular expenditure that is disclosed in the financials of the department. So we are recommending that the department should conduct proactive reviews of the SCM processes that is actually carried out by the implementing agent before the contracts are actually awarded. And there should be effective monitoring that is conducted in this regard on a timeless basis to make sure that there is consequence management that is actually undertaken. We also performed an assessment in terms of the controls relating to the financial statements, and of course, as I've already indicated for Umalusi, we have assessed the controls to be working effectively in that regard, as there were no misstatements that were identified. However, when it comes to the department and the SACE, we had identified instances of the limitation of scope as far as the proper record keeping is concerned, instances of daily and monthly reconciliations that are not performed, or controls relating to the reconciliation that are not actually conducted, the in-year and year-end reporting, which speaks to the review of the financial statements by all the relevant role players in this regard that was not necessarily affected, as we were able to pick up material misstatements in the conduct, in the audit of the financial statement. And also in terms of the review and monitoring compliance with laws and regulation in as far as financial statement is concerned. In terms of the quality of the financial statements, we indicated that in the current financial year, only one entity within the portfolio that was able to submit the financials that were free from any material misstatements. However, after we audited and allowed the auditees to adjust in their financials, all the three were free from any material financial misstatements. When it comes to the financial health, we indicating that it takes the department about 1,688 days to be able to collect the amount that is actually owed to them. So it's approximately 5 years period. So specifically this relates to the finalization of final accounts. You will find that in the books of the department, we have so much of the schools that have been completed over the years, but they are still sitting as part of that. And based on the assessment that would have been done by the department, they would have indicated that in some of those schools, there is amount that is actually owed by the contractor to the department that they needed to pay. But because of it takes time now to be able to recover, to finalize the financial account so that they can be able to recover. So there's a risk there that the amount might be prescribed. It will be difficult for the department to really be able to get the money back from the contractors that are owing. Also, it puts some risks in terms of the provinces. They are not able to budget properly in terms of the money, maintenance funds that they need to give it to the schools based on the assets that is sitting on the books from their side. And again, in terms of we highlighting the 132 million that is coming from the claims against the department, so those are litigation claims that has been disclosed, and 2.3 million of the amount, the cash shortfall that we have identified based on the calculations that would have been done there in terms of the financial health. When it comes to the compliance with key legislation, in the current financial year, again, we're indicating that there are two auditees that actually incurred that they had a material non-compliance in this regard, which is the Department of Basic Education together with SACE. So the table at the bottom left, the bottom left, yes, it indicates those areas that we identified the non-compliances. For the department, it was the procurement and the contract management, where there were awards that were actually made to the contractors not to the highest scoring bidders, and there were no justifiable reasons that were given for awarding those awards. Mainly it's coming from the implementing agents in this regard. Then we have, based on the issues of the errors on the financial statements, which now was not in line in terms of the requirements of the PFMA. So we have highlighted that, which affected both the DBE as well as SACE. And again, there is irregular expenditure and fruitless and wasteful that was actually disclosed in the books of the department that they could not prevent as per the requirements of the PFMA. And the effective consequence management, so there are cases there specifically relating to fruitless and wasteful expenditure that could not be conducted in the current financial year. Whereas on the SACE side, there was the investigation that has been taken place. However, there was no consequence management that was taken against the employees that permitted the irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure that was incurred. And again, from the side of the department, we highlighted the utilization of conditional grants, the non-compliance there with DORA, due to the funds relating to infrastructure that were not actually utilized for the intended purpose in that regard. In the middle tables, the first one deals with the irregular expenditure. Yes, as I've already explained, that due to the non-compliance with the SCM, processes that has resulted to an additional 2.5 million that we have identified in the current financial year. Yes, though the amount is 79.9 million, but most of it is coming from the contracts that had already been declared as irregular in the previous years. So in the current year, it's only 2.5 million that came from the processes that were actually conducted by the implementing agents in that regard. So if you note that it's been the third year now from the same implementing agent actually causing the same non-compliance, if you like, which results to this irregular expenditure that we're reporting. When it comes to the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, you would see that there is an increase from 9 million last year that was incurred to 60.4 million in the current financial year. The amount of about 52 million out of that 60 million was as a result of the projects that were actually given to DBSA to implement in that regard. So DBSA, what they would have done, they would have appointed the contractors. However, they allowed the contractors to appoint their PSP, which somehow created an opportunity for what we call collusion in that regard. So the PSP ended up approving the work that was not actually completed on the ground. So there was a payment that was processed from the side of the DBSA amounting to the 52.4 million that had to be now disclosed or be regarded as a fruitless and wasteful expenditure because there was no work on the ground that spoke to that amount that was spent. And the other portion of 8 million related to the projects where they had to be cancelled due to the duplicate allocation or duplicate implementation, where the province would have already started to implementing that project, only to find out that the department, also the national department, would have already started with their processes from the side to appoint the contractor for the same projects. So therefore, from the side of the department, they had to cancel it, and they then had to classify that as fruitless and wasteful expenditure in that regard. So we highlighted that as the inadequate planning, coordination, communication between DBE and the PEDs resulting to this duplication of implementation. So in terms of the consequence management, you have seen a significant progress in this regard, especially when it comes to irregular expenditure. As you see, Chair, that we have a balance of 6.1 billion rand of irregular expenditure, which has already been investigated by the department. Just a portion of it that they have not, that they still need to deal with it, which is the 2.1 billion, where the disciplinary process is still in progress, especially from the side of the implementing agents. So from this department, they need to make sure that they hold the implementing agents accountable, to make sure that they expedite the process. And also the 4 billion rand that is sitting in treasury for it to be condoned in that regard. Then for fruitless and wasteful expenditure, 176 million has been dealt with already. There's been an investigation. Consequence management has already been meted out. We have about 7 cases that are still in progress, and the 3 cases that were not investigated amounted to 29 million, which also contributed to the material non-compliance that we reported in this regard. When it comes to performance reporting, I indicated that on the SACE side that we identified in the current financial year, that's the only one that we had material findings that we identified on the portfolio. The material findings actually related to 2 indicators that speaks to the investigation of the misconduct by the educators, where they could not provide credible supporting evidence there in terms of those investigations that would have been conducted in that regard. And from the side of the department, we have noted that great improvement in terms of performance information, where they have included now all the indicators in terms as part of their APP. In terms of the governance and institutional capabilities, we highlighted, because we have done an assessment in terms of the work of internal audit as well as the audit committee, which is aligned to the treasury regulation as well as the terms of reference and also the plans that they had for the financial year. We assessed the report in terms of the plans that they had. We noted the deficiencies that they highlighted to management. However, we noted that there was inadequate processes or actions that were taken by management to address the findings that were highlighted in that regard and the recommendations that were put forth by management. And when it comes to institutional capabilities, we highlighting the fact that the department was given a mandate to assist in terms of the backlog of infrastructure in that regard, which necessitated to capacitate the infrastructure unit, which they did with the implementing agents. They further appointed the PSU to assist in terms of overseeing the work that is done by the implementing agent. However, we have noted some deficiencies which then indicate that they still need to put some further processes in terms of improvement of the project management and oversight. In terms of material irregularity, Chair, I'm not going to go through in terms of the definition again, King Paper, just go straight to the ones that we have identified. Since we started or implemented the process of MIs for the department, we raised 5 MIs which have already been dealt with by the accounting officer, and also the controls that were put in place to prevent those not to occur again. However, in the current financial year, we have identified material irregularity in relation to the substantial harm, where we have noted quite a number of sanitation projects that were not completed when we conducted our reviews. However, we're still in discussion with management in terms of the actions that have been taken since we conducted our our verifications up until now. So, as a recommendation to the executive authority around the issues that we have picked up, especially the ones that are relating to the infrastructure, because you would see that the infrastructure, the issues that we're talking about, especially when it comes to basic education, are on infrastructure, be it the SCM, the financial statements, as well as the compliance with laws and regulations. So we are highlighting that it would be beneficial for the minister to ensure that the accounting officer ensure accountability by holding implementing agents accountable in that regard. Just to move, Chair, to the audit outcome for the provinces, we have again put forth the recommendation in this regard that they needed to make sure that they implement it to improve the audit outcomes. All of these are still in progress, so I'm not going to go through all of them. So in terms of the audit outcomes for the sector, it remained the same for all the provinces. After we have seen the improvement on two provinces, PEDs, which is Eastern Cape and Limpopo, we have seen a regression in Gauteng as well as the Mpumalanga. So just to indicate, Chair, perhaps just to skip and to indicate the areas of the qualification in terms of the KZN, there was an issue in relation to the irregular expenditure. We have also noted an issue on Mpumalanga relating to employee cost, where the information could not be provided to support the payment of the allowances that were made in that regard. We have seen an issue again in Northwest relating to immovable tangible capital assets, the accounting for it in the books, which was not supported by credible supporting evidence. Irregular expenditure, which was not disclosed in the financials of the department. And again, we have assessed the controls in this regard. You'll see that for 4 provinces, we highlighted that they are poor, and in terms of record keeping, and in year-end monitoring, there were about 5 provinces where we have actually identified significant control. When it comes to performance information, this is where the sector is not doing so well. You would have seen that there was a regression from last year, where last year it was only 1 province that did not have a material finding on performance information. In the current financial year, all the PEDs actually had misstatements when it comes to the audit of performance information. So mostly could not provide the credible supporting evidence that supports the reported achievement in the APR. We have noted also the exclusion of the critical indicators in the APPs of the departments relating to MTSF, ECD, NSNP, learner transport, as well as infrastructure. So in terms of the, again, compliance with laws and regulations still remain a challenge there across the provinces around the procurement, the strategic planning and performance, as well as the irregular expenditure there. In terms of, again, the procurement and the contract management, we have seen a regression around that. You would see that based on the issues that we identified in this area, they contributed to the spark or the exponential increase that we have noted when it comes to irregular expenditure for the sector. So when it comes to unauthorized expenditure, so there were 3 provinces that actually incurred the unauthorized expenditure, meaning that the expenditure actually exceeded the amount budgeted for. It was specifically on Program 2 relating to compensation of employees. We have also noted in KZN that it was also exacerbated by the late termination of employees on the system. So ended up having some overpayments in terms of the salaries, the payment of hostel allowances to ineligible employees, and the payments that were made to ghost employees in that regard. So irregular expenditure has increased from 1.5 billion to 7.1 billion due to the non-compliance with the SCM prescripts. And also we have noted some additional payments that were made to the contractor, to those multi-year contracts that were declared irregular. So in terms of the observation, we have noted, highlighted there those areas where they contributed to mainly the contracts that we would have identified the non-compliance on. Then the fruitless and wasteful, mainly it was the late payment of invoices. And when it comes to the consequence management, we have not seen much in terms of the movement in this regard, as there was no much that was done by the provinces to deal with the fruitless and wasteful, as well as the irregular expenditure that have been reported over the years. So one of the reasons that they are giving is because of they have the capacity constraints, and in some provinces we could not get the supporting evidence to support the consequence management that they would have instituted. So in terms of the fiscal pressure, so basically the consequences of those areas, or the impact of those areas, it's a poor payment practices that we have noted, the unfair and uneconomical procurement practices, inadequate needs assessment and project management. We have seen limited benefit received from the money spent, especially on the infrastructure projects. So I'm just going to quickly move to the material irregularities. So in the sector as a whole, for 9 provinces, we have communicated about 43 MIs, 24 has been dealt with. So we have about 9 where we had to take further actions after the accounting officers could not address the MIs that we've been communicating over the years. So in terms of the service delivery, so this slide just to highlight the progress that has been made in trying to achieve the MTSF indicators. So there are those specific indicators that we are concerned about that are still not yet achieved within the sector. But the Chair, I'll just hand over to Doc just to take us through the other areas of service delivery. Thanks.
Okay. Which identified 9 key areas. You'd see it start with basic functionality of a school, and then for that school, for that to happen, we need leadership, management, and governance within that school. And then there are all those areas, starting with infrastructure provision, school safety and discipline, learning resources, curriculum, educator development that we have done. We have issued some sector, we have in the past have issued some findings there, and then you'll see the recommendations that we are doing. For this current year, the next slide shows that we have done teacher development, which gives you a little bit in detail of what we have done. And you can see there that what we found is that within the schools, the individual teacher development needs are not consistently identified using the QMS in terms of them being addressed. Teachers need to record their training in their continuous teacher professional development, and we found that not all of them, so we are not able to see all the interventions that teachers would have attended. And then we also are looking at an opportunity where provincial education should be using skills development levies to address teacher development needs, but in most instances we find that it's not used for that purposes, and also that there is a strategy, teacher development strategy that would have outlined what are the key areas that needs to happen, and we are identifying areas like provincial teacher development institutes not being implemented in all the departments that have been, and also the teacher development interventions that are not effectively evaluated to see what is happening. And we are saying that one of the critical areas that we are identifying in our schools is that they are not using basic annual management processes to address the challenges that they're experiencing. This requires them to do school self-evaluation at the end and see what are the challenges they need to put in a school improvement plan, which needs to indicate what needs to be addressed, the actions that needs to be addressed, and at the end of the year, they need to have an annual academic performance report that would tell and say that these are the areas we've achieved and these are the areas that we are having. But similar there, the districts, it's not reviewing the documents as they come there to see what support they should be able to give to the schools. And we are looking at the SACE's modernization to be able to alleviate the burden of principals to do manual documents in terms of completing, that if it was done online, it would be very much important because they would not be overburdened by doing all these documents manually. And if you look at the next area that we've looked, it's early childhood development. And in there, we are looking at the critical areas there, that there has to be a health report, because at centers, health is very, very important for learners. And also, we're looking at the LTSM, learner teacher support material, that learners would not, that would help them in the ECD centers. Facilities as well are very important, safe ablution facilities and others. We identify that there are challenges in those areas, and also the qualification of practitioners that need to help teachers in the center. So that's basically the areas that we are doing. We are recommending a number of that the system should enforce mandatory health inspection, and then ensure timely distribution of learner-teacher support material, as well as improving the qualification of teachers. And lastly, upgrading the infrastructure of the center. The next slide then takes you to the learner transport, and we are identifying challenges as well there, but what we are saying is that there's not much monitoring of learner transport at the school, and this also would include districts and PED. Because if we continuously see transport that overload, some are unroadworthy, they arrive late, and there are instances where learners are not picked to attend the schools. So these are some of the issues that we've identified in the terms of, if you look at the recommendations that we are giving, that there need to be intensive monitoring and oversight on the scholar transport, both at school and at PED level. The two must be talking to each other, so that there's a smooth scholar transport for learners. And the next one talks to the National School Nutrition Program. We have been doing that, and we continuously are identifying some challenges within the school. Some relates to the stock management. Schools would not be using a correct process of stock management. We would have other food items that would not have been included in the stock register, and some of them would not be used according to the time that they have received, which means that some may even get not being healthy by the time they are using those national schools. And we are saying that within the schools there needs to be a NSP coordinator and a committee that will be able to overlook at it and be able to timely address challenges as they are taking place. And as you can see from our recommendation, the sector should monitor very much the inclusion of MTSF indicators, and then also strengthen the monitoring and reporting framework for the food delivery, preparation, storage, and also when it's served to the learners. These are the service delivery areas that we are looking at it. Maybe, Kola, you can take the rest.
Thanks. Chair, I'm not really going to go through. In terms of this slide, I think we have already spoken about the issues relating to infrastructure. So it was just the other observations that we have made based on the visits that we conducted at the school. Perhaps I'm just going to skip this slide. Let me move to you.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Chair, Good morning, members, the Minister, the DM, the DG, and the senior management, as well as the colleagues. In terms of the information technology, we looked at 2 areas. We reported them in 2 parts. So we were looking at the e-learning. So e-learning basically is the use of technology to deliver the learning content and the resources to the learners, as well as enabling the teachers to be able to deliver the content. But some of the issues that we identified when we were looking at and going through the schools, we identified that there were issues around the implementation of e-learnings, especially in the Northwest Province, where the roles and responsibilities were not clear, because you find that there is IT that is involved, as well as the curriculum that is also involved. So it was also not enabling them to execute this learning, this initiative properly. And you find that there is also issues around the connectivity, where the teachers were also even using their own data so that they can also be able to connect the learners. But also in the Northern Cape province, we found that there were issues around there were robotics tablets that were distributed, that were given to the schools, and it was then not distributed to the learners because they did not have teachers that are able to actually teach that subject, and therefore that resulted in them putting them in the storage. Some they were actually even sitting in some of the premises of those learners. The other area that we also looked at, it was mainly around in the Eastern Cape province. When we went to the Eastern Cape province, there were data that was procured for the learners. It was amounted to 6 million, and it was not actually given to the learners so that the learners can be able to access their devices via that. The other area that we also found, it was mainly on the e-education strategy in the Northern Province, that they were, they did not have the strategy, and in the Gauteng Province and the Free State, it's just that the strategies that they have now, they are outdated because they were designed in the past 5 years and is no longer relevant and be able to be implemented. And the second area, it was on e-government, where we're looking at the use of technology in improving the service delivery. So we're looking at the SACE's project, the SACE's modernization. Yes, last year we recommended that because there was no enough funding or budget that was allocated, and the province did come and pledge on that, and some of the provinces did pay, including the basic education. But because of that, it actually delayed the implementation of the project, because mainly the department was mainly reliant on the donor founders. But then that resulted in them not being able to implement the project at the time that was. So at the moment, it has been delayed by a year. But with the funds that has been given to them now, we will still assess and see if whether they will be able to implement the system in next year when it's supposed to be implemented. The other issues around the cyber security, we looked at security. There's still some security vulnerabilities across the sector, where there is the department are vulnerable due to some legacy systems, because there are the systems that are currently run by the department or by the sector, they are very, very old, and therefore they are no longer being patched. Some they are not even compatible to the systems that we are currently doing. So we are still highlighting the issues that are there, because that is then also impacting the sector in terms of the delivery. We're also looking at the infrastructure system. There is an infrastructure facilities management system that is used across the sector, and that system is then used to also manage the project, so that they will be able to know when is the project, and then that click of the button, they are able to know what project is run in which provinces. But at the moment, this year, we found that all the system, that now they've managed to roll out all the system in all the provinces. However, the province is not adequately using that system, because we were comparing the projects that started in the current year and just checking if whether those projects are actually captured in the system. But we could not find those projects that are there. So it's the one that we are encouraging the sector that please use that system, because then it's going to then eliminate some of the issues that we are having across the sectors when coming to the projects and managing the project, and be able to pay the service providers when the project has actually been completed. So I'm going to just pause here, Chair. The other ones is just the recommendations, the root causes. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay. Chair, I think as a recommendations, based on the observations that we have brought forward to the committee, we recommended this to the executive authority as well as the accounting officer, that it is vital to promote the inclusion of all the indicators in the APPs to encourage the achievement of the planned target, to ensure collective sector delivery and service delivery, and also to encourage the minister and the DG to continue guiding and leading the sector in strengthening the coordination, guiding the department in strengthening the coordination in terms of the sector priorities to ensure the effective implementation of the planned initiatives such as the NSNP, scholar transport, all those deficiencies that were reported in that regard, to enhance the accountability and boost the effectiveness of the program delivery at the local level. And number 3, the sector leadership should prioritize acceleration of the modernization of the SACE that Utlo was talking about, to improve the capture, the review and the consultation of the reports on the annual management processes, school finance management and education facilities management. And they should exercise a close oversight over the implementation of the key sector areas highlighted in this report. This will ensure that the responses to identified internal control weaknesses are tracked, monitored, and effectively addressed. And lastly, the importance of strengthening the controls around the dealing with the consequence management to make sure that we deter the employees from incurring the further non-compliances that we have been observing throughout the sector. And in terms of our overall message to the committee is to ensure that the committee in your monitoring and your regular follow-ups that you normally do with the executive authority together with the accounting officer, you also need to ensure that you strengthen the coordination of the key sector priorities, promoting the inclusion of those relevant indicators in the APPs and encourage the achievement of the planned targets to ensure collective sector delivery of services. And lastly, to monitor the progress that has been made in terms of the modernizing the education information system, including the systems such as the SACE and the rollout of the education across all the provinces. Let me give it to the PE just to do the
Thank you so much, Chair. I think in summary, right, so in the basic education sector, you are going to get, call it maximum benefit when you are well coordinated, right? So there is a benefit in going back to how we used to be. You know, when you customize indicators and the provinces adhere to including them in their APPs, because some of these indicators, as they come from MTSF, there is a collective objective that we are trying to achieve. So it doesn't help if Western Cape as a province or Limpopo as a province choose not to include indicators that speaks to nutrition. Because yes, you're going to deal with nutrition, but you're not dealing with it as a strategic focus, such that your performance depends on it. So you have some of these provinces that the indicators are there. So as a sector, you have them, you put them as a MTSF. As a country, we said for us to succeed as education, these are the indicators that will drive us forward. But if I choose as a province that I'm not going to include it in my APP, I'm already sending sentiments that my focus may be elsewhere. Of course, we can debate on whether you are doing it or not, and that's besides the point. The point is that it has to be your strategic focus. So if scholar transport is that which supports the process of teaching and learning, and it is vital for us, especially for Quintile 1 and the likes, you ought to have it as a performance measure, as that PED, meaning a provincial education department, and therefore it will cascade and go down in terms of the performance of the relevant officials that are working with it. So for us, the customization of the basic education sector is what will give us a mileage. And I guess that's where we are indicating that as a portfolio committee, we ought to support the department in making sure that all 9 provinces, we are moving in the same direction, and not one of us is believing that they can drive their own focus, not neglecting some of the things that may be provincial specific, of course. Let me leave it there and just thank you for the indulgence you afforded us. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the team, for the comprehensive report. I know members are dying to delve into this report. I'm dying myself. I can't wait to delve into the report. But I thought as a better approach, members, I want to afford the DPE an opportunity, 10 minutes to comment before we delve into this. It's really it's a serious opportunity for you to close the gaps that we've seen, so that perhaps you preempt our questions and you respond to them, so that we don't have a long session of missiles coming to the DPE. I'm giving DPE an opportunity to comment on these key highlights in the report. There's key areas that are, of course, very concerning as they relate to DPE itself, but also the sector, the provinces. So I'm going to allow DPE Minister, you lead that response, and then we then take hands and questions from members.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'll make some remarks and some key takeaways, I think, from the AG's report. Firstly, I think we just want to thank you to the Auditor-General for the presentation and their continued support that they provide to the department and, in fact, the sector, so that we can have sound financial management, governance and accountability. The department welcomes the unqualified audit opinion for 2024-2025, which is maintaining its fifth one in 5 years, in the fifth consecutive years. I think it's very important for members to also note that we don't think that this is a sign of perfection, but I think it's a sign of progress, particularly in some areas, in a system that is increasingly maturing, but in a system that is increasingly under great financial pressure. But we also take note, members, of the matters of emphasis that were raised, particularly concerning for me, one, the procurement irregularities as it pertains to implementing agents, where awards were made to bidders who did not score the highest points, material misstatements on financial statements that were corrected before finalization, and obviously, very key, the delays in consequence management relating to irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. So those are the things that I think when we had our engagement with the AG were some of the things that members we've taken on board. Because ultimately what's important is that we must note that the AG's report is a mirror to us, and it's an opportunity for us to correct where things are not going well. We've also noted that irregular expenditure has declined sharply from 955 million in 2022-2023 year to 200 million in 2024, and now to 68 million in 2024-2025. The department's also internal audit unit conducted 19 risk-based audits, 11 management requested reviews, and 70% of prior AG findings were resolved, and the remaining 30% are still being addressed, largely due to the legacy of ASIDI and implementing agent matters. We also acknowledge that while significant progress has been made in strengthening the control environment, there are still capacity constraints that we're dealing with, particularly in supply chain management and certain provincial reporting functions. There are areas that have been prioritized by our audit action plan, which are being integrated in branch performance and agreements. And I think that's quite important, members. As I say, the work of the AG is an opportunity for us to look at it as a mirror and see where we can strengthen our own system. Chairperson, the Audit Committee also recommended several critical improvements to the department, which we are currently acting upon. Number one, we are acting on strengthening the quality assurance of reported performance information. Number two, we are enhancing strategic planning and reporting units' capacity to ensure timely and accurate submissions. Number three, we are also tightening project management and contractual accountability for implementing agents. Members, I think you will see, and you would have seen in the AG's report, that a lot of what has gone wrong where it comes to financial management in the sector is because of infrastructure. And infrastructure in particular around implementing agents. And in fact, when we had our engagement with the AG, one of the things that I asked personally is to say, how do we hold implementing agents accountable for contractors who work off-site? Because ultimately that affects our ability to be able to have a clean bill of health when it comes to our finances. And even though the infrastructure grant is going to be leaving DBE and is now going to be sitting with provinces, I can assure you, members, that it's not necessarily comfort for me, because the issues we've been dealing with implementing agents in the DBE will be the same issues that provinces will be dealing with. And so the sector is still going to be dogged by this very issue. And so it's going to be important that we tighten our own project management processes to understand how do we hold implementing agents accountable. Because ultimately, as I say, it does affect our performance. The department's risk maturity level has also improved from 3.7 in 2022-2023 to 4.2 in 2024-2025, I think, which is a reflection of a proactive approach to risk management and oversight. And I want to also assure the members of the House that we remain committed to achieving a clean audit outcome, not just as a compliance target, but as a reflection of effective governance and stewardship of public funds. Members, accountability in the DBE is a shared responsibility, because as the DBE, while we may have an oversight role in the provinces do enjoy legislatively a lot of independence and a lot of powers. And the AGSA has spoken about the uniformity of some of the targets that makes it easier for the sector to work in lockstep. And I think it's going to be important as we're planning for our APPs and our 5-year strat plans going forward, that we make sure with the planning of the provinces that there's greater synergy and there's greater alliance between the targets that we set at the national level and the targets that the provinces set. So once again, I just want to appreciate the AG and the Audit Committee for their oversight and the work that they've done in assisting us. I don't know, Deputy Minister or DG, if there's anything you'd like to add.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, Honorable Minister, and Deputy Minister. The Minister has covered quite a lot. Just to embellish maybe 2 or 3 points. In terms of consequence management against implementing agents, every financial year we write to every implementing agent requesting heads of implementing agents to act. In instances where they don't act, we cut doing business with them. We don't do business with IDT anymore. We've stopped, I think, also doing business with NECT. We allocated them projects only once. We said, never in our lifetime will we ever do business with you. I've also reported them to their board because we have a privilege of serving in their board. I reported that to the board. The board has taken measures to put a team in place to mop up some of the problems, because the new material irregularity that the AG talked about comes from the NECT. So that's the action that we have taken. DBSA, for instance, but including the NECT, they have fired their teams, management teams. I've lost count as to how many times. But it doesn't bring pleasure to us, because, for instance, there are repeated findings, as the AG correctly pointed out, allocating projects to bidders that are not, bidders that are the highest. So we are saying even the new people that you employ are committing the same mistakes. So the best thing is to cut doing business with you completely. And then in terms of delivery issues of the sector, as the Minister said, they are in my performance agreement, the performance agreement of all DDGs, and we're looking at strengthening even that as well. but we also meet with provinces and talk to them. And I think part of the reason why we are not qualified on performance information. All provinces are qualified on performance information. And the reason is because they chose which sector indicators they want to implement from the whole lot. Then AG went for them. Consistency review exposed them, and we discussed it in our last HEDCOM meeting, that with the new indicators of the medium-term development plan, we are now going to implement all of them. There is an agreement in the sector. I thought I could just, the last one, fruitless expenditure. I don't think it's about planning. I think it was deliberate. And it's Limpopo that did that. We took schools under SACE, like we do with KZN, Eastern Cape. They decided to implement another implementing agent. And when I approached them, they refused to relent. They felt that the implementing agent that they had appointed was going to do work faster than us. I even approached National Treasury and said, I want to recover this fruitless and wasteful expenditure from their allocation before I transfer to them. National Treasury refused. Then I've taken the decision that will not assist them in future again. They'll have to sort it out on their own, because they can't be appointing implementing agents when we have implemented, when we have appointed an implementing agent already. So that's how fruitless and wasteful expenditure happened. They are the ones who gave us schools, projects, and later on they also appoint, and that's how fruitless and wasteful expenditure happened. I just thought I must just clarify that one. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Minister and DG. Hence, Mamkaba, Honorable Mgadi, Honorable Mkize, Honorable Ngobeni, Honorable Makakula. In that order, Mamkaba.
Angibonge Chairperson, siyayimukela ke ne document kaMcwaningi Mabhuku, but ke Chair nginenkinga yokuthi ngiphinde ngibonge nema remarks ka minister angikho right bakithi sengizophuma nje, but ke ngifuna ukubuza la ekutheni as much as sikwemukela Mcwaningi Mabhuku ipresentation yakho, ngifuna ukubuza ke la ukuthi kulabo bantu enibabona ukuthi basebenzisa ngendlela engekho right, basebenzisa gwenxa imali zikahulumeni, nalabo minister othi ama province ajabulela ukuthi amele kulokho kuzimela kwabo, kwenzakalani ngezikolo? Ngoba sithola ukuthi KwaZulu-Natal sekukhona izikolo nje ezingadli ezingenakudla ngayo le ndaba okujabulela kwabo ukuzimela ukuthi bayazenzela izinto, kodwa manje imali asebenzi ngendlela efanelekile. Ngabe ke kikho konke lokho kwenzakalayo ngoba phela ku-affect abantwana ezikolweni, emagumbini okufundela. Njengoba konke lokho kwenzeka, bangaka sebeboshiwe enibabophayo ngale mikhuba abayenzayo ngemali kahulumeni? Nanokuthi ke njengoba uDG esho DG ukuthi bayaxoshwa neyabaxosha, uma nibaxosha nithola kanjani lezi imali abazimoshile? Ngoba phela kufanele imali ibuye, ngoba abantwana lezo mali suke zi-allocated abantwana. Ngicabanga ukuthi uzongisiza kutolika ngoba ukhona lapha emuva ngimbonile anicacisele kahle ukuthi bengifuna ukuthini. Kodwa nje ngifuna ukwazi ukuthi bangaka ababoshwayo kubantu abasebenzisa gwenxa imali zikahulumeni, nokuthi ke abazibuyisayo bangaki enibabamba ngaphambi kokuthi nibaxoshe, ngoba lento yokubaxosha ukubaqhelisa phambi kwenu nje but imali zona azikho bahambe nazo. Into ebalekile umuntu akabanjwe mangaba nifuna ukumvalela kakhokha imali ke zikahulumeni zibuye zize kubantwana ngoba uhulumeni benika abantwana ngiyabonga.
The interpreter.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, thanks for the report. We really accept the report, but from the Auditor-General. Now, what I would like to know regarding the people who are misusing the funds of the government. Those people, you say they are independent, but what I would like to know is, since they misuse these funds, how many have you reported to the police, and how do you recover those funds before you fire them, because they must, in a way, pay back that money? Thank you very much.
Is the department respond to that question?
Yeah. Yeah, now, thank you very much. In instances where money has been lost, we do recover. There was an instance where irregular expenditure involved the TMT, the Mvula Trust. All the money that was with the Mvula Trust was recovered to the department. I can't remember the exact amount, but maybe the CFO can help me. All that money was recovered. Irregular expenditure, I'm sure we all know, there are instances, what we do, you investigate. Internal audit investigates every case, and where...
What is it? Is it an order?
Yes, Chair, I find the response very careful.
No, but
It will assist, Chair, if you say out of X amount of money that have been stolen, you have moved to this far and this now.
That is not a point of order. That is you engaging with the response. Let's allow, if you have a follow-up question on the response, you can ask a follow-up question, but that is not a point of order. Continue, TG.
Well, out of the irregular expenditure that we experienced, there was one case where money was lost, only one from the investigation, which is the one that I've referred to, Chair, and all that money was recovered by the department. In other instances, there was no indication from the investigation that money was lost. Thank you very much.
You want to ask a follow-up question on this question, and then we're going to allow you to ask questions again. I want to understand, because we will all have follow-up questions. So if that is a rule that we're agreeing on, we must then agree that we will only allow one follow-up question on another person's follow-up question, because this was Mam Kiz's question.
So, Chair, we are not expected to engage the reports to the committee. We should just take what they are saying and move on.
No. Your hand is up and you are noted to speak. So what do you mean you're not expected to engage with the presentation?
I'm saying I will not have a chance to engage the presentation since I followed up on the...
No, I want us to agree. If we want to agree that we are going to have follow-up questions on another member's question, because this is Mam Kizo's question, and the DG has responded. If you've got a follow-up, you can include it in your own questions.
Okay.
That's what you can do. But if we are going to allow to all of us have follow-up question on another member's question, then we must agree, and we must agree how do we deal with that, because then everyone is going to have a follow-up question on everyone's question.
Can I be clear, Chair? Are you saying... Chair.
Okay, Honorable Law, it's an order. But that is an order. It's an order. The other one is an order of the arriving member.
Yes, I've been following, Chair, because we are streamed one. Two, it becoming a norm that we are going to have a persistent dialogue in between Honorable Keys and the Chair with regard to the rules and stuff. I want us to clearly avoid such and try to move progressively, because particularly as we are committee members, we are expected to move the site and make sure we play oversight and not waste our time. So I want to plead that you are respected as the Chair, and then we are able to deal with this accordingly, please, Chair, because you can't speak and then Honorable Keys is speaking. This is not going to assist the procedural point of the meeting. That's my order.
That order is sustained, Honorable Members. when you ask a question and I respond, you have to, and we respond, you raised an order and I said it was not an order. You want to raise a follow-up question on a question of another member. You are noted, you're going to speak. So I wanted members to comment on how do we deal with that, because remember, initially how we deal with questions, we will take all questions and we'll allow the department to respond at once. But we felt that is not perhaps most productive because we will repeat questions. Perhaps let's take a question and respond to question. And that is a new method, a new model that we are trying out. But if you are bringing this, then you must then advise how do we deal with it. Because everyone will have a question and all of us will have a follow-up question on their question. How do we deal with that? You know. So, Honorable Ngobeni.
No, thank you, Chairperson. My view is that some of these things must be organic. Because a follow-up question might just clarify where I am. Because I was also nodding. We have similar concerns, right? So the outcome of the AG's report, there are certain concerning things. And my view is that we should be organically dealing with this material, and hopefully it'll take off some of the questions, because I've got like 3 pages of questions on mine. And so my sense is that we don't do it in a stoic fashion where it's question, answer. I think that if there is a follow-up question, it might just clarify my follow-up question. And what that will also do is that hopefully members will be paying serious attention, so they don't ask the same question that had already been responded to. But my view, honestly, Chair, is that let's be organic, but also not be persistent, Honorable Mkhize. When your answer is done, I'm sure there'll be other opportunities to make clarifying. But if the question has been asked and there's a follow-up, we should be able to deal with it seamlessly and move on from there. That would be my submission, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, the last hand was Mama Kakula. I saw your hand was up. You are covered by, okay. It's fine. So how we're going to deal, this is how we're going to deal with it, members. I don't think it is going to assist if we allow follow-up questions of all members who raise questions. But what we will allow, if, for example, my hand is not up, I've not raised my hand and I'm not going to speak, but there's a member who asks a question and I have a follow-up, we will allow you. But if your hand is up, we will allow you to raise all your questions at the allocated time. So, Honorable Mkhize, you can incorporate your follow-up question on your questions that you have already, because your hand is up and you're going to be allowed to speak. If it was Honorable Sharif, I would allow Honorable Sharif because her hand is not up, so she's not going to get an opportunity to speak. I think that is a balance between being organic and trying to maintain some form of order in the proceedings. So we'll then allow the next person. The next person was Honorable, yes, Honorable Mgadi.
Thank you, Chairperson, and greeting honorable members of the committee, and greeting all protocol observed. Chairperson, okay, I'd like to thank the presentation. According to the report, irregular expenditure in the basic education sector decreased from 188 million in 2023 and 2024 to 79.9 million in 2024 to 2025. What were the primary causes of this irregular expenditure, and what key control failures does the AGSA identify as contributing to this issue? The report indicates that 7 out of 9 provincial education departments, 77.78% were operating with a deficit in the 2024 to 2025 financial year. What are the main factors leading to these financial pressures, and what specific recommendation does the AGS provide to address fiscally sustainability in this sector? Another question to Department of Education. Issue le National School Nutrition Program. Kuvele ukuthi ufaneke 2026 April 1 iqale isebenze wa appointwa ama contractors azodila nayo ezikoleni. Nikutholile ukuthi kunama members ama officially or MEC aba awadiwe lawo ma program ama coskars abo ama girlfriend abo lawo leyo program. Ikhona indlela engalungisa ngayo i-recruitment okanye indlela yokunikezwa abantu okumele bawathole nama program ngoba futhi phezukwalokho for example KZN kunabantu aba awadile from Gauteng, Limpopo, Mpumalanga. U-award owaseMpumalanga izikole ezu-15 KZN. Uhlelo enisebenza ngalo okanye ngaphela i-potential evidence isivelile and ayikho into ekhulumekayo. Ngiphinde ngize lapha kuma special schools KZN. Kuvela ukuthi kuna 76 special schools in KwaZulu-Natal have been told to suspend their operations or completely closed down due to the failure of the Department of Education to pay them the money to keep operating. The West Hills special schools are Truro Pre-Vocational School in Chatsworth, which is already closed down. And Ningizimo School, Special School in Durban, which is struggling to meet basic needs. And Isikwezi Special School in Richards Bay, which has been forced to close amid several financial crises and unpaid teachers and failing service in KwaZulu-Natal. Yes, izikole zabantwana ama specials abadinga special schools. One bastrugglisha ngokubona ngokuphila uJehova indlela aba create ngayo. Manje futhi sebencintwa nethuba ke lokufunda ke. Nabo labo thisha abafundisa labo bantwana siyazi ukuthi bane challenge kwakhona emaklasini. Ufundisa ingane isuke la ihambe yongena ngaphansi kwedesk iphinde futhi isuke ihambe iphume ishaye omunye at the same time futhi lo thisha kaholi. Ngabe u-department uyimisele ngokuthi kwenzakaleni ngalabantwana ke kuphinde size lapha ka nutrition. Ngiyabonga sihlalo besazophendula.
Okay, can we respond to the question? Oh, the interpreter first. Yes. Can we hear? I am multilingual, so I hear every language. So I just flow whatever language. So I forgot.
So
let's get the interpreter.
lapho ngicela uku-add kuma questions ami.
Okay.
Ukuthi u-department njengoba kustrugglishwa ngemali. I-Audit-General owabo kanti umsebenzi uhamba kanjani uma imali iphumele uMr Mkhize anikezwe contract angayiqedi anikezwe imali in France 6 million asebenze 2 weeks ayeke kanjalo aphinde futhi uMr Mkhize anikezwe another contract aphinda nikezwe asebenze ashiya ugandaganda hamba aphinde futhi uMr Mkhize anikezwe imali udepartment kuyavela cause sesambile uMr Mkhize usenikezwa imali disaster manje ngoba isikole uya
Not me.
lama contractors ayikho indlela yokuthi nithole i-authority enkantolo yok-check yok-investigate i-account yakhe because ungena iy'mali ey'hlukene from department Mkhize.
Okay.
Ngiyabonga.
Hayi Mkhize, hayi. Mkhize no. Uyahlupha ngathi Mkhize. Okay. Our interpreter.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I'm going to only interpret the part that was spoken in isiZulu. On the issue of the feeding scheme, I indicated that by the 1st of April, probably in 2026, they must start to work. You found that in that program, there are officials whose girlfriends have been awarded, especially some schools in KZN, about 15 of them. Now, in KZN, special schools, you find that there are about 76 of them which must close down. Yes, these schools are for the disabled, right? But even the worst part is that even their teachers are not paid. Now, what I would like to know is what must happen to these learners and their teachers? Coming to the issue of awarding tenders. Now, I would like to make an example about Mr. Mkhize, who keeps on receiving tenders, even if he does not complete the project. Is there any other way of maybe that you can use in terms of controlling or awarding tenders? Thank you very much.
Okay, let's respond to that question.
Thank you very much, Chair. Luckily for me, we're still keeping it Nguni, so I don't need the translation as well. But Honorable Mgadi raises a number of, I think, really key points. Some of them were directed to the AGSA, but I think let me just deal with the ones that were directed to the department. The one question that you raised the issue around the school nutrition and some of the awarding of e-contracts to abantu who are politically connected. Firstly, I think I want to agree with you. In the one, ukuze sijonge integrity yale program, it needs to be beyond reproach. The school nutrition program in the department accounts for 10 billion rand a year, feeding over 9 million children every single day. It's a massive undertaking and a massive investment, and we must make sure into bana basijonga ukuhoya kwala mali imali iya ebantwini kungabikho bantwana bangatyiyo because imali sityiwa ngabantu who are politically connected. I'm assuming you are relating the question to the issue as a KZN apho kukhona investigation. So I had written to MEC we finance, no MEC we education with regards to the matter. MEC we finance, no premier assured me in Domana they are investigating. I think there were about over 200 people who were bidders in that contract, yes. So that whole thing is being investigated. And then Baza's advisor can go into whether the entire contract will be set aside and whether the process will be started again. But I can assure members in Dobana, on our side, we've asked the province to make sure that they are prioritizing that investigation. So they are currently busy with that, Premier and the MEC, Kalanda Bayeza contracts, the NSNP. Then you also asked the issue around, it's partly directed to AGSA, but I think NAM must and Ngamle Apaglenda by implementing agents, Zobabum Kize, who keep showing up in different ways. And I agree with you in Dobana, because this is actually one of the things that I was asking the AGSA team as well in Dobana. What levers do we have as government to make sure in Dobana, if an implementing agent or a contractor gets work here, and then in Limpopo, they don't finish the work, they walk off site, Why is it that they are able to pop up in other provinces? Banikezwe i-contract futhi ngurhulumente lo rhulumente uyi-one. And there are some levers that we can pull in terms of what Treasury can allow us to do. Things like blacklisting implementing agents and contractors. Things like blacklisting contractors and implementing agents. Ukwenzela ba ubangaba umuntu akawenzanga umsebenzi e-Eastern Cape akanophinda afumane enye contract e-KZN aphinda afumane the same kind of business from the state, because ultimately we are government and we should be able to say lo muntu lona is red flagged. They can't be trusted with public money again. They can't be trusted with public work again. So these are some of the things that esifuna uzenza kangangoko. Njengoba uDJ ebetshilo earlier, there are some implementing agents esingasazisebenzisiyo anymore. But I want us to take a step further. Singathi thina as DBE asibasebenzisi. I want us to take a step further. Sithi not just thina as DBE, urhulumente entirely shouldn't use people who can't be relied on. Shouldn't use people who don't use public money to do what they need to do. And so I just thought maybe mandiphendule ezo zinto zibalulekileyo, because those are the ones I think particularly concern me, because I share your frustration. But not we can say tinas basebenzisi, but it should mean in disaster shouldn't use them either. Social development shouldn't use the same people because they can't be trusted. So I just ask the
Minister, before UTG, I just want to confirm a question, Honorable Member Nganti Uti. How many special schools are closed? One, or I got it correct?
Chatsworth are already closed.
Yes.
And then Ningizimu are struggling to pay the...
Or it's one that is closed.
But the department said all 76 special schools in the KZN have been told to suspend their operation.
Oh, okay.
Because imala yikho.
Okay.
Is that true?
Yeah, I wanted to get that point clearly, because we only know of one that has been closed. But she mentioned the 70-something. But as we indicated, good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members. I didn't greet you all. Good morning, Minister. Good morning, PE and your team, and our officials. I'm opening my mouth for the first time. No, the issue of the finances of KwaZulu-Natal is not only special schools that are affected. All our schools are affected. So want all of us to understand that. But we are attending to the matter. The Minister, the Premier, and the two MECs of Finance. We have even involved the President on this matter and the National Treasury, so that we come and rescue KwaZulu-Natal. It's a serious challenge. It's affecting all our schools, especially quintile 1, 2, 3. We don't want to hide this, so that you know that we have this challenge in KwaZulu-Natal. Yes, all provinces are affected, but KwaZulu-Natal is, the challenge is severe to an extent that if we don't rescue KwaZulu-Natal, it might collapse. Maybe I can say it has partially collapsed. Partially collapsed. But we are attending to the matter. So the DG will respond on the one school that is closed. So the issue that was asked by Honorable Aba, which partially Honorable Ngadi asked, is the independence. Remember, provinces are established in terms of the Constitution. They have their legislature and their premiers who appoint MECs. And the minister does not have ultimate authority over MECs. It's the premier that has an ultimate authority of, and the legislature of provinces. So we work concurrently. We don't supersede them. We work concurrently. That's why we have structures at all levels, at the political level where the minister chairs the Council of Education Ministers, the DG chairs the headcom with HODs and the technical teams, where we share the issues that we must operate as one system. Though South Africa is a unitary state, but provinces are established in terms of the constitution. So we don't play a very big brother. The premier is the big brother in any province. So that's why we have established these structures, that we work together, we share the common purpose as the DBE and the provinces. It's not our making, it's the making of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, unfortunately. So even same on the appointment of service providers. The minister will not have a say. Those structures and the committees, the bid committees, are established at a provincial level. So that's why we cannot necessarily be in a position to monitor, to say, don't appoint people from other provinces, but we work together. That's why when there are investigations like now, because it affects national, whether you like it or not, it affects national. Minister must come in, especially when there's a problem. Yeah. Now she must jump in. So that's why she must establish a working relation with the premier of that province, that on issues of education, because MECs report to premiers. So, and like in this one of school nutrition, they are investigating, like the minister has said. Over to DG, with your permission, Chair.
DG.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The school in question is Truro Prevocational School in Chatsworth. And the information that is at our disposal is that that school's closed due to insolvency. And it can't be a public school that closes due to insolvency. So we'll definitely have to follow up, and there are about 300 learners' future that is in danger. So immediately after this meeting...
So it's not a special needs school, it's an independent, or is it an independent special needs school?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Not
But it's a private school.
Yeah, not public.
Were they receiving any subsidy from us?
That's what we need to establish, Chair.
Okay.
Now, the other issue is that...
But the other one, maybe because the other one on the same question was there is 76 schools that have received a memo that 76 special needs schools that have received a memo that they are going to have to close down.
79.
79.
Yeah.
Special needs school.
Yes, from Honorable Ngai.
Yeah, that's what I want to know. If that is also, can we confirm that?
Yeah, I'll have to follow that up, Chair. I've not done that at the moment. I just thought that I must also give you this information which was asked by Honorable Kaba, that of the total amount of irregular expenditure, what we were able to recover is 21,135,833.99 from the Mvola Trust, which involved schools which were part of ASIDI, Mr. Mafo. Yeah. So that's what we were able to recover. But also maybe the last point to add on what the Minister said, which the AG has been asked to provide information by Honorable Mugadi as to what causes irregular expenditure from the presentation of the AG and the report that they've given to us is non-compliance. Irregular expenditure is caused by non-compliance. And in fact, you are right by using the analogy of Ukabaze and say, yeah, Ukabaze, Babun Keys, Honorable Keys, that you give one contractor a project here, the contractor doesn't finish. When they realize that they are in danger, they run away and they go somewhere else. Implementing agents complained about that, and I said to them, you need to coordinate amongst yourselves The minister is saying government must coordinate itself, which is correct. But the procedure is that the affected department has got to motivate and submit to National Treasury for blacklisting of any service provider. And it is implementing agents, it is contractors, it is your PSPs. PSPs are your consultants, your engineers and quantity surveyors, your project managers who are paid for the work that they are doing. So it's got to affect the entire value chain, but it requires all of us to be coordinated. And it is true, in fact, for instance, you find that somebody would do a project with DBE. If we close them down, they go to one of the provinces, when we could have easily informed even the provinces that here is a red flag. When this person comes to look for a job, look at some of these things, because we can't say to them, don't give them a job, but we could say to them, this is the profile that we have, and this is how the person has performed with us. So I just thought that I could add that. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable. Okay. Thank you so much, Honorable Ngadi. I think there is a point you raised that speaks to how well South Africa is coordinated as a country. And we raised this, I think, during COVID as an office, because it was more glary then. When you do business as government, you ought not to take the particular department as your client. You're actually supposed to take the country as your client. So what we are sitting with right now, even in the sector, is that if I'm a service provider and I'm doing work, or I got an award in one particular province, and I mess them up badly, the discipline for that province to go blacklist me in Treasury is lacking. Because that's how you start to correct the posture of service providers. And not only that, there are other service providers that shut down their current operations and show up in a different name, and sometimes even different directors. Yeah. So you have to be very disciplined in making sure that not only are you submitting a name of an entity or service provider, but you're quite particular around who are the directors that are actually facilitating that. So what we are sitting with right now, not only as a sector but as a country, is the lack of coordination among self, such that we are very intentional that when you do business with government, you're not doing business with the Department of Basic Education in KZN. You're actually doing business with South Africa, call it, limited if it's limited. And therefore, your non-delivery, non-performance, corruption, fraud, non-compliance would actually shut down your aspirations of operating in anyhow. But let me tell you what will enable us to get there. We need as sectors to start advancing our IT mechanisms. These things not need a phone call, because that is not going to happen. We have to start getting ourselves as a country, even as a sector, to the point where I can, at the click of a button, find out who this entity is. Who are these directors, and what is the history in terms of doing business with government? Because that way, not only are you achieving transparency and knowledge and background and reference in terms of their delivery and their posture and their ethics in terms of the moral fiber, but you also making sure that some of the changes that may have been introduced in their system, you comprehend them. I'll tell you now that unless we get to the point where we start advancing the process of consequence management at service provider level, we will not move as a country. In fact, what you will achieve is that they will move out of this education sector, they will go to another sector. You find them in the health sector doing exactly the same. So my submission then, as you guys as part of government, is that we're gonna have to start running these sectors, these departments, as South Africa call it, as an institution. Only that way we'll be able to succeed. Because what causes irregular expenditure is very simple. It's a discipline to follow the prescript.
and I will not follow the prescript as a service provider, even as an official of the department, if I know that this thing will wishy-washy fall over at some point. That's why as the AGSA, we are emphasizing the importance of consequence management. Discipline officials, discipline service provider, take them out of the system, and only then it will correct the posture even for many others. Thank you so much.
Thank you, AG. The next speaker was Honorable Mkhize. Yes, it was Mkhize. It was Kabazela before you. Kabazela, go ahead.
Turn on. Thank you very much, Chair, and greetings to AG, thankfully for the report, and departmental officials, and all the honorables in the House. I'll turn my follow-up question into a comment and also give some guidance. But starting with what the AG just said, the department, Minister, I'm happy that you are back, and DM, is not equal, clearly, it is not equal to the challenge we are facing today. The department needs to up its game, clearly. It's either we declare failure by the current officials and they must find other jobs elsewhere, or they up their game, otherwise we will not be able to do what the AG is saying. We are dealing with the most sophisticated criminals today. Highly learned, using learned people. And we know those criminals are politicians who are somehow linked to governing political party. So if we do not sophisticate our systems, as the AG says, will not be able to detect criminality. Very systemic criminality is not by coincidence for someone to crocodile here and mushroom elsewhere. It's a modality of doing crime. So if our state doesn't up its game, we will always come back with such reports, Minister, and we'll have to fight amongst ourselves. At the end of the day, this thing must stop. There's a lot of money that is allocated to develop the people in rural communities goes to filthy rich criminals. And I'll come to the director response. My concern about casual responses. The department needs to up its game in terms of how it comes and report to the parliament. Your preparation must be better than what you are doing. You can't be giving us general answers and make random examples that in a corner somewhere we recovered X amount of money. You will see in the AG report, there is irregular expenditure amounting to 6.1 billion. That's your baseline. So when you put together a report, be able to say, we're able to recover X amount against the total value lost. That is being specific. That is upping your game. To come and talk to us as if we're having a casual discussion here is not going to help this country. You see that the irregular expenditure has grown to 79 million. You must account on that amount, and that amount is your baseline. To say out of 79 million that was lost through irregular expenditure, X amount of officials of these categories are going through disciplinary processes, X amount of them are already expelled or jailed. That is a substantive reporting. So to come and randomize, it means we don't see the veracity of the challenge that we are facing now. So just to move on, I want to say, Minister, putting it on record, and I'm happy that the deadline I kindly asked you to keep within is the 25th, which is tomorrow. We wrote a letter to the Minister, putting it on record, Chair, where we are concerned about maladministration, poor management processes, and poor planning. And on that letter, we clearly articulate that there are issues of baselines which are incorrect. And I'm happy, completely lost. And I'm happy that the AG report has indicated that, including the performance indicators, which then actually technically nullifies the APP that we are following now. Because it doesn't show clear appreciation and understanding of the baselines across the underperforming areas, particularly on infrastructure. We don't know how many schools that need to be built in South Africa today, how many schools that need to be repaired in South Africa today, how many teachers need to be employed, how many schools need fencing, how many schools need toilets and water. How many schools need security guards? How many schools need teachers? As we are implementing the BRRR Act, there's no clear baseline. The numbers which are there, they were thumbsucked in terms of the allocated funds. You can't be developing your targets just from allocated funds. Your targets should be derived from the situation on the ground as your baseline. Then you look at the funds you have, you say, out of this reality, because you've done baseline assessment, this is how much you can do in this period of time. So just to wait for the treasurer to allocate funds, then you make targets. It means you are targeting to underperform against the reality on the ground. This department is under social services, which means our approach should be socialist. And what is a socialist approach? Is to go on the ground and find out how many schools do not have toilets. Don't wait for the budget to give you targets. The reality on the ground must give you the baseline. And from that baseline, you're then able to articulate your targets in terms of your fund limitations and all that. So the letter has actually articulated the minister, and I hope you'll give me your assurance that it will be responded within the time frame. If not, indicate by when that letter will be reported. Because that letter, honorable members, reflects exactly what was said by the Auditor-General report, exactly what was said by the Commission for Gender Equality, exactly what was said by the Financial and Fiscal Commission, exactly what is said by some of the DPE reports. So the letter we wrote to the minister speaks to reality, and it asks for baselines, following proper rationale now, which is looking at the situation on the ground, not waiting for monies to come. Because when you don't do that, you'll not even know how to prioritize your budget allocations, because you don't know where the depth is of challenges. But if you've done proper baseline assessment, you will be able to know where the bigger need is. And so when you ask for money, it's on the basis of the baseline that you have done. You don't develop targets from targets within themselves. You develop them from the reality. And not only that, Minister, when you get surprised by funds that come without you expecting them, you'll be able to go back to the baseline and say, oh, we just got a surplus here. Let us go close the gap there. So all what I'm saying simply says, the government is not sophisticating as required to sophisticate in terms of management processes and in terms of oversight that it needs to play. And DM, on the point that you made, that we have no powers to control the premier is the boss, I don't think we are doing justice with that statement. If you go back to the laws, check the powers of the minister, you will see that the minister has a lot of powers to ensure there's proper oversight and accountability by all structures underneath her office. Yes, you may not interfere with the operational processes, but you've got constitutional powers to make sure that those who don't do right account, those who don't plan right account, and those who go astray account. So I want to beg that the department stops weakening itself to allow this perpetual gross underperformance happening. Today, the AG report tells us that the department is underperforming across 4 compliance areas. All of them. You have received 100% performance on non-compliance. And we cannot, Minister, minimize that by saying there was a reduction. That reduction is expressed in billions of rands. Is expressed in hundreds of millions of rands, which can build toilets in schools. So let us look at this thing from a qualitative angle, not a quantitative angle. Don't monitor numbers, monitor the quality. So if you still have irregular expenditure of 79 million, how many schools will be built? If you still have wasteful expenditure of 60 million, accumulating to 6.1 billion, qualitative, that's a concern. It could have changed the people's lives on the ground, but it is not. I see SACE as well, it's fine, I think the department will deal with SACE, but I'm more worried about the department which is underperforming across the compliance areas. And I want to say, DG, this thing of saying, priding ourselves and by saying those who have done irregular expenditure where we terminated contract, that's another modality of doing corruption. Because by the time they go, they've already charged 200 million rands. What happens with that money? What happens with the individual as the AG has articulated? So coming back, moving forward, I want to urge the department to ensure that when it comes to report to us, it is substantive in terms of how it reports. You have a proper baseline of a problem and you report against that baseline. not to do these random examples that we are getting, and they are not assisting us actually. So I will then ask a question as I sit down. Under procurement contracts that were done incorrectly, how many people are facing in music for that offense? Under the quality of financial statements that are not satisfying the AG, how many people are facing music for not doing their job? Under prevention of irregular or unauthorized, fraudulent, and wasteful expenditure, how many people are accounting for that situation? And under utilization of conditional grants that are not properly used, some of them are approved late, thus missing the implementation period to change the material conditions. Human beings that are involved, how many of them are facing the music? So those are the questions I want to ask, Director, because we cannot continue to sing music about these things. We want now to know what is being done and how many people are facing music for it. So let me remind you, your undertaking on the letter that we have sent, if it to be responded to as per required deadline that we set for tomorrow, or perhaps it to be responded in due time, since it is validated by all these reports that have been made to the department. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Kize. You're well input. DG, you can take a platform. The question is yours.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. In terms of the conditional grants, our presentation has an explanation regarding HIV and AIDS, where the business plan was not submitted on time. And the reason is because the posts of the relevant officials were vacant in the province that is affected. And because of that, the business plan could not be completed on time. That's the reason for HIV and AIDS. In terms of contracts, in instances where irregular expenditure was experienced, I did indicate that we wrote to implementing agents, which we do every financial year, and we expect heads of implementing agents to act. There are instances where they've acted. I don't have those details with me, but as I've indicated, DBSA, NECT, they were able to even take disciplinary action and fire the entire staff, the program manager, including the project managers of those implementing agents. In instances where money has been wasted, the PFMA says we must recover it. So when we carry out an investigation and we discover that money has been wasted, we do recover it. In all investigations, except for the one that involves 21 million that I've reported on earlier on, there's been no loss at all of money. May I also just indicate that even with contractors, as we allocate projects to them, there's money retained. If they leave money. It doesn't mean that when they run away, there's no money. There are very few instances. In our case, it has not happened. If it happens, then the implementing agent takes the responsibility, because we don't appoint contractors, they are appointed by implementing agents. There is an instance which was reported by the AGSA where some of the projects were not completed, and the DBSA wrote to us to say the expenses that remain in respect of the contractors, the consultants, where the projects were not completed, DBSA was going to cover the cost in full. So we hold implementing agents accountable to cover the full cost, and it doesn't come through the taxpayer. And we can provide more details in that regard. I don't know whether Mr. Mafuku would want to add. Okay.
Okay, thanks, DG. The next speaker, Honorable Ngoben.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning again to all members and officials present. I think I am primarily covered by some of the previous comments, but I want to echo by saying that firstly that this room is terrible. My back hurts. I can't sit properly. But I want to echo what the sentiments that are shared by the AG with regards to how do you clean up the rot, because clearly the rot is deep, and I think I want to believe that we are in a political moment currently that really can no longer afford to be nonchalant about what has happened, particularly in this space of education. I also want to recognize Minister to say, I believe you are taking a lot of strain. I wouldn't want to be you. I can see it because the concern on your face is there, and I recognize that because this sounds like and seems like, and it is a mammoth task, given that we've had so many years of it not being managed well. I think, colleagues, education is a post-apartheid tragedy, in my view, that we have not been able to adequately provide for it, produce outcomes, outputs out of it, quality of students and young people who really can go out there and conquer the world on our nation's behalf. And that is not to say that there are not some gains made. I would be remiss to say that there haven't been some improvements. But I think that we are in a moment now, 30 years down the line, that we can do better. So I will not repeat some of what my colleagues, particularly Honorable Mkhize, who is not the Mkhize that was alluded to in the examples. I just want to get some clarity on certain things. The first one is with regards to the bureaucracy, DM. It sounds to me that this bureaucracy is really crippling. And if in fact we are now at the mercy of premiers to do some of these things, what then is the alternative? Do we hold them in here so that they can answer for their own provinces? Do you do that in your own state, Minister? Because we can't get an answer that says, almost like roads. People say, I've got potholes, and somebody says, no, it's a provincial road, it's not a municipal road. We can't no longer have such response. I think we need to be a little bit more rigorous around how then do we hold them accountable. If in fact they are circumventing your ability to do your work, then they must be exposed. Whichever premier it is, whichever MEC it is. I mean, I think we are at that moment in our political trajectory in this regard. So I'm very concerned about the blacklisting. And I agree with the AG that people should be blacklisted using IT all the way through the space. But I also want to say that let's clean up this one. If they go to social development or they go elsewhere, let them discover and be blacklisted there. But let them not be able to touch education in whatever way. And I don't know whether that is something that is achievable in the short term and whether there are plans to do exactly that. Because the philosophical conversation, I think, has been had and it's understood. But I want to know what mechanisms you are thinking about as a department to make that happen. So that it moves from being a philosophical discussion to a practical one that we can actually test and be able to conduct oversight for. I also want to just ask this question around the insufficient performance management across the spectrum, particularly in the provinces, and because they are the ones who set their own matrix, etc. I have a concern, Minister, as to the effects of having members of unions in a school in their uniform running around. Does that not impede upon teachers' ability psychologically to do their work? I've seen this in many schools when we've either conducted oversight or we've been there on our own. I've often wondered what that presence actually does in terms of political pressure that it might put on a schooling system to be able to function. I just want to hear whether teachers are able to thrive without undue pressure, fear or favor. And then on the school nutrition program, and I appreciate the mammoth task that it is and the quantum of cost that it has on our country's ability to sufficiently look after our children. How much of what happens there, and I believe it was one of the gentlemen who was speaking to school nutrition, who was speaking about either rotting stock, etc. How much of that is wasteful and how much of that is as a result of stock theft? What is in place to deal with things like stock theft? Because we know it happens even with sanitary towels in schools. So I just want to get a sense in terms of the school nutrition program, whether you have challenges in that regard. I think the issue about implementing agents has been sufficiently ventilated. I won't go there, but I want to get a sense, and appreciating the recovery that is being done. What is impeding upon charges? Because, I think this country will just want to see charges. We just want to see people being persecuted for the wrong that they are doing. What is the distance between we find you out, we get rid of you as an agent or a supplier or a service provider within the system, we blacklist you, and then we recover some of the monies, but the damage is done. Even if we recover, you've still got to be charged for something. What is the distance between those two realities? Because I think we do need to give the reassurance that we are really turning the corner. And it speaks to the issue of consequence management, AG. I think it goes across all departments, and I think it's a worrying phenomenon. But what do we mean if we move from the philosophical understanding of what consequence management is to the actual holding of people accountable? What does that look like? And I just want to know how the department is strengthening controls around that. And then another worrying phenomenon is, and I think this goes across all government departments, but I want to get a sense from this department what your issues with regards to ghost workers, ghost teachers, ghosts in the system, and how much are you bleeding as a result of those. I'll tell you an example. There are teachers in certain schools who just wake up in the morning, do their washing, and relax. I have a nephew who, would say to me, "I haven't seen my teacher for 3 months." And I'm like, "What do you mean?" And this person is in the system, gets paid, has never been to class, but it continues. That's a ghost to me, irrespective of the fact that they are alive. So I just want to get a sense what that is costing the department. And then the report also speaks to 29 million rand that is as a consequence of 3 uninvestigated or instances where investigations aren't yet effected. Can we get a sense as to what that is? What's happening there in terms of that 29 million rand? And then when the department, and that's my final point. Second final point. The the discrepancies that are between the department and what is being reported, what is the effort to align so there isn't that discrepancy of reporting, if I can get a sense of that. And then finally, when the department decides to blacklist certain folk, is there a list? Can we know who these people are? Can they be named or shamed? Can something happen? Is there an opportunity to do that as we try to clean up the system? I think that would be. The final one is this one: whistleblowing in the department. Are the mechanisms safe mechanisms, or as close to safe as possible, where there are people, good, hardworking South Africans, who want to see the system working, who are seeing these irregularities happening all over? What mechanisms does the department have in place to ensure that they can bring some issues to light without turning into multiple Babita deoccurrence? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ngobeni, and thank you very much to the interim chairperson. Can we respond to the questions?
I'll kick us off, Chair. Thank you very much, Honorable Ngobeni. And I think perhaps let me start here, because I think that there were two similar themes that came from what you were saying and what Honorable Mkhize had been saying. I think number one, it's important to note that we completely understand the financial position of the department and the sector, and that even a 1 rand lost is simply not good enough, right? This is a 330 billion rand sector, most of which goes, 80% of that 330 billion rand goes to provinces. I think what the DM was explaining is that the concurrent powers of provinces means that, one, we have, besides conditional grants, every single thing that goes to provinces is then decided in what is called an equitable share pot. Provinces have the discretion to spend or what they believe should be spent on education. In fact, there's a spreadsheet where we can see how much of the equitable share each province spends on education. So we can't necessarily say to them, you can't spend this much, spend more, right? That's the first thing. The second thing, and I think again, going back to the DM's point, is that these concurrent functions also mean that the Premier is essentially empowered to be able to say, out of the equitable share, this is how much you will get as the Department of Education. And then there's obviously operational things, as you already said, that we can't necessarily get involved in, which makes it difficult to get involved in. But to a point, though, that you make, and the point I think is an apt one, where you say, well, then, what can you do? What is within your powers, then, to resolve certain things? I wasn't aware of your letter. I've now been made aware of it, and I will make sure that it's responded to in detail. And the question then that you ask is, to what then mechanism do you have? The mechanisms we have, number one, are conditional grants. Any conditional grants that comes from Treasury, we can tighten conditions and in terms of what provinces can do with that money. So, for instance, the school nutrition program is one such a grant. The EIG, so the infrastructure grant, was one such grant, which is now going to go into the provinces. So yes, there are levers that we can pull working with Treasury, particularly with conditional grants, but not with equitable share. So I think that's where then the concurrent powers comes in. But I also want to just use this opportunity perhaps to also bring members into my confidence, because I think Honorable Ngobeni also speaks about this question. But then what are you going to do? Are you then asking us to bring the premiers here so they can account? So according to Section 8 of the National Education Policy Act, the minister, in consultation with the Council of Education Ministers, can essentially request particular information that is required from provinces and assurances that is required from provinces, whether it is LTSM, school nutrition, scholar transport. And if the province is not living up to what they are meant to be doing, we can request remedial plans, and those plans can actually be tabled here in Parliament to you as members of Parliament. So it's a lever that is in law, that is legislated for. And it's never been used in the last 31 years, but we have to use it if there are certain instances where provinces are not performing. And so that is a commitment that I'm saying to you, that we have to, the drafters of our laws clearly saw it fit to include something like that so that there can be some kind of lever, despite the fact that these are concurrent powers that you can use to say, if provinces are not meeting their obligations, what can Parliament do? What can the National Minister do? And I think working with yourselves, we can demand more from provinces where this is not happening and table those remedial reports here, where provinces then need to update you as members of Parliament on what is not being done. And I agree with you on the issue around consequence management. With the AGSA team, we had a very long conversation about not just consequence management of the implementing agents and the contractors, but consequence management within the department itself. We ourselves need to also say who is facilitating or not, out of ignorance, out of incompetence, out of oversight, whatever it is. We also have to demonstrate a culture of accountability ourselves. So it's not just about holding the external people accountable. It's also about saying who within ourselves, in the department, in the team, in supply chain management, who has not done what they were meant to do, who didn't exercise proper, rigorous oversight. And I think once we really start to turn the culture that says, even amongst ourselves within the department, we have to have consequence management. And I couldn't agree with the members more with regards to that. Then you also asked the issue around unions or even political parties. I want to make also this quite clear. You know, the law is also quite clear about who can have access to schools. Political parties may not arrive, and there have been instances I've seen on social media where there have been political parties and party regalia arriving in schools speaking to learners. That's not allowed. In fact, the BRRR Act, which seeks to amend the SA Schools Act, criminalizes anybody who interrupts learning and teaching time in schools. And so whoever, even as a committee, when you go into a school, the idea is that you are there to do oversight but not interrupt teaching and learning time. And so it is not, it is in fact, and as I said, now the BRRR Act actually makes it quite clear that it's not just improper, it's actually illegal. And you can be charged for interrupting learning and teaching time. The other question around ghost workers in the system, I agree with you, there's a lot that we can recover from public expenditure once we do this exercise. We are fortunate enough that the ELRC has undertaken essentially a process that they are doing a ghost worker audit for us across the country, across all 9 provinces. The reason why they've done that is because, of course, as I've explained, we find ourselves in a tight fiscal envelope, and we want to see how much we can recover from ghost employees. So they've already begun the process, and so we will be able to, within a couple of months, be able to report back on how many ghost workers we identified, how much money we are able to recover just from that alone. The good thing about the ELRC as well is that they're not only just focusing on ghost workers, they're also focusing on ghost learners. Because in some instances, schools inflate the numbers so that they can get a greater allocation. So we are checking whether are there real warm bodies as per what we are being told. Then the last question that I will handle is the issue around whistleblower protection. I agree with you that, yes, while we must be unequivocal about consequence management, there has to be safe pathways for people to be able to blow the whistle. And the law is also quite clear about what needs to happen and the protections around whistleblowers. But I think more than just the law, there's a perception that you are not safe if you're a whistleblower. And I think there's a culture shift that we need to, as ourselves, I think even within the department, to say, whistleblowers are welcome to be able to blow the whistle on wrongdoing. And as I say, there's laws that protect whistleblowers, but the perception is not necessarily unfounded. The perception is that, will my job be in danger? Will my life be in danger? And I think perhaps we can do a lot more around changing the culture there to say whistleblowers must do what they need to do. So I think I've answered some of the questions. There's a specific question around 29 million where the investigation hasn't started. So maybe you can handle that, DG.
Yeah, Minister, before that, just to add on the question of premiers, Minister has correctly alluded to it, but so in the meeting of the Minister and the President, it was also requested, which President agreed, that they put the item education on the Presidential Coordination Committee with the premiers, because they hold those meetings regularly, that education must be a matter, because they were looking at the issues of economy more than education, yet the beginning of any economy in any country is education. So they took that matter serious, that now is a standing matter on the item, because we raise these issues of finances and the unequal allocation of a budget on the equitable share, that some provinces will put 45%, some will put 50%. It's and when some provinces have their own project, might take from education, thinking that education has more money, you find that in other provinces like KwaZulu-Natal, the budget for compensation of employees is around 90%. And when it's 90% in a big system like KwaZulu-Natal, so we are only left with 10% to do everything to support the more than 200,000. I can't even say 200,000, they are more, because they are the biggest system in the country. So to look into all those matters in the Presidential Coordinating Committee, because if it falls, the President also, apart from the Minister, is accountable if education fails.
So sorry, DM. I think perhaps just to go back to what you were explaining about KZN, honourable members, the problem with KZN in particular is a problem that we have looked at over years. What patterns have happened over years? Prior to COVID-19, as with any other province, number one, there has been a systemic underinvestment in education from a national level, in basic education. There was a policy shift in our country where there was far more greater investment in higher education than there was in basic education. So the first question, the first issue, I suppose the original sin is the underinvestment that has been happening over years, and we can track it when we've investigated why is it that provinces are struggling financially. We can track that there has been this a systemic cutting of funds that are allocated to education at a national level. But the problem with KZN in particular, that compounds the matter, is that after COVID-19 in 2020, KZN essentially inflated their staff complement by appointing COVID-19 assistants as permanent workers, when other provinces didn't do that. What the DM is explaining is that now there's a situation where they spend 90%. The actual recommended ratio is 80-20. 80 on compensation of employees, 20% on goods and services. So when issues like what Honorable Ngadi is talking about, where there are constant chronic issues that we experience in KZN, is because we are trying to now help KZN get to a place where they are financially viable and financially in a good, healthy place. But there are some tough decisions that they're going to have to make. And part of them is undoing some of the wrong decisions that they made years ago. Because having done that, it meant that the cost of employee budget has now escalated to 90%. It's gone down now. I think they're sitting at 89%. But it really needs to go down a lot more so that they can have more money to be able to do scholar transport, to be able to support and pay subsidies to schools, particularly quintals 1, 2, and 3 schools. So that is the problem currently with KZN, and that's why the DM and the DG and myself went down to KZN to meet with the Premier and the 2 MECs to say, how do we help you with mechanisms, because there's no financial instrument or legal instrument that we have to bail out a province. So there's DBE can't bail KZN out. But what we can do is work with Treasury, provincial Treasury and national Treasury to help them get to a place where they're financially sustainable and they're paying their bills so that learners don't get affected. So that's kind of the state of at play, and that's the ongoing work that we're doing there.
Chair, just 2 requests from what the Minister just said and the DM. The first, that this, I think we welcome this Presidential Coordinating Committee. If we can get a sense as to what is going to be its objectives, because we don't want another Madlanga Commission. So if we can maybe get a sense as to what it's going to achieve. And then maybe in the next meeting, Chair, if we can get a sense as to the wasteful expenditure, I think it's in the quantum of 7.8 or 7.7 billion rand, what has been recovered to date and how much is still under investigation. DG, I'm not expecting you to give us that now, because I know that was one of your issues in terms of the responses. So I think it will be good if we can get a sense, so that we are not speaking in a bubble.
Yeah.
We have actual figures that respond to that. Thanks. But thank you for the current responses. Thanks.
So the Presidential Coordination Committee that the DM was referring to is an existing structure already, where the President chairs a meeting with all 9 premiers. And so they hold it at regular intervals. But as the DM was saying, that agenda was mostly around finances and the economy and things like that. And now because we went to the President to explain to him the financial situation of the sector, he now recognizes the gravity of the situation, has now put education finances as a standing agenda item in his meetings with the premiers, so that he can also make sure that he holds their feet to the fire. Because ultimately, if they're making bad financial decisions with equitable share, it ultimately affects the sector. So it's not a new thing. It's his meeting that he chairs, but he wants to then hold the Premier's feet to the fire in that sense. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. The blacklisting of service providers, there's a procedure in place from National Treasury which we follow in enlisting service providers that are to be blacklisted. I was trying to check with the CFO whether we can get that list and make it available to you. We'll check whether it could be made available to you, Honorable Chair. NSNP stock theft, we do come across some reports of stock theft, some wastage. And that's part of the reason why we have embarked on the modernization of the NSNP. Like the AG was saying, so that our stock monitoring is done electronically, we're able to see in each of the 23,000 public schools in the country as to what are the children eating on a daily basis. That's part of what the modernization was intended to do, which we have been directed by the minister that from, is it 2027, we need to consider start implementing the modernization of NSNP, where you won't get, Honorable Mgadi, tenders that are issued by one province to the other, but we centralize, but we make sure that there are certain things that provinces are going to be in charge of. And we procure food from more or less the same supplier from where OK and ShopRite and Checkers are buying from, which will get us economies of scale. and be able to cover all learners in the same way in the country. So in short, there are instances of stock theft. We do hear that. People sometimes even report to different gatherings of government. Regarding what is impeding against charges, I have a list here of cases, some of the cases which were reported, which I can make available to you. The internal audit has just shared that with me. Some of the cases which were reported were SAPS in the Eastern Cape, regarding the investigation that we did through internal audit, some which were cases reported to Hawks. I've got them here. And the difficulty is that we can only report to law enforcement agencies. There are instances where we get disappointed. We had 10 schools in the Free State where we call on the SIU. SIU investigated. When IDT started pushing back, then SIU decided to then withdraw from the findings and recommendations that we thought they were going to press against the contractors and the Independent Development Trust itself, which is the implementing agent. So we can give you those reports as well, which are available, of all the cases that we've been involved with. So we do report all of these things. We report them to law enforcement agencies. Some cases are closed. We can give you even the ones that they've closed. And then ghost workers. At DBE, we are very small, 752 employees. I can count them every day easily and monitor them. So the problem is in the provinces. The problem is in the provinces, 460,000 teachers. And that's why we've embarked on the head count. And I'm happy to inform your honorable committee chair that that process is about to complete. We had our meeting yesterday to give us an update. Many schools have loaded their staff complements, which is going to help address what Honorable Ngobeni has raised. I've had my own experiences where I met people in social gatherings. They would say to me, you know, I'm waiting for the department to board me. I'm 2 years at home. I've come across that. And it does happen. So we are hoping that that is going to help us a lot, even helping us with the notion of the baseline that Honorable Mkhize talked about. It's a great pity that we have not presented to you in full as to what the fiscal verification is doing. If we had that opportunity, you'll see, we even say, give us the conditions of each and every school. It's not your classical conditional assessment, which is done by experts in infrastructure. But people who are in schools who are able to say, do you have a toilet? Is it functional? Do you have running water? That data we are also going to get from the very same exercise that we are running. The only province that is not part of it is Western Cape, and they've elected to do their own separate. All the 8 provinces are part of the fiscal verification. And I had an update yesterday, and the undertaking is that by next week, Thursday, Friday, we should be done. And once we are done, Chair, you had said we have to come back to you and give you the report. We'll definitely come so that you see what emerges from this exercise. How many ghost employees do we have? And even the status of, to some extent, of our facilities. 29 million still to be investigated. It is the amount that has been flagged by the AG, which is awaiting our internal audit to do an investigation and to tell us whether there's any malfeasance. Do we need to report to the law enforcement agencies? Do we need to take disciplinary action? Those are the cases that the internal audit has to investigate, and they involve projects that I've reported about. Some projects where we had appointed an implementing agent, then Limpopo decided to implement their own implementing agent. So internal audit is investigating that. Whistleblowing, there's legislation in place. We are bound to follow legislation to protect whistleblowers. And our policies are also aligned to ensure that whistleblowers are protected. Maybe as I conclude, Chair, maybe because you'll say to me I was part of this meeting, my advice is that maybe in terms of concurrent functions, in Parliament, you could jointly maybe get a presentation from legal experts to help us so that there's trust and certainty between the committee and our political authorities. It should not come across that the minister and deputy minister don't want to do their work. As to what is the authority that is there, but what I know is that you've got amazing authority as a committee. You can subpoena anyone and everyone. And which previous committees have done, and it has helped, as Honorable Ngobeni said, tell us if they are impeding you from doing your work so that we summon them here. It has happened before, and I think it will go a long way to assist. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DG. That was the last hand, if I'm not honorable. Yes, Honorable Makakula.
Thank you, Chair, and I also welcome the presentation. There was some of the issues which are covered from my colleagues. I would raise the one which is still not covered. Chairperson, on the issue of irregular and wasteful expenditure, I think each and every year it's in the agenda, it's in the report of AG. But instead, sometimes of seeing it going down, it's going up or up and down. The recommendation which this committee, I recommend that we adopt is that can we insist that in 2025-2026 financial year, we don't want to see anything less than the 0.0000 billion wasteful and irregular expenditure on the presentation. And that is going to assist us. And department, can you also maybe assist us in terms of telling us or informing us that what are your stricter measurement to prevent such irregular and wasteful expenditure to carry on in the department? I would say, Chairperson, in terms of govern as this seventh administration, if we fail to come up with stricter measures, we will be seen as a failed government or administration. And these people who are involved in doing these things are the people whom we trust that they've got skills and competency and capacity to do umsebenzi wabo ngendlela efanele, and they are professionals. And being a professional, I know that you can't play with your career, because there are these institutions where you account and you pay a levy or yearly or annual levies, which are monies which are exorbitant. But if you are playing with that career of yours, that just within a wink of an eye, you want to lose your job and your career is finished, it's done. I think they must think twice. Ngoba, we can't see mele going forward. So, Chairperson, in terms of e-scholar transport, I just want e-department to tell us what is the role of the department in making sure that our scholar transport are safe, in terms of allowing this transportation businesses carrying our children in the manner such that amanye ama izimoto, they are not conducive to carry abantwana, and we see our children most of the time losing their lives through the unfit of the scholar transport, some of the scholar transport which are not supposed to be on the road to carry the lives. So maybe if I'm asking the role, I just want to know before the scholar transport will be accepted to carry a child, is the department involved in terms of inspecting and awarding that transport ukuthi iphasile ama-test wonke na as it's supposed to do ngemisebenzi, because Tina will hold i-department accountable for the loss of our lives we'ingane zethu. So can you do something in that? But also on detecting ukuthi che ukuyagangwa in whatever, whether it's a department or it's at a school where imali ingasebenzi ngendlela right. Can't you maybe as a proposal, Minister, can't you seek maybe companies which are these ITC IT companies which can invent an app that can assist us to detect immediately a person is trying to ukuganga and and we identify that person immediately before even a cent is lost. You know, an accountability of monies. I'm not an financial expert, but I've got an experience where when I was a shop steward, an organizer was given the money way to go and give ama workers where there was a strike, and the money, when it comes to accountability, 187 rand was short in terms of the accountability, and that 187 rands divided the conference, divided the organization. We call a conference, remember 197, and when you call a conference, it's millions. I mean, yes, it's millions which you have to spend for 4,000 delegates to come and converge and discuss on the issue. We even further spent more because at that time, it was the time when our leaders were in exile, for consultation to send a delegation to go and seek advice as to who amongst the two factions is correct. of saying no, but 197 we can't dismiss a person. And for those who said 197 is too much rents. And the answer was that even half a cent, if you are given a money which is not yours, you have to account for. So that organizer ulindelwe to be dismissed, and he was dismissed. So I'm saying that the accountability of finance is not like any other career. You can just dismiss R1 uti but inga recover. So I wonder if maybe an ethics or whatsoever nonembeza umuntu uma esebenza emsebenzini awaziyo ukuthi imali ayisebenzisayo akuyona yakhe ulala kanjani. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Makakula. Can we respond to the questions?
I think I'll just kick us off just on the last question that the Honourable, I think mostly the comments, Chair. I think the Honourable Member is absolutely right about the fact that besides just recovering of money, there has to be a sense of greater accountability and ethics that's introduced in our public service. Because yes, we can recover money, we can throw people in jail, but I agree with you that there has to be a far more responsible way in which we deal with public money. And even money that is stolen, even a R1 that is stolen is R1 too many. And so I can assure you that as we are dealing with things like irregular expenditure or fruitless expenditure, some of these monies, it's not that they have been stolen, but it's a compliance issue, which is what the AGSA racks us over the knuckles about, that there's a reason why there has to be compliance, because it's good financial management to do so. So I don't know, DG or DM, if there was any other specific question.
No, thank you, Minister. Just the last point, I think it gives a huge sigh of relief to us in basic education. This is the last year of both ACD and SACE. So going forward, I'm sure we'll talk about something else other than just, I don't know what the report of the AG is going to look like. And I think we are a very good candidate for a very clean report. But as the Minister said, the problems are going to provinces. I know that you're not going to leave us. You're still going to wrap us around the knuckles. Even though we'll say to you, there's an accounting officer at provincial level, we'll still have to come and account, because the AG would cover even the 9 provinces where we need to explain. But the other issue, Honourable Chair, just to remind the honourable members that some of the projects are multi-year projects. And the difficulty, Honourable Mkhize, and I want to report the way you want us to report. For instance, the AG said the irregular expenditure has now decreased to this amount, which is cumulative, is not for one financial year. So I'll know next time when I come to you that I have to unpack for all of those years and say, in this year, this is what happened, this year, this is what happened, and this is the action that was carried out. I thought it's important to just explain that. But in addition, projects as big as 24 classrooms and even more, you don't build them over one financial year. These are multi-year projects. And therefore, if an irregular expenditure was picked up, it's likely to continue until the project is completed. So it would still reflect in the financials of the department as irregular expenditure. But what is important to you is for us to explain as to what have we done. The learner transport, of the 9 provinces, 5 provinces are within the Department of Basic Education. The other 4, the learner transport is provided directly by the Department of Transport. But even with that arrangement, the policy is very clear. The responsibility of education is to identify the needs and to make sure that those needs are provided for, whether within education or within the Department of Transport. The roadworthy vehicles or vehicles that are not roadworthy, or the inspection of vehicles rather, is done by the Department of Transport. So the policy is very clear whose responsibility it is to make sure that vehicles are roadworthy. And even whether children are fed in the proper vehicles or not. And I can tell you that a number of the vehicles that are ferrying learners, some of them are privately procured. They are not procured by the state, because the state is very strict. For instance, Umueli, if he chooses to take his children to school D instead of A, when school A is within my proximity, I pay for that private provider, and many of them do not comply. Their vehicles are not roadworthy. When they get involved in an accident, the public doesn't care. They say government must account. Government must explain for what has happened. So the minister has been working with the Minister of Transport, particularly the Deputy Minister for Transport, to try and strengthen the collaboration between the two of us. And we're hoping that that relationship also cascades to even provincial level, so that the inspection, the checking, the roadworthiness of vehicles is regularly checked to avoid some of the things that have happened. About the app, I'm sure the team will look at that, will discuss it with the Department of Transport. With the advent of technology and artificial intelligence, I think it's very good advice. That's something that we can consider to monitor the ferrying of learners throughout the system. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Law. I saw your hand, but we are establishing a new rule. You were not here, so we are not going to allow you to ask questions for this presentation. So you will ask questions for the other presentations that when they are made, you were here. So it's actually a means of punishing members on adhering to time. I think, majority of the issues I had, AG, have been covered by members. But I think your opening remarks for me were very important. And we need to also endeavor as a committee to try and nudge the departments to work together. And I'll tell you why it's very important. We conducted an oversight in Free State just last week, and that's where you see how important it is for all departments to work together to deliver basic education or education in general. That if you speak about issues of infrastructure in an area we could not believe the level of or the conditions because of sewer spillage in the school. And even if you wanted to blame the department, what do you say? Because it's not their competency. So you need to bring COPTA. You need to bring local government, and they must work together to ensure that the infrastructure, because the department was saying this sewer spillage, because it has been carrying on for a year, it is now affecting the structure, the infrastructure now. It's affecting the building structure. And issues of billing, issues of the amount of money that schools are spending on municipal bills. So I fully agree with you. And for example, if you speak about ECDs, because it's in the report, the role that is played by local government in terms of the law on providing or maintaining ECD infrastructure as well. So what you said was very important, I think, and the Department of Health, the DSD, it's important for us as portfolio committee to nudge the departments, because I can tell you, you're correct. Government departments don't work together. I don't know what's the problem. When they work together, they find it difficult. When we were engaging on the non-payment of teacher assistance, DBE was saying to us, actually we were doing this thing alone and it was fine. Now we have to do it with labor, now it's a problem. Because government departments don't like working together. They just don't want it. They all focus on their APPs and they want to focus on their APPs. If there are key indicators has to do with another department, then you'll have problems. They just have problems. And I think it's something that we need to nudge because they can't do it alone. No one can do it alone. There's no one who can do it alone. So I think I fully agree with your sentiments that we need to get everybody, we need to create, and even if there is challenges with working together, we must actually find ways to ensure that we work together and create systems that pushes us to work together. The issue of the scholar, okay, we learned when we were in Free State that it's learner transport. We call it scholar transport. We just know scholar transport, and we learned to know there's a difference. There's a learner transport and scholar transport, and we were learning that. So we were told that there's a policy review, and it's very important. We want to engage with that review because there is discrepancies. We agree with the findings of the AG that there is discrepancies in different provinces on how it is provided and the safety of it. So that policy review, we really also have to engage with it as a committee to see if indeed the policy review is responding to the challenges that we've also picked up. The ELRC report, DG, we said to you, bring us updates as you go. So of course now, maybe because we've got a lot of programs, we've not gotten that update. Because it's very important, AG. We have been told when we visit provinces that there is ghost employees. And we said, but how do you have ghost employees if there's a PESAL system? We didn't understand. And now that it is raised in the AG report, it's really important, it's very serious. So we need to get that headcount report by the ELRC as soon as possible. Honorable members, we tried to do this this year and we couldn't because of time. We actually agreed that we must summon all the PEDs to come and present to us their APPs, because we said if you go and do an oversight, you are late already. They already have plans on what they are going to do, which areas they're focusing on, where they're going to prioritize their budget on, what they're allocating to what. So we're late. Even if you get there, you shout at them, they will tell you, but this school is not in our current medium-term plans. They maybe in the outer years, maybe in the new financial year we'll think about it. So we're late by then. We tried to do it, to say let's invite, and we couldn't because of course of the budget cycle issue, and we had to postpone. Because we said we need to engage with the PEDs at their APP level, at their planning level, where we then hear what are their plans. What do they want to prioritize in this financial year? And this report is going to assist us, because then now we must actually summon them not only to question but also to speak about these findings, the financial management findings of the AG, to say, what are you saying? And go to details, because there's details here. Go to details. There is this contractor that apparently you awarded to somebody who was not in terms of was not the lowest bidder. I don't know what the criteria is. Who was not the lowest bidder. Why did you do that? Why were you not able to provide reasons to AG as to why did you choose this contractor instead of that contractor? And I think we should do that. I think we must do that. We tried to do it, but we couldn't. But I think we must now do it to also so that the PEDs must respond on these findings. There must be somebody who responds on these findings. It can't just be no, we are noting them, but I think there must be a response to these findings. And I think there are provinces that are highlighted, like your KZN. I think we should start with those provinces. We should start with those provinces as we start this. But the work that the AG has done, all in all, AG, we really appreciate it. Because it actually shows, or it actually says, what we ourselves observe as a committee when we do oversight is actually there in the report. you know. And one of them, so my only question, and this is a report that I think DG, we want you and Minister to present to us, the issue of delayed school projects. It's there, we've seen it. We've just been to a school where it was delayed by 36 months. And the AG report says there is other areas where they are delayed by 1 to 10 years. Imagine a project delayed by 10 years. I mean, I can just imagine. And there is specific schools that are mentioned in the report. So we want a report, Minister, of all these delayed projects. All of them, where they are, the names of the projects and how long and who, because of course when you go there, the department says it's public works, it's implementing agents, not us. But then if it means we must get public works here to speak about those projects, then we must do that. As to what are the plans in place to ensure that those projects are completed, and consequence management, of course, as well. So I think we will need that list, that comprehensive list from the department, so that if we need to call the public works, we should do that. All in all, I think there is the issue of teacher development and the non-recording. I think SACE did speak to us about that, and we engage with SACE that there needs to be an intervention in place that will improve the reporting of teachers. The last one for me, AG, you know, we've been discussing the overall funding model, and we tried to discuss this with the FFC of our schools. I mean, who will tell you the standards and norms, the expenditure per learner in public schools per year? For us, we believe it's not adequate. You have a school that is so big that has only 17,000 as their maintenance budget, because that is the 1% of their standard and norms. What will they do? They can't maintain anything with 17,000 if you look at the school and how dilapidated that school is. So you can just see that this school is set up for failure, and that is many of our schools. These are schools in your townships, these are schools in your rural areas where the infrastructure is dilapidated, but they don't have a maintenance budget. That budget is actually nothing when you compare it to the infrastructure that has to be maintained. So there is something fundamentally wrong with the funding model. And we really want the department to come to us, because we've had this discussion with FFC to the extent where when you go, you find that, and that's another issue. You're trying to recover funds through ghost employees. That's another issue which the PEDs must respond to. They are also subsidizing independent schools. You find an independent school that has a surplus of about 6 million in their budget. They receive a subsidy of 1 million. You go to a farm school. That farm school is seriously struggling. So there is something that we need to really engage on this funding model and find a way to find a model that works for the poorest and the vulnerable communities. The last one for me, you can speak about an automated tendering system, but what I've actually said is that can we review how the state buys goods, procures goods and services? The tendering system, all of it. You can automate it, but can you speak to it? Because let me tell you, what costs the state, if the state has to build an ECT center, there's an ECT center that was donated by a mine, and they built it on time, and it was much lesser than what it would cost the state to build. So same building, but if you were to ask the state, how much did you spend on building that? It's double what a mine spent to build the same. So definitely then it says we must really just speak about the tendering system. And the AG will assist us. You will assist us about how do we deal with this, how the state procures goods and services really. Because that's the only system we have. So we've not built state capacity over time. We've not built state capacity. That's why we've got consultants, everyone. So we spend a lot of money. You must firstly get consultants, engineers, because you don't have that capacity as the state. And over time, you've never built that capacity. So you must spend a lot of money on consultants. And then the consultant colludes with contractors. They collude with officials. Because, you know, there's one thing about we always say politicians, officials. And I say there's no politician that sits in a bidding and award a tender. It means the officials are colluding with the politicians, and they're also colluding with consultants. As you have said, that then consultant will say this work is correct and the work is not correct. So it's a conversation that the AG will have to help us on. How should the state procure services and goods in a manner that we can really make sure that there's checks and balances? We can automate it, I agree, where it's not only just checking, where a tender bid is it's really automatically, I don't know, you just enter and automatically the system tells you this one qualifies and this one. So you remove the human element. Perhaps that can assist. We don't know. But we need to find a solution because it's a problem. It is a problem. Every year we must speak about tender irregularity, tender tender this and tender. And the state loses a lot of money. A lot of money, millions in that process. So we need to have that conversation. And we as basic education, what it results in is our learners, as you're saying, DG, in terms of NSNPs, our learners not receiving food. And you know the NSNP program, I was saying to members when we do oversight, it's one of the intervention that is a pride. I think it should be a pride of this government. As you go to those schools and you see learners are receiving food, they are eating, and you see the impact it is having on attendance, the impact it is having on the performance of learners. So, but then there is some contractor that does not deliver food on time. There is some contractor that is appointed for learner transport and they don't come for a whole week, and learners, so that is a conversation that I think we must have. Honorable Ngobeni says at a philosophical level, perhaps we must have it so that we come with solutions, because we must come with lasting solutions. I think on the other issues, honorable members, I'm really covered. I only had that request that give us that list. We did have a meeting earlier on, I think, DG, where we actually just focused on the state of the schooling infrastructure, and you delivered a report. I hope you can actually, because Honorable Mkiz is correct, really appreciate your comprehensive report. It gives us serious insight. And when we do call those PEDs, we will invite you. We hope that you come, because we are going to be asking details now. We want to go to details. With those PEDs, we'll call them. I think we'll have to call all of them in the beginning of the new year to really get them to account on all these findings, and also interrogate their indicators. Why do they choose to ignore other indicators and then they choose to take others? We would need to ask them as account, so that we assist the department with that concurrent function that they say. They sound as they actually sound like they are saying, there is nothing we can do, portfolio committee, it's not our space. But I think the minister actually mentioned that there is some provisions on what they can do, and we're going to follow you up on that, Minister, on that provision. Yeah, so thank you very much, AG. We are going to release you. You did request to be released. We're going to release you. And at 1 o'clock, members, we are expected to take lunch, because the kitchen staff is complaining. They complain about us. They say we always take long to come to lunch. So 1 o'clock, we'll take lunch. But AG, thank you very much. We're going to release you so that we can take the presentation from the department before we take lunch. So we'll allow you to do the presentation, then we go to lunch. Then we come back to ask questions.
The team is there.
The team is, thank you very much for remaining, so that, it's important, actually. Minister, your team is ready? Is your team ready? Or you want us to take an early lunch? Then we come back and start. That's also fine. That's also fine. Let's break now, and then we must come back at around it should be 13:40. It's an hour. Yeah, 13:40. Let's come back. Okay.
the target as intended. We did not have a budget, but we had a promise from a third party that they would fund the process of quality assurance of these textbooks. So by the time they came to the game, it was already beyond 31st of March. But the books were eventually digitized in April, or the quality assurance was done in April. So this is one area where we have underperformed, and I will take you to the next program. In program 3, we achieved all our targets. This is the program that deals with teachers and teacher development indicators. I will take you then to slide 55, which is in program 4. In program 4, we had an indicator on the number of district director forums held. 3 were planned for the year. Because of the election year, when the minister came in, one meeting was just there when she was trying to settle in. So we were never able to catch up with holding the third meeting of the minister with district directors. So now the program for this year is fully done. We don't have a problem of achieving this indicator. It was just because of that year that had a lot of administrative challenges and getting used to the department. The last indicator that we did not achieve in program 5 has to do with a number of provincial education departments with approved business plans for the HIV and AIDS conditional grant. I think it was mentioned earlier by the DG as we were reporting some of the issues under financial management. One province lost the person who coordinates this program, and because of that there were delays. And when we reported during the quarterly reports, it was very clear that we even tried as DBE to appeal to the MEC of the province to try and get somebody to assist so that this thing can be achieved on time. Unfortunately, these things are done on timelines. Once that time passes, then you remain behind. So that's why we had 8 out of 9 provinces with approved plans by the time we got to the end of the financial year. Overall, under program performance information in terms of the audit, we improved because we did not have any material findings on performance. I will hand over to the CFO to summarize the finance report.
Thanks, Ms. Musimeri. Good afternoon, Minister, DM, and DG, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, as well as members. All these things that are on here have been dealt with. The AG has indicated, the Minister has also indicated, we got five unqualified audits in a row. The audit action plan, these are issues that the AG has dealt with. So I want, there's actually not much. Minister has also mentioned on slide 70 there that we have spent 99.7% of the budget. The bulk of the underspending is under the infrastructure
Let's
budget.
increase the voice a little bit.
Or the bulk, I'm saying, sorry, Chairperson and members. I'm saying even on slide 70, the Minister has spoken to that, to say we've spent 99.7% of the budget, and the bulk of the underspending is basically on infrastructure. So there's not much, basically, Chairperson, that I would want to add. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, DG. Yes.
My apologies, I thought my voice was hard enough. And DG and the managers as well, and those who keep us honest here at the back, the AG as well. My name is DP van der Nest. I'm the chairperson of the Audit Committee of the department, independent chair. Chairperson, I'll be guided because a lot of what we have in the presentation has been dealt with by the AG already. So I don't want to repeat some of this. So I will really be brief in terms of a few of the areas. And I think you've also had the presentation for some time to engage with. You would see this would have been a very long presentation. We oversee, as an audit committee, we oversee the work of internal audit. We oversee risk management, financial reporting, and we also receive the information and the reports from the Auditor-General. Our key assurance providers for the audit committee is internal audit. I've got the CAE here with me. And then, of course, the Auditor-General, with whom we work very closely. Internal audit this year conducted 19 audits in the department and 11 additional management requests as well, especially on these implementing agents where we have the problems, Chair. So we have directed internal audit, NECT, one of our problem children, and the BSA as well, to review those supply chain non-compliance issues that we've had. And there was clear recommendations made. Internal audit also followed up on the AG findings to see how many of them have been resolved and reported to us those that have not been resolved. Then in terms of consequence management, something that has been discussed in detail, the audit committee also had a special meeting. And we do that at a regular basis just on consequence management. To get the detailed report, and I'm not going to dwell on that, it was requested, I think, by Honourable Kize, and the DG indicated they'll get the detailed list of the progress with regard to that. But we do follow this up. There were small cases, not small cases. For example, there were 2 employees accused of corruption in the department. Both of them went for disciplinary. The one was found guilty, was dismissed, criminal charges laid. The other one resigned before we could complete the disciplinary. But we still put the criminal charges, and there's a lovely function on Persol where you can put that the person has resigned before the completion of a disciplinary. So if we've got these pop-ups that then leave national and go to Free State or somewhere, they can see on the system this person was charged. So those are the things that we also just follow up in terms of consequence management as well. Internal audit assists us with the performance information and overview of the performance information every quarter to make sure that the system of control over the generation, the collation and the reporting of the performance information is operating as intended. I'm not going to go through all of that. It will take a lot of time. There were also some audits on the maths, science and technology grants, school visits in some of the provinces, and then also the NSNP in some of the provinces to give the department an idea of where there are areas of concern in those specific programs. We have a list of audit committee meetings. I'm not going to go through all of them. We had quite a few meetings, and each one of them focuses on certain specific areas, approving the internal audit plans, reviewing the annual report, the financial statements. We then meet with the Auditor-General and a number of other meetings, including then special meetings to look at consequence management and the oversight over these implementing agents and the problems that we've experienced with them. There's a list of them. In terms of the control environment, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members, I think we're happy as a committee, the stability that we have in leadership in the branches and of course leadership from the top. We have seen the improvement in risk management activities in the department. One of the audit committee members, an independent audit committee member, Mr. Saki Simelane, is also chairing the risk committee to make sure that we've got the synergy between risk and the audit committee as well, because the risk informs internal audit, as you are well aware. Quality assurance, some challenges. Quality assurance has improved in some branches. We still have the issues in terms of capacity in our CD and supply chain management. Our CD, we are aware it is phasing out, so we have to manage that process as well. There are some of the prior year audit findings that have not been addressed fully, and then for our CD and finance to strengthen the quality assurance process and how they work together. Irregular, fruitless and wasteful, Honourable Chair, it's been discussed in detail. I don't think I need to go through that as well. All that we can say is the majority of the previous cases were investigated. 100% of 2023 and 22-3 has been investigated, and then also 23-24, about 210 million was completed as well. So, but the complete list will be sent to the members as per the request earlier. External audit, you've heard as the committee that we've been unqualified now for the last few years. There were a few findings that we still need to sort out, specifically centered around infrastructure as well. So it sometimes distracts, Honourable Chair. The department is big and it's got so many programs and things that it does, but we spend so much time on focusing on this that is resulting from the infrastructure in terms of irregular, fruitless and wasteful and all of that. But if you look at that, that's just one program in a big department. So one must always see the context as well of this. Not that I'm saying it's huge amounts, but there's other work that the department is doing as well. I think one of the key things, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members, you've received the annual report today, and what was positive for us as an audit committee is that the AG has reviewed this. Remember, we've improved the APP, it's including all the MTSF targets now, and even with including all of that, the AG gave us an unqualified report on that. So it means that you as committee can trust what the Minister and the DG and the staff have presented in terms of performance information. Yeah, these are the, let me see, the material irregularities. We spent a lot of time and focus on that, and we're happy that they've been resolved to the satisfaction of the AG. Am I going too quick? Even in terms of what was with the CD program, the DG is meeting weekly with infrastructure and finance, and there's weekly meetings with the IAs as well to strengthen reporting that we do, and then there's also the consequence management with them. Chair, this is all on consequence management. I will be repeating what has been said previously as well. There's a lot on let me just see. This is the audit outcomes on the performance in the annual report. You would see 2022-23, there's been program 4 was qualified, 2023-24, program 2 and 4 was qualified, but in 2024-25, there were no findings on program 2, 3 and 4 in the performance information and the report that you've just received. So I think that was a positive development as well after the AG has completed the audit. Let me see. All right. The audit committee, we will continue, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members. There's a lot that we are monitoring. We've got a number of meetings to ensure that we improve the control environment further, and we're looking at all the outstanding matters and even consequence management assist to assist us to get to a, we don't call it a clean audit anymore, it's unqualified without findings. Yes. Am I correct, AG? It's, yes, yes, there were findings, as was discussed. Apologies. Honourable Chair, I think let me stop there, and that you can note the report from the Audit Committee as well.
Thank you very much, Chair of Internal Audit. So when you present to the committee, leave the members because they will distract you. If you look at the members, they will distract you. At any point when you say something and they don't agree with it, they'll be like, and then you'll be distracted. So just present to us because this is a presentation we have.
Yes.
So you can't change it as we make reactions.
Point of order, Chair.
Okay.
Please, this thing of I've got trauma from being beaten when it was my sister who was wrong. So it's not members. Please, let's be specific. It's Honorable Mkhize.
But I trusted you, man.
Let's please be specific. We've got trauma, some of us, from such behavior. It's Honorable Mkhize.
No, I agree.
Thank you,
the order is sustained. To Kabazela namhlanje, as Honorable Mgadi has said, has been a very serious problem. So yes, the order is sustained. Honorable Mkhize, let's not intimidate the presenters. We will have time to ask questions. Yeah, and when we disagree with them, we'll tell them when our time comes that we disagree. Yeah. So thank you very much, Chairperson. And because you walked in late after break, this is an approach we had agreed on. We agreed on this approach not because we were trying to be fast and just rush through. It's because we've had this presentation for 4 weeks already. 4 weeks. So because we had to postpone 2 meetings. So we understand that we went through it over and over and over in preparation of each and every meeting that we couldn't have. So we know that members are overly prepared. They are over-prepared for this presentation. So we want to give you more time than the department so that you engage with the presentations. DPE, the last presentation, which is NSC State of Readiness, Exam Readiness, right?
Yes, Chair. As we take the state of readiness, the learner and system readiness, internal audit presentation was led by Professor van der Nest.
Oh.
Professor van der Nest, DP van der Nest, is an external member. When you engage with us, please remember that he's not a staff member of the department. He's one of the external members of the audit committee. So the
Maradiji, we know. Do you think we did not hear that?
I know that they are new members.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Prof, when he started, he was very clear. He made it clear that I'm an independent chairperson, audit committee chairperson.
Correct.
He was very clear so that we don't paint him with the same brush with all of you.
Indeed.
He wanted to make it clear that no, I'm not part. I'm just doing this part myself.
I also have trauma from previous experiences.
Okay. So today we're dealing with you call it what? Post-traumatic, what? Yeah, disorders. We're dealing with that today.
Yeah, okay. I saw something to the contrary in the past. I just thought I must hear. Chair, the state of readiness is going to be done by Dr. Mtembu, Mrs. Okubanjo, and Dr. Malapile. I've said to them they must cut to the punch line. If they fail to do so, they'll see me approaching the area of the presentation taking over. That's the agreement for us today. Dr. Mtembu?
Sorry, DG. I do like to give a quick overview on the presentations, Chair, if you'll excuse me. Thank you once again for the opportunity to present. The class of 2025 is quite significant because these are learners who started high school back in 2021 at the height of the disruption of COVID-19. In fact, many of these learners would have had an incomplete grade 8 curriculum, but there were a number of things that have been done in the system for us to be able to catch up to be where we are. This year we have over 900,000 candidates who have been registered to write the NSC exams. It's 760,000 full-time and 130,000 part-time candidates. I won't go through the statistics of all our marking centers and all of that, But I do want to say, Chair, that it's not an exaggeration when we say that the logistical undertaking of running the NSC exams is very much comparable to the work that the IC does in running local and national government elections. It's very involved. You will hear from the team what are all the elements of it that are required. But I just perhaps to say just two things before I give over to the team, that when we look at readiness for NSC members, we look at two categories. We look at the readiness of the system, so the logistics that Dr. Mtembo and team will talk about, the printing, the storage, the security arrangements and all of that. And then we look also at learner readiness. And that we track by looking at how is this class performing in comparison to how the class of 2024 performed per term. And we also look at particularly in terms of, we covered the curriculum. Did we roll out winter, spring and autumn schools? And so all of those things were done, and our view is that the system is ready. Obviously, the exams started this week. We have had very few incidents. In fact, no material incidents have taken place this week. But the bigger undertakings, I suppose, is when the learners start to write the English papers next week, which is when the entire system is writing. So, yeah, with that, Chair, I'll leave it there. I will hand over to the team. But just to assure members that our systems are ready, all 9 of our provinces are ready, but more importantly, our learners are ready. Thanks.
Where's mine?
Few seconds.
Thank you, Chair.
To bring our own device, like who brought his own water.
How? You don't trust us now? You don't trust each other now? How?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Minister. We're going to take the House through the readiness of the system and the readiness of learners. And the first part of the presentation will talk to learner preparedness, how we prepared learners, the class of 2025, and the second part will talk about the administrative one, and then the third one will touch on the second chance Matric program. The first part then, we want to say that we started in January to prepare the class of 2025 for the Matric exams. However, they have been prepared in grade 10 and grade 11 and also in the GET phase for this in their schooling years. We have profiled the class of 2025 qualitatively, mentioning their journey or explaining their journey as they started grade 1 in 2014, and also the fact that as a result of disrupted transition to secondary school, they had limited exposure to full examination, but because of the recovery program of the Department of Basic Education, they were able also to get into a normal examination regime, and it's a class that we hope and we believe is examination fit, and also we also want to say that this is a group which is more comparable to the group of 2024, which performed very well last year. And we also compared this group with the class of 2024 when they were in grade 10, both of them. And you can see that this group is comparable in most cases in these gateway subjects. It performed better than the class of 2024 in these gateway subjects. And in home languages in grade 11, the same thing happened. And then also in grade 10, home languages. So the conclusion here is that the class of 2025 is actually almost
at the level or even better than the class of 2024, which performed better. We're also, at the beginning of the year, able to provide stationery and textbooks on time, and which means that they did not lose out the opportunity of first day, first lesson, first day, first lesson, first period. And then also the diagnostic report, which are the lessons from the previous cohort. The report was distributed to all provinces and schools so that they can get some kind of an idea of the areas which were problematic in the previous year, and then teachers had to deal with that. And also there were DG's engagements, setting the tone, where all 9 provinces were visited by DPE, and electronically, and we made presentations of their performance. We advised on issues of policy. We also advised on a number of other issues which are not related to exams. And then the general teacher support. This teacher support was mainly on the capacitation of teachers, orientation workshop, supporting the new teachers, supporting the schools, teachers from schools which are having Matric for the first time this year, as well as underperforming schools. And the learner, we also had radio programs for learners. We supported struggling learners and progress learners, revision material. E-learning tools were also used to accelerate curriculum coverage. And then we supported languages, and those are the things that we did in languages, mainly the 3 papers, paper 1, paper 2, paper 3, which is grammar, literature, and creative writing. More support was provided for that. And in social sciences, which are geography, history, religion studies, and life orientation, these are the things that we did. We looked at the concepts, and we also looked at the support in terms of how they should answer questions. And then in terms of support for natural sciences, which is agric sciences, life sciences, physical sciences, technical sciences, and marine sciences, this is what we did using mainly the Mind the Gap source material. And mathematical sciences, which are 3, technical, pure mathematics, and mathematical literacy, we also provided more support there, especially on those areas in mathematics which are usually problematic, like the Euclidean geometry. And then we also had economic management sciences, accounting, business studies, marine economics, and economics itself. In this also we provided support mainly because accounting needs mathematical ability, and there was more work thrown into this one. And the services subjects, which is consumer studies, hospitality studies, and tourism, more support was provided there, especially in consumer studies where really issues of entrepreneurship were emphasized. And then in terms of art subjects, which are dance studies, design studies, dramatic arts, music and visual arts, we also provided support as stated in the slide. And in terms of technology subjects, computer applications, information technology, as well as engineering, graphics, and design. Our main issue here was the practical tasks, which were also taken into, including what you see in the slides. And in terms of technical subjects, that is civil technology, electrical technology, and mechanical technology, more support was given, and also electronic study material was provided, and the practical assessment tasks, because technical subjects are more practical, were emphasized. And there was also extra tuition in the form of learner camps, learner camps, class start centers, and walk-in centers, autumn classes, winter classes, and spring classes as part of preparation, and also the Director General's monitoring program, which covered 75 districts, and where the Director General also provided guidance in provinces with his team. And also the second Director General's engagements, we visited provinces just to get an idea of how ready they are for the examinations, and they made those presentations, and we provided guidance on that. There were other areas which were covered by the second engagement outside exams. And we also compared the class of 2025 with the class of 2024 just to see the impact of the preparation in term 1 2024 and term 1 2025. Where it is green, that particular class was stronger in that subject. Where it is red, it was weaker. In this case here, they compare very well, but the class of 2025 seems to be stronger, except in geography, where it performed lower than the class of 2024, term 1, by 0.5%. And then in term 2, the class of 2025 also was stronger, except that in life sciences, term 1 of 2025 was lower, term 2 of 2025 was lower than term 1, from 90.3% to 87.8%. So what we're saying we've covered all the learning areas, all the subjects. We've covered the support of teachers. We've checked the impact through the comparison of the two, and the hope is that there was impact. Then Priscilla will take us through the system's readiness.
Thank you, Dr. Ntimbu. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the Portfolio Committee, Minister, DM and DG, as well as other colleagues. In terms of the exam readiness, I think we're just going to upfront indicate that we have a system that follows a standards-based approach when we implement, monitor, or support provinces. That approach is described on this slide, which I'm not going to go in detail. But very importantly, to mention that examination is actually a cycle of a lot of activities, although most of the time we focus on the writing phase, which is right in the middle there. But there are a couple of activities that have taken place before and are still going to take place after the writing process. But in our preparation of the system, what we did was we went through regular meetings with provinces in terms of meeting with heads of exams, National Exams Committee, National System Review up to the state of readiness. But I want to indicate that this class of 2025 is the biggest that we have seen so far. We have 766,543 full-time learners that have registered to write. And you can see across all provinces that the numbers have increased. In terms of our part-time candidates, 137,018, but it's slightly lower than previous years. But when you put together the two numbers, part-time and full-timers, we have over 900,000 candidates that have registered to write this examination this year. Now, also, of this candidature, 41,000 of them are progress learners. Looks slightly less than what we used to have in terms of progress learners, but we want to believe that our candidates or our learners are now passing in their own right. In terms of what Dr. Mtembu already presented, you can see that this class of 2025 is showing a bit of strength in a number of subjects compared to previous years. So across all the subjects we're going to present, I'm not mentioning them one by one, you can see that the number of candidates have increased just because the general candidature as well has increased. Now, with regards to our preparation, I'm just going to touch in brief in the interest of time, but as I mentioned, we follow a standards-based approach. So that means in every key activity relating to examination, the examination cycle, we develop what we call standards, and against these standards, we monitor, support, and evaluate the provinces. So for instance, on this particular aspect of timetabling, there were standards there, and we present to you the current status, which shows we did meet them. I'm just going to pick on one key one to explain, and then I'll go through all the others very quickly. With regards to registration of examination centers, for example, we developed standards that indicates that only Umalusi accredited independent centers must be registered as exam centers. And these independent centers must apply on an annual basis, and they must be evaluated, the contractual agreements must be entered into, etc. And where we have candidates that are not registered against any center, then provinces develop or establish what we call designated centers, and these candidates can write there. as well as maybe candidates from unaccredited independent centers. So that's our standard. And we can indicate in terms of our current status that we did meet all of those, as you can see on this slide, and I'm not going to go through the detail. Now, we set a total of 162 question papers and purchased another 37 from the IEB, and all those papers were quality assured and approved by Umalusi and have been released to provinces. As we speak, provinces are in the process of printing. You would note that the examinations have already commenced this week. So basically, our week 1 papers are being written currently. Week 2 papers have already been printed and are in the storage points. Week 3 papers are ready to ship. So it's in a cycle like that. And we're saying that at this point, provinces are actually busy with the week 4 printing. Now, these are the number of centers that we have. 6,376 public centers and 579 independent centers. And so we have approximately 6,955 centers where exams are going to be written. Now, with regards to monitoring, we are expecting to at least have 70% monitoring coverage with regards to across all provinces. We do note that some provinces are able to actually have 100% coverage, others not. But in a couple of subjects where the candidature is not as much, we actually have 100% monitoring coverage. Now, very briefly taking you through preparations for marking. All the 9 provinces have already selected markers. They will be receiving their appointment letters soon. Maybe just to also indicate that the selection is based on the PEM criteria. However, we do note that in this year, there are a couple of subjects where we do not have enough markers, where there's a shortage of markers. So what we have done, or what provinces have done, is that although the PEM allows for a 15% intake of novice markers, in some cases that pool, or that 15% has had to be increased to make up for where we don't have enough markers. In other cases, the provinces have gone on a second recruitment drive and are going to run through up till the marking starts to see if they can get more. In other cases, we have what we call early sessions. In other words, you would have marking of one paper taking place before the main marking sessions so that the same markers can be used in another paper, especially in the case of languages where you have multiple papers. What we call the standardization of marking will commence on Monday. It is a process where we standardize the marking guidelines so that every additional possible correct answer or accurate answer is included in the marking guideline. This exercise is undertaken by DBE panel members as well as all provincial chief markers and internal moderators and curriculum specialists to ensure that the marking guidelines are extended to cover as much as possible all the possible correct answers. So this is going to start from the 27th of October, which is on Monday next week, and it will carry on to the 30th of November when marking is expected to start. And of course, all those marking guidelines will be approved and signed off by Umalusi before they are used for marking. In the process as well, there will be training of these chief markers and internal moderators to ensure that they are able to mark within what we call a tolerance range, then only are they allowed to lead the marking process in their provinces. Now, these are the number of marking centers we're going to have, 184 this year. I told you about the early sessions in some provinces to make up for shortages. So you can see the 3 provinces there that have early sessions, and we're expecting a total of 51,000 plus markers this year. We are ready to capture the marks. So mark capturing, provinces have already appointed mark capturers. They have also identified the capture centers, so we're ready for that as well. School-based assessment as well has been quality assured, and we're finalizing the quality assurance of that. In terms of the management of irregularities, while we do not just plan to manage them, we actually follow a very proactive process so that we carry out advocacy programs. You would note that there was the pledge signing ceremony just last week where our candidates' children were pledging, to confirm that they will not participate in acts of dishonesty. But we've also taken it further. We have what we call a commitment agreement, which parents as well sign to commit to their support also. These are important dates I want to put forward. Minister announcing on the 12th of January 2026, followed by provincial releases on the 13th of January. We are not oblivious of the fact that there are a couple of risks that we face when we manage examination. Inadequate staffing is one of them, but however, what provinces have done is they have drawn staff from other units to support the exam directorate in carrying out the exam, but especially in monitoring. While we also are aware that in every large-scale public exam, there's a risk of leakage, we have also been in communication, constant collaboration with NAGENS and from provinces through ProvJux as well for intelligence information. Staff are being vetted and all our storage points were audited in terms of security. Inclement weather and protest action we saw last year, especially in Eastern Cape and KZN, we had issues with inclement weather. So this year we have also prepared for that. We've spoken to NAGENS as well as ProvJux. But apart from that, our chief invigilators have been conscientized that once candidates arrive at their center, even if those candidates were not registered at that center, they should be allowed to write, just in case they cannot get to their registered centers due to any of these issues, whether it's weather problems or protest actions. And we have other risks that we have also mentioned and their mitigation strategy. So basically, exams have started, and out of the 199 papers that our candidates have to write, they have written approximately 28 by today. This is just giving you a snapshot of the papers that were being written this week up till today, which is Afrikaans. Yesterday was our biggest day where all our 766,000 candidates wrote English home language file and SAL. And today we do have a big number as well. We have written computer applications, technology and information technology practical examinations from Tuesday and Wednesday. And next week is also going to be a very busy week. All the African home languages will be written on Monday and Tuesday, and we'll have English as well, and ending with mathematics, which is a very big subject on Friday next week. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon, Chair, good afternoon, Minister, and the honorable members. We are taking you through a second chance Matric program. There's a program that we're giving learners who either want to rewrite or they want to improve their results. When the minister announces the results on the 12th, not every house will be excited. There will be some houses that are saying we didn't get the results we expected. So the department is providing a program so that we support. Here we indicate how we supported these learners, preparing them for the October-November examination. We had classes after hours and over weekends using the school. We have got a broadcast solution. We also provided with a printed LTSM, and of course we have digital platforms that we share with the learners. So there we show a number of partners, Department of Higher Education. We also have a partnership with Correctional Services for the inmates, and we have also a private sector that is gaining interest in supporting our young people. Here we indicated how we supported them. We delivered the LTSM as already indicated, and this slide here we show you the broadcast programs that we're making available to our learners. Here's the printed materials. Many of them are available for both part-time and, of course, the cohort learners who are full-time. This is a digital platform where learners are able to access these programs online, different platforms. And we have a collaboration here with the Department of Higher Education. Our minister wrote a letter to the Minister of Higher Education that we need to work together strongly, if possible, move second chance to DHET. So we're working together. We have a collaboration task team that is working on that. And we are pleased that the Minister Manamela identified these areas that the task team needs to work. One, for example, I'll quote one, integration of skills. In other words, the CETA are offering training programs. We are saying these young people must access that. The next one is the international scholarship for students. As you may be aware, some of all our learners who pass Matric, they may not necessarily get admission because of the space and competition. Department of Higher Education has got international universities that may take some of those learners. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members. We are done from our part.
Okay, thank you very much, DG. Members, we agreed that we're also going to take Umalusi because it's the second part of the State of NSC Readiness exam. So we must also take them because it's almost this one report, but we want to hear from the Umalusi side on their state of readiness, so that when we ask complete questions. CEO, over to you.
Announce it separately, Chair, so that they
Yeah.
say we are in cahoots.
Yes, yes, yes. But you're also doing the same. You're doing the same. I think the culprits in this meeting has been DG and Kabazela.
And we don't have money for his counseling. Because there's no money for his counseling.
Thank you.
I was saying that you don't be distracted by the members, so you are just being distracted by Honorable now.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Basic Education, Honorable Minister, Honorable Kwahube, Honorable Deputy Minister, Dr. Mahaule, the Director-General of the Department of Basic Education, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee on Basic Education, colleagues from the Department of Basic Education and Umalusi. I want to tender the apology of Professor Eunice Balin. Prof is out of the country, is a visiting professor in India, supporting another university. So with me today is Dr. Mary Antoinette Dliwayo, who is the acting executive manager at Umalusi. And then we've got Mr. Bikili Porter, who is the senior manager for public relations and communications, and Mr. Andy Tulo, who is the manager for quality assurance of assessment monitoring. Chairperson, we are going to talk about the state of readiness of Umalusi to oversee and quality assure the different assessment bodies. Our focus is going to be on the NSC, with special emphasis on the Department of Basic Education. We've got points on Sakai and IB. However, we have agreed that we are going to be focusing on the DBE. What is on the screen is the outline of the presentation. I'm not going to read through it, and I'm going to just go straight to the mandate that we have. We are a Quality Council for General and Further Education and Training, and we derive our mandate from two pieces of legislation, namely the National Qualification Framework Act 67 of 2008 as amended. And it assigns Umalusi different responsibilities. We have to develop and implement policy and criteria for assessment for the qualifications on our sub-framework of qualifications with regard to quality assurance within the sub-framework. And we've got the following responsibilities: develop and implement policy for quality assurance, ensure the integrity and credibility of quality assurance, and ensure that such quality assurance as is necessary for the sub-framework is undertaken. Another piece of legislation is the General and Further Education and Training Quality Assurance Act, number 58 of 2001, as amended. Now, according to Section 17A of that Act, Council must perform the external moderation of assessment of all assessment bodies and educational institutions. And it also says Council may adjust raw marks during the standardization process. And also the Council must, with the concurrence of the Director General and after consultation with the relevant assessment body or education institution, approve the publication of the results of learners if it is satisfied that the assessment body or educational institution has satisfied a number of requirements. One of them, one or two, I'll read one or two, that they've conducted the assessment free from any irregularity that may jeopardize the integrity of the assessment or its outcome, complied with the requirements prescribed by Council for conducting assessments. Now, we've got the following qualifications that are on our sub-framework of qualifications, and they are assessed by the different assessment bodies. We've got the Department of Basic Education, which assesses the National Senior Certificate and the Amended Senior Certificate. And then we've got the Department of Higher Education and Training, which assesses the National Certificate Vocational, the General Education and Training Certificate, and the NATED programs. Then we've got Sakai, also assessing the National Senior Certificate and the GETC, and IEB, National Senior Certificate and the GETC. You'll observe, as you look at that slide, Chair, that it is 3 assessment bodies that quality assure the National Senior Certificate. And we ensure that we maintain the same standards across the different assessment bodies for the same qualification, because at the end of the day, the students are getting the same certificate. I'm at this point going to, with your permission, Chair, hand over to Dr. Gliwayo to proceed with the presentation.
Thank you, CEO, and good afternoon, Honorable Chair, Minister, and the DM, and also the DG and the House at large. I'm going to give you a background on the audit that we have conducted as Umalusi. So Umalusi actually is actually mandated to moderate and monitor and verify all quality assurance processes. This is done in line with our quality assurance of assessment framework. One of the key processes in that framework is to ensure that we audit the state of readiness of all the private and public assessment bodies to conduct, administer, and manage the national examinations. And in the main is to make sure that there is compliance to the directives for improvement and compliance that would have been issued in the previous examination cycle. So the approach that we follow is a risk-based management approach, where we are to ensure the integrity and the credibility of these examinations. So in 2025, we conducted a desktop review where we conducted a judicious verification of all the assessment bodies and their ability to conduct these examinations. And this was conducted between the days provided, and this report will therefore present the findings of that audit that we had conducted with the 3 assessment bodies. One of the key things that we do is to follow a rigorous framework for the quality assurance of assessment. This quality assurance of assessment framework is in the main implemented to ensure that all the certificates that we're going to issue are of high standards and they are credible. We start with the moderation of question papers, ending with the certification. I'll take it that we have read all the other processes. You will note that one of the key processes in those ones bulleted there is the verification of the state of readiness of the assessment bodies to conduct the 2025 or any examinations. In terms of the status of the processes that we had undertaken, what we came up to realize was that there is the development of question papers and all the related assessments that were conducted that are currently conducted for these examinations had complied with all the requirements, and all the question papers were then fully approved by Umalusi for them to be administered. The candidate registration as well, these registration processes was actually conducted with the requirements that have been set for all the 3 assessment bodies. We also noted that the risk profiles of these assessment bodies have been conducted with the establishment of the centers, and all the mitigations have been looked at by Umalusi. All the candidates that are currently sitting for these examinations have been issued with the admission letters, the timetables, and as it is gleaned from these examinations, there are no queries at present because all of them have those admission letters to write for the examinations. The printing of examination materials, which starts from the question papers and any other material relevant, was also audited. And all these processes, we also noted that there are clear procedures and security measures in place that have been outlined. So our audit process confirmed that, and also we've noted that the first consignments for these materials have also been handed out. The invigilation, which is key to the writing of each examination process, we also noted that the training sessions of all the innovators have also been undertaken. And so key to this process is the marking. So the marking would require the recruitment, selection, and appointment of markers, and this has been done also diligently. And the quality assurance of marking, the marking schedules are there. And as it is also known, there is the subject called life orientation, and this was also done according to book on the 1st of September 2025. Now, the key findings that we established for these examinations, we categorize them according to the focus areas. In terms of the management of resources, you will note that with the DBE, we noted that there is some personnel challenges, especially with the filling of the posts, especially in the national examinations, the public examinations. What we are urging is that this risk needs to be looked at. There must be urgent attention paid by the national department to ensure that the sustainable and lasting solutions are actually put in place in response to this challenge so that it doesn't repeat itself year after year. So Umalusi strongly encourages the department to pursue a sustainable, long-standing solution to address this issue and ensure the stability of future examination cycles. The size and scope of the examination has already been spoken to. However, what I want to emphasize in this slide is that there are candidates who have concessions and accommodations, and we have noted that all those candidates who are eligible have been granted all those concessions, including those who with immigrant status. Umalusi also acknowledges with appreciation the implementation of the screening, identification, assessment, and support policy, as well as the latest manuals which were issued by the DBE, which aims to standardize the management of accommodations and concessions. In that way, we are satisfied that all the 3 assessment bodies have established effective systems for the registration of the candidates for this examination. Also, the establishment of the registration centers have already been spoken to. Of note, what we have noted with the DBE, that we target those centers which we audited that offer in the main the IT, which has already been written, the CAT and the South African Sign Language, that is the home language one. So in other words, this has already been done. Also, the risk profiles. The assessment bodies are required to profile their examination, that's the centers. So we have also noted that the DBA also has profiled their candidates, and we are satisfied with the profiling implemented by all 3 assessment bodies and the measures that have been put in place to address these identified risks. The internal assessments as well, these are your SBAs, the PETs and the orals. All these processes have been undertaken and some are still to be completed. And Umalusi is also satisfied that the internal assessment requirements have been complied with, and especially for phase 1 that has been completed. And we are confident that the plans for the moderation of the remaining subjects will go well as planned. The printing, packaging, and storage of examination materials. Here, what is important is that a risk assessment of the printing, packaging, storage, and distribution has been conducted by the assessment bodies, and appropriate mitigation strategies are in place. Now, regarding the DBE, most storage locations met the non-negotiable criteria used for categorization. In addition to that, I want to say the security protocols related to the printing of the examination materials remain classified and are managed with the highest level of confidentiality, understanding that these are materials that we don't want any leakages of any examination materials. For the conduct of examinations, all the assessment bodies have adhered to the regulation governing the conduct, the administration, and the management of the examinations. And we have noted also the training of the invigilators, the chief invigilators across the 3 assessment bodies. And we're also satisfied that the coverage that has been established by the assessment bodies and with the plans that have been put in place to uphold the credibility and integrity of this writing phase. However, we also want to bring to your attention that in terms of the marker selection and appointment with the DBE, we have noted also that whereas there are improvements in terms of the marker selection, as already alluded to also by the DBE, there are areas where we find that there are subjects where there were shortages of markers, and we've identified this. We are also satisfied that the DBE strategies in place, which include additional marker recruitment drives, early start of marking, extending of the duration of markers, will ensure that those gaps where there are shortages are actually mitigated. With the other two assessment bodies, we have noted no shortages in terms of markers that are going to mark these examinations. Based on the work done to date, Umalusi is satisfied that the process has been conducted in accordance with the assessment body's specific policies for the recruitment, selection, and appointment of the markers. All the marks of the candidates need to be captured at the end, so the capturing systems have also been audited, and we're also going to benchmark this against the May-June examinations that have been written this year. Irregularities are some of the things that we cannot ignore. All the three assessment bodies have established structures that are going to manage the irregularities in the event that we come across them. Should those irregularities arise, they will be managed as contemplated in Annexure M of the regulations governing the conduct, administration, and management of examinations. These regulations, they clearly define the types of irregularities and provide a framework for stringent management. Overall, we can say that Umalusi is satisfied that the risk assessments have been conducted and mitigation strategies are in place to prevent any irregularities for the November 2025 examinations.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dliwayo. In closing, Chairperson, I'm going to be very brief and say we remain with two challenges. One challenge is that of the principals and teachers who disallow candidates from writing in order to prop up their results. Any students with the risk of failing, in some instances, are excluded from writing the exam, and saying that is unacceptable and they should report to the officials at the district and at the provincial level. The other challenge that we're facing is online schools, which are unregulated as things stand, as indicated in the previous meeting we had with the Portfolio Committee. And we share with the members the non-negotiables that we have currently in place in order to control the space until we've got this regulated. I'm not going to read through the measures that have been put in place as non-negotiables. They're available for the members to read. On that note, I want to thank the Honorable Chairperson and the committee members, Minister, Deputy Minister, for allowing us to make this presentation. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you very much. So it's only Umalusi that receive. What is this thing now? No. This committee is becoming some ad hoc commission or some sort. I'm worried. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, CEO and the team. I think there's claims, maybe other claims that from the Auditor-General's report. I think the Auditor-General was saying Umalusi is doing very well. I think everybody's like, yeah, no, Umalusi, yeah, you know. So thank you very much. We are now going to take questions. So the questions are for all the presentations. So we'll allow you time because it's for about 3 presentations. So we'll allow you time to ask questions so that you can get the responses. We'll start with Umkize. We'll come to Honorable Sharif, Honorable Law, and Honorable Ngobeni. You did mention that you have to leave. If you at any time that you want to us to slot you in, do mention so that we can slot you in. Yeah. Okay. Honorable Umkize.
Okay, thank you very much. Very quickly, Chair, it's just a comment that DBE got unqualified through unqualified audit with opinion, and I don't want you to miss that part. With findings, thank you. Because we need to go and fix that findings part. So let's not run away from that. Last point is just to say, Chair, thank you very much, CEO. Me and you have been communicating a lot, Minister, trying to shut down unregistered schools in KZN. And we have shut down one already called Matric Scholars, which was situated in DUT, and we have arrested the owner of the school. So we are active. And yes, she should be in jail as I speak, working with the KZN Superintendent General to arrest. So we'll be doing more of arrest, Minister. And one of the ideas that we have now is to work with you to put together a special task force of Parliament, SAPS, and the PEDS department, and create a hotline for people to report unregistered schools to quickly go and effect an arrest. That's a stage we're operating at now. It's no longer business as usual. It cannot be. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Honorable KZ. Any comment on that, Minister?
No, just to say, I fully support Honorable Mkiza's view that we should have a clampdown on illegal and unregistered schools, and that I think the idea of a hotline is one that is quite welcomed, because these are people who are scamming our young people. And we should be taking a far more proactive approach. So if there's anything on our side that we can do to support the work, whether it's setting up the hotline, whatever the case may be, I think it's an inspired idea. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you. The next was Honorable Sharif. Okay.
Thank you very much, Chair. My goodness. Okay. Thank you very much, Chair. My first question is directed to the DG. The Minister, you put out a statement a couple of weeks ago on the education assistance. And you spoke in your statement very thoroughly around consequence management. So I want to ask the DG, as the principal or the head of the department, one, what consequence management has been implemented so far? And number two, will the EAs be paid next week? So I don't know, should they answer and I ask, or how do you want that to be done? Okay, cool. My next set of questions is, in the APP, you speak around some of the challenges around LTSM. I want to know what is the current status as of today, the 24th of October. Is the processes in place for LTSM to be delivered? Because we would hate to run around like headless chicken in the beginning of the year looking for LTSM products, especially in KZN. I want to know how often are teachers assessed in terms of skills, and specifically to note where gaps may lie in terms of continued training. And then I want to know more information, because I've only heard about it in passing or while doing my research when joining the committee. Chair, I can't believe it's been like almost 2 months. It feels like I've been here for a year. But I want to know if you can give us more information on the collaboration with Vodacom around the app that tracks infrastructure. And myself and Honorable Mkize was having a conversation yesterday around having some sort of live document that tracks and traces and has updates on infrastructure across the country. I see that there was also a decrease in Funza Lushaka students eligible to be placed at schools. It went from 74% in 2023 to 54% in 2024. So can I just get an understanding around that? Chair, in terms of the internal audit report, so this is directed to you guys. You spoke in the presentation around consequence management being weak in the department. And I feel that this is a major problem and it needs to be corrected. Chairperson, we cannot continue to have officials working in departments that are there to collect salary and collect checks and not really do anything. So I want to find out, and maybe this is for the department more than it is for you, but issues around what are the plans to mitigate this one? You also speak about capacity constraints in 2 of the programs. What are the plans to mitigate that? And then I think this comes back to my EA question, is around issues around implementing agents' accountabilities and sticking to MOUs. Now, we had an explanation about the EAs, and in the MOU, as the DM explained in that meeting we had a couple of weeks ago, one of the things that needed to be done is submitting attendance registers. And that is why it was late with the payment. But the MOU states clearly that there has to be attendance registers. So how do you ensure that you keep implementing agents, whoever it is, as well as yourselves accountable? Okay, cool. Yeah, I think that's it, Chair. The state of readiness looks good. I think what we can do at Umalusi, the reason why I was clapping is because you are happy on the state of readiness. So that means that they have done what they needed to do. And if you had to come and give us more issues, I don't think we would have been as happy as we are. But it's really good to see that the state of readiness is ready. We wish the Matrics the best of luck moving into their second week. And we really look forward to having great results on the 12th of January when the announcement is made. And just a note, Chair, all of us struggled during COVID. I can't imagine how these learners struggled and the resilience that they have to now be in Matric and writing as the class of 2025. So just big ups to them. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Can we respond to the questions, Minister, DG, and yeah.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I will take two of the questions. I know one of them was directed to the internal audit chair. The one is, and I think it bears repeating. The one is around consequence management. I agree with you, honourable member, that was one of the issues that we raised. And it's something that, as I said, we shouldn't only be holding implementing agents accountable, but we should also be holding ourselves to a far higher standard. And so consequence management is definitely something that was also in the report of the AG that was directed to the executive authority as something that I need to have greater oversight on. And so I think it's definitely something that I'm taking forward and taking quite seriously. With regards to the Safe Schools app, one of the things that we decided when we were really working hard on trying to meet the 31st of March deadlines on eradicating of pit toilets, we realized that we are still only working on the 2018 safe audits that was done. And our view is that, yes, we are now 98% of the way through with clearing of those pit toilets from the SAFE initiative and the audit that was done in 2018. But that was several years ago. And our view is that there has to be a more urgent and almost immediate reporting of unsafe structures. And really the collaboration with Vodacom was to put the power also in the hands of communities to say, if you have the view that there is a pit toilet or an unsafe structure at all in your school, in your community, they built us the app. That was their donation to us. They built us the app so that we'll be able to get that information. It has been used. It was used quite a lot initially, especially at the beginning of when we launched it. And I think we have to do a little bit more work in also promoting it some more, because yes, of course, I mean, you will obviously get people who will put in things that are clearly not, they're just testing the system. But I think we benefited more than we did not from getting those, because as soon as we got that information, the office of the DG would then flag it with the province to say this needs to be verified. So I think it's a model that we can look into, maybe even upscaling. But I think it's important that it's not just a live app or a live platform just for teachers, but also communities, because they are the ones, communities and learners are the ones that we are serving at the end of the day. And if there are infrastructure problems, there has to then be response to that. Then lastly, I think also the other issue is we're going to have to, at some point, once the SAFE initiative and the SAFE audit has been cleared, we are going to have to look at how do we do a new audit. Because, as I said, the data we're working with is old. And I can guarantee you there will be still pit toilets that perhaps were not demolished, even if they were replaced toilets. We constantly need to verify and check, because infrastructure, as I always say, is a forever moving target. And so you're never going to arrive at a place where you say every single school has a well-functioning toilets, no broken infrastructure. We have to find a cheaper way, because the audit is expensive to do, a cheaper way to consistently look at the state of our infrastructure and fix it and be more responsive to it. So I don't know, Chair, if there's anything you want to add on your side on that was directed to you. Yeah.
Thank you, Honourable Chair and Honourable Minister. Thank you. I'll be brief. In terms of consequence management, we definitely, I agree with the Minister. It is something that we're focusing on. We must look at this in two distinct categories, and that is the consequence management in terms of where we have implementing agents causing irregular expenditure, etc., where they should, well, the consequence management be applied up to repaying or like DBSA had to fire some staff, etc. So that's the one part, but you also have the department side. To quote some of the members on the committee, we were not happy at the stage with the nature of the sanctions applied, because you do get, of course, you need to adhere to the DPSA the frameworks, and all government departments must. But if you've been found guilty of certain serious transgressions and you get a final written warning or a written warning, we feel that is not sufficient. In certain cases, it warrants dismissal, and I think where criminal cases should be launched, it should be done as well. So we'll be looking at its two areas. Stella did present earlier and said one of the non-compliance was some invoices were not paid within 30 days. It's a small thing, but that's a legal non-compliance. And that was caused by colleagues in the department who did not submit the things on time. So then they caused through that a non-compliance for the department. So the audit committee also then requested that disciplinary action be taken against those. So we must see this in two areas, where the consequence for IAs and then consequence internally. But that's something also from an independent perspective we keep on monitoring. Thanks, Chairperson.
Yeah, thank you, Honourable Chair. There's quite an avalanche for me. Honourable Sheriff. Yeah, maybe that's why. Okay, maybe let me start with the last response of the Chair of the Audit Committee. There's a disjuncture, Honourable Members, I want to take you into confidence. A disjuncture between a misconduct and a sanction in the public service. I'm giving this example that was given. You don't honor the invoice on time. The requisite sanction might say final written warning is the first time you do that. The gravity of the conduct that you are involved in suggests that you get a final written warning. But the impact of it is so profound that it might lead to some business closing. So that's where the problem is. I'm just giving this example. There are many. And the chair would know, I've indicated my dissatisfaction with some of the sanctions. But if I get in, I'll be interfering in a conduct management process. And therefore the process is no longer fair when I begin to intervene. That's the difficulty that we have, the disjuncture between the misconduct and the sanction. And it permeates the entire public service. And I'm raising it here so that maybe if it comes up next time, you don't say, we told you last time. We want stronger sanctions. If I do that, even in my practice, if I have to go and account somewhere, part of my training is HR. And I know very well the distinction between the two. And I have to stay clear of what is not my turf. So that's the difficulty we have, the disjuncture between the sanction and the impact of the conduct. Minister addressed the issue of the data. Now that the tempers are a little much more favorable, I also want to say we carried out a comprehensive condition assessment many years ago on infrastructure. It was done by PwC. Yeah, big, the whole country. With the tick of the button, it could give you the school, the classroom, the conditions, even the roof, whether there's a ceiling, there's every detail. But that is old. We have not updated that, Honorable Kiza. Not that it's not there. We have not updated it. And we've been trying to update it. We said to National Treasury, we need money to update our infrastructure data. And National Treasury flatly refused from the money that they give to us. For a school backlog grant, we said, let's take part of that money to carry a comprehensive condition assessment for all our facilities in the country. Eastern Cape has done it now. Northwest has done it. Mpumalanga has done it. Yeah, Limpopo has started. But we don't want that. We don't want piecemeal. But I must also be honest with you. I will trust the condition assessment that I have done and come and put my head on the block here with you and say, here is my latest data on infrastructure. But the one that's done by, I'll have to accept it, but I will trust the one that I've done because I would have monitored everything. So, Honorable Sharif, you talked about consequence management after the failure to honor payment in end of September. You know, I forwarded the minister a very comprehensive report this morning. In fact, there are two reports. The first report, the minister said yesterday, I want a report by 9 o'clock, whether we'll be able to honor for this month, October. We've given that report to the minister. There's another report that details, chronicle the whole history of this thing. It's called a multi-party agreement. And I would advise everyone not to consider anything called multi-party. That's the most complicated and most difficult thing to make sense of. Because you're managing different role players, you have no control over them. You call a meeting, some don't pitch. They don't report to me, I can't force them to come to a meeting. If they were reporting to me, I would force them to do things on the spot and take accountability. So that's the difficulty about this thing. And if I were to be honest with you, it's been a total fiasco right from the beginning. Spectacular fiasco. Right from the beginning. From the contract itself was supposed to have been signed before the beginning of the financial year. It was not signed in April, it was signed in May because of somebody who came in, pushed. I work very well with the acting DG of the Department of Employment and Labor. I call her anytime, I send her messages, she responds. I have to go through other parties through the acting DG. And you can imagine the fact that she's acting DG, how much authority and influence is she also wielding by virtue of the fact that she's the acting DG. I can't force UIF, I can't force IDC to do certain things. I can only force people who report to me to do certain things. That's where the difficulty comes from. But in terms of October, we've been working around the clock. We've put out, because, you know, from face value, you can think that it's only about attendance registers. The first thing was this biometric system, assuming that all our schools are connected. And you know that that's not the case. And I even said to the team, why did you accept this thing? They said, look, if we had rejected it, it would have meant that these young people are out there, don't get this opportunity of short-term employment. We've taken the risk, but we thought that we'll manage the risk, and the risks seem to be too overwhelming. Of course, the issue that we are dealing with, as you correctly pointed out, is loading of attendance registers. I'm working with HODs, I'm working with MECs to make sure that that happens. We are in a better space now than we were last month. Over 95% of attendance registers have been loaded. But the difficulty is that we have not met the deadline of the 15th of every month, which is part of the contract. And that's part of the challenges. I'm being woefully honest with you. But the DG has assured me last night, she called me after 10 o'clock last night, we spoke. I said, my minister doesn't take anything other than that we are paying for October and we are going to pay everybody. And she has assured me that she's going to pull all the stops to make sure that everybody is paid come the end of October. I'm following that closely. I'm having a meeting with all the 9 provinces after this meeting to just close on this thing of the attendance registers. Because for me, it's fairly easy. We get them, we load them, then it should be up to the other parties to make sure that we forward the tranche to us and we pay everybody. So that's what I can give for now. LTSM, we met with 7 out of 9 provinces. We left only with Free State and Mpumalanga. KZN is one of the provinces that we've met. Our biggest risk and red flag is KZN. It is KZN. Minister did not indicate, maybe she's forgotten and DM, that we went there and Minister and DM, I hope this thing is not looking at me. How they did that, I don't know. They twisted the arm of the Premier, the MEC for Education and MEC for Finance, on 5 things that must be delivered. 5 things. The first thing was salaries for all employees. The other one was around LTSM. The third one was learner transport. Luyanda, you have to help me. The other 2 I've forgotten. But I thought these ones are more important because they are close to the question that you asked. I've forgotten the other 2, but there were 5 things. Yeah. Payment and administration of the exams, internal and external, including the payment of markers. I've forgotten the last one. What's the last one? Yeah.
Sending service providers.
Okay. But what has now happened is that after that meeting, fortunately, there was no money for any LTSM, whether stationery or textbooks. KZN said to us, led by the Premier, there is no money. After that meeting between the Minister and the Premier, at least they were able to find money for stationery, but 7 months late. 7 months late. And KZN said to us, then know that we've received money for stationery only. There won't be top-up for textbooks. Don't expect that in KZN. It will happen in other provinces, but not in KZN because they don't have money. The money that they have secured is to buy stationery, where learners are writing. Stationery. Which is not that bad, but ideally you'd want top-up so that every learner, they have a textbook. So that's what they've told us. And stationery is likely to be delivered after the reopening of schools for some schools. So let me be woefully honest with you. Assessment of skills for teachers, we use what we called quality management systems, QMS. It used to be IQMS for those who were in education before. Teachers are assessed by their school management teams, HODs. They identify areas of development or areas of weaknesses, if you like, and areas where their skills need to be developed in. So that's what we use. For office-based staff, we use PMDS, Performance Management and Development System. We also identify areas of weaknesses there. Collaboration with Vodacom on infrastructure regarding the app, Minister covered that. Yeah, Minister is covered. Funza Lushaka, graduates. Yes, I think there are new areas of need that are beginning to emerge. We're beginning to have surpluses in areas that historically were areas of need. We're talking about absolute shortage and relative shortage. South Africa does not experience an absolute shortage of teachers. The TALIS report also confirmed that, which was presented and launched yesterday for South Africa. And I want to urge you, Chair, in the fullness of time, you must come and present the TALIS report to you, so that you get to see how South Africa compares with other countries from empirical data, not what the journalists are putting as headlines on the newspaper, from the experts in the world. And I think they'll tell you that even South Africa, I think in terms of this TALIS, if I'm not mistaken, we're the only African country that participated there. So we have the reduction in Funza Lushaka graduates because in areas where we used to experience a lot of high shortages, those areas have been reduced. And some of the new areas are around your new skills of technical education, coding and robotics, but also in areas of Afrikaans and African languages. Those are the new areas of need where we are beginning to redirect resources of Funza Lushaka in. I think Minister and the Chair affect. Consequence management is not weak in the department. And there are several areas where you deal with consequence management. Some of them have been covered by the Chair of the Audit Committee. You deal with consequence management from a contractual point of view, employer and employee. That's where it happens. The other one is entities like implementing agents, where you deal with consequence management. The other important one, which I know you've got an interest in, what are the consequences that can follow if provinces have not performed? And I think yesterday or the day before we talked about it. There is an avenue in the National Education Policy Act, but it's a long way. The minister will have to use the National Council of Provinces to get provinces to have consequences meted out to them, which is a long, winded way. Sometimes it's not even encouraging to follow. But you are right. In terms of people who do business on our behalf, the contract, the MOUs are there, and I must accept I'm the first one to concede that our MOUs historically have not been strong enough. The only MOU that I think for infrastructure was the strongest of all 10 education departments is the KZ1. KZN, in terms of holding, implementing agents accountable, I think they are leading all of us. And I said we must learn from them because they impose penalties, including taking money from implementing agents, and they use that money for building schools. And I think that's the way we need to go. Implementing agents, accountabilities, and MOU, I think I've covered that. And I think the issue of the attendance register I also explained. But honestly speaking, I can't wait for this thing to come to an end so that we get to focus on our core business. It's distracting us, it's causing unnecessary anxiety, and it's difficult to deal with something that we have no control over. I'm woefully honest. Thank you.
Hi. Well, young people should not hear you saying that. Yeah, they should not hear you saying that. Honorable Ngobeni, are you still fine on time, or should we give you an opportunity? Oh, okay. Okay, that's fine. Let's try again to squish your questions quicker. Yeah.
No, thanks, Chair. I could not speak due to the meeting procedure, at the time, and I had to respect it because I could have arrived before the agenda was adopted and stuff like that. It's quite significant. And I think what becomes quite important is to say that the APP, the budget, and the annual report, including the AG, they all play an important role, DM, in such a significant way that says that the APP will set out targets and then the budget will be allocated to perform and make sure that there's money allocated and then we're going to spend according to the timeless part we've put in, as we have set the time. And then lastly, the AGSA will come and assess through his own audit report to compile an annual report that determines the discrepancies, inefficiencies, or efficient ways that we could have done things as the department. And given the fact that we've went back, and then we've went back to the audit outcome, we went back to the annual report, one should say that we are left with the minor issues to deal with regard to the audit outcomes. You know, alafu Umalusi by the fact that by the time when they had a chance to go and rectify, they made sure they went to rectify before the statements were finalized by the AGSA, and they made sure that there's proper compliance with their PFMA and treasury regulations, opposite to the DBE. DBE, you've got an issue with your infrastructural challenges, backlogs that you do not finish in timelessly, and I've heard one of your explanations was mainly for the fact that service providers, agencies that could implement were but not reconciling what the department with regard to what is expected from them. So all of these submissions that we've made and all of the issues that we identified, I think they seek to take us forward because 95% to 5%, it's a huge milestone. In fact, you've done yourself good as a department because you have rectified, you've made sure you go to the audit action plans, you respond to them. Even though SACE is not there, I would have wanted to have my view what SACE with regard to how they repetitively get regressed in terms of how they repeat their financial reporting and the environmental way to do things. So I think in general, Chair, when coming to the annual report and the AG's report, I would want to say to the department, take tune from Umalusi. They've made sure that they align their reporting as per what the AGS want, because we can say they've collectively working towards their aspects and items or components identified by the AGSA, and I'm quite happy on how you have aligned, and I'm happy that you've also advanced. One of your work is to align the digital way to do things so they're able to be responsive immediately and be able to identify and track the key issues, which I think DBE, you've got an issue with ICT issues that was an issue identified by the AGSA that will need to improve with regard to that. So those are the things that you need to look at. Your unspending on the 260 million, you justified it, but we should look on to how we spend our money so that we're able to gap into the realistic way of saying when we audit, as we do our APPs and our targets, we would have known that the impact that we are making and the report we are doing is not compliance and malicious reporting, but it's a matter of saying that we are trying to align and impact. I'm raising all of this because we've been confronted by oversight and we've seen disparities and we've seen different types of fundings that are not equitably enough for all the schools, because I was quite concerned, Chair, when coming to funding models of the schools. Let me put it down the DBE. It can't be that we are funding independent schools or private schools much more than the rural schools or public schools that falls under us. And then tomorrow we want to say those ones don't fall under us, we've got jurisdictions. We must look on to the funding modalities to deal with the disparities. And then we're able to deal with what is dealing with us. Because most affected schools, whether we look on to the AGSA audit report, the infrastructure backlog are at quintile 1 and quintile 3. Failure where there is just inadequate capacity to deal with maintenance budget and many other ways, because we know what are the challenges. So I think we must go look on to making sure that when we come, we don't have repetitive audit outcomes, but we come and have an improvement, and we are going to pilot and make sure that we give a way to people to understand what could have been the outcome. So you have improved noticeably well, and I think what becomes quite important, deal with the infrastructure backlog, deal with your ICT issues, and then later furthermore deal with your SCM regulatory process. That is also a concern to the AG, who could have said to that process to say following the SCM process is quite a concern as per the DBE. So also, while the SACE is not there, let's go and rectify sales in terms of data management how they fail to comprehend and manage to follow data match. So those are the issues that I think I've identified. Other than that, I'm quite content with how you could have dealt with the report, because when I look onto the previous years and how we would have aligned, we are agreeing now. Hence, we are able to identify the loss gaps and say these are the issues that we can agree upon. So I don't have much to speak about, but let's deal with disparities. Let's deal with admissions that are trying to put us back, because part of our predetermined objectives, if we've planned to say we're going to have 100%, operational, what is also dealing with us is our policies in terms of how we're implementing it effectively. So your admission, your language policies, the one that might take us back in terms of your KPIs, if you look at your programs. And I've seen your programs. It's only program 3 where you did well, and out of the program 3, it's only 1 target where you have not performed, and you've given you sufficient reason. I think it's quite important and significant that you work on to making sure that you attain all of the targets and they are responsive towards the issues that we have raised. DGs and Honorable Mkhize, they are two united, Chair, through you. So, Chair, I want to acknowledge and accept the reports, and I think I've given my insight in terms of that. Now, Chair, there's an issue that came to my attention as I was roaming around the streets of Warrenton in Khumuka Baker, Chair. I don't know, the Minister, is there a vacancy post that was filled in of the DG curriculum? DDG curriculum? At DBE, yes. But is there a process that's unfolding? I wanted to check.
Maybe finish the question.
Okay, no, because it's not an interactive session. There's a information that arrived to my attention that one, there was a post of DDG curriculum that was advertised. There was a process that unfolded accordingly. And then in the process that took place, there was a little bit of interference that took place. One, the person who supposedly could have been number 1 was overlooked, and there was a letter that the minister could have written to DPSA that seeks to rather take option number 2. I want to clarify and I want to get clarity from the allegations. And then what allegations that had been sent to us is that prior to appointment, there was an interference as per the act or the law perceives to the minister to look onto the report of the committee issue. And then according to the report, the minister has written a letter to rather opt for a second person who's a person of interest, and I was expecting much more professionalism and ethical way to deal with issues, because the first task that we were spoken about was to fight a proper procedures to be followed. So, Minister, these are the issues. There's a post where the minister could have interfered in the post where you have written a letter to the Minister of DBSA to seek recourse to take the second person, not the first person, who could have passed all the assessments and all of the competency tests as per the requirements of the post. And regarding that, the person you want to take as a second person, Minister, I'm told is a person who works in your office, who has a conflict of relationship with the person you're going to appoint. That's why you are overlooking a young black children who could have passed all the imperatives of the audit. I want to get clarity. I'm not quite inclined about that. I wanted to understand. And if it's true, I don't think it's acceptable that we must overlook, because we've said the country must look young and must not overlook for those who are able to come and change the situation. And it's unlike us if we want to treat things like that. If indeed that lady is competent and that lady deserves to be appointed, it's quite significant and important that one receives a fully fledged report onto that. Chair, I think with that, I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister DG.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks, Honorable Low. There is a process that is unfolding of appointing a DDG in the department. There are 2 vacancies currently. There's DDG Curriculum Policy and Development, and there's DDG Teacher Development. All right? Yes. So we are currently in the process of filling both those posts. Perhaps let me, just for the benefit of the members, let me perhaps outline what the Public Service Act says about the appointments of DDGs and DGs. DDG appointments are done in a panel that the minister puts together with either other ministers or the deputy ministers, and with the presence of the DG and HR officials. That's the panel that the minister puts together in terms of DDG appointments. In terms of appointing DGs, the minister puts together a panel of ministers to interview DGs, and DGs are appointed by the president, and they report to the president. With regards to DDGs, the appointment may be made by the minister, however, it needs to go to cabinet for concurrence. None of those things have yet taken place. We have done interviews, and the process is still ongoing. And so I'm not going to delve into the details of who's doing what, because that would be jeopardizing the HR process. But I must categorically state that there's nobody who has been shortlisted for that position who works in my office. The ministerial handbook is very clear about who can work in your office, how many people can work in your office, and it would be deeply unethical to have anybody who works for a minister to be appointed in the administration, because the assumption is that somebody who works for a minister is somebody who is politically connected, somebody who's politically aligned to the minister. It would be deeply unethical for anybody who works for a minister to find themselves working at such a high level position within the department. So I can categorically state to you, none of the people we interviewed are even known to me, let alone having worked with me.
Well, what I can comment on is the candid and frank advice given by Honorable Lowe that going forward we could improve in areas where we did not perform well in. I welcome the advice. We learn from everyone, including Umalusi. We're not going to despise Umalusi because of their size. There are good things that they do, small as they might be, which will help us a great deal. So, and they've done that. In fact, it's not the first time that Umalusi is performing at this level where they are. Or they used to be there, they dropped. Dr. Rakumetsi knows, I think it's a year or so, but I'm happy that they are back, as the AG said. I hope it's going to happen very soon, that we also be in the same league that they are in. What is colloquially known as a clean audit report. I also want to boost in social gatherings a clean audit report of the basic education department. Thank you.
I'm with you on that.
Okay. Honorable Ngobeni.
Hey, thank you very much, Minister. You know, I'm so glad. As Honorable Lowe was speaking, I thought I was about to change my flight, just to make sure that we are good. So I'm glad that the Minister has categorically denied all of those things, because that would be deeply concerning. I think a lot of my questions were responded to, because I definitely had a question, DG, around the Funza Lushaka. But you answered that, and I was concerned about the numbers there. I also just wanted clarity, and I will listen online if I have to go. I wanted to commend the fact that there's been an increase in funding for ECD subsidies per child. I wanted to get a sense how these will be directed. Will they be directed equitably across socioeconomic spectrum? How will that be? How will those funds be dispersed? And I heard, and I'm not sure which official was speaking to this, but the ACD effort, is that being phased out? And if it is, what will replace it? I think I was not clear on that. And the other one is, Minister, this is one that I think is very much attached to your I think ultimate legacy as a minister, as you arrived to say, you really want to be done with pit latrines. I want to get a sense, and I know that the target wasn't met when the initial undertaking was made, but where are you now with regards to your sense of this issue, particularly given that you've had all of these implementing agencies who kind of perpetually not deliver on their projects. I just want to get a sense from you where you are now with regards to that, so that we don't remain chronically behind, and also which provinces, I can assume, but which provinces are really grave in this regard. And then I didn't want to assume. I want an official response. I didn't want to make an assumption, otherwise they'll send Mkwanazi my way. I'm not trying to do all of that. DM, I wanted to ask you a question, which I think I can now, because I had so many previously. But in terms of we're speaking here about young educators who are appointed having dropped, the number says it has dropped from 16,000 to about 14,000. There's been that regression. I don't know whether that is linked to Funza Lushaka, but also I want to get a sense, DM, around the department's ideas around the restoration of teaching colleges. Just as a point of, what else can we do to produce better quality teachers, notwithstanding the fact that they do go to university, and not to phase out the university model, but is there an opportunity for South Africa to have some kind of a hybrid model between universities and actual teaching colleges that we've had? There are a couple of best practice examples around the world. I want to get a sense whether that's something that is on your minds as you plan to rejig the system. I'm really just trying to go through as much as fast as I can. On the internal audit, you mentioned that some people resign. I like that, because I think you must just continue. They resigned before, but if they've done damage and they resign, do we leave them alone or do we pursue them still? I wanted to get a sense on that. Another one that is linked to other institutions within the state that I also oversee. We found out that there aren't any lifestyle audits done on senior officials, and also vetting, and as well as service providers. And I saw that there was some kind of vetting, but this was mostly related to the examination cohort of people. I want to get a sense from the internal audit if this is a thing that you do, and whether it's ongoing, particularly where things like service providers are concerned. And then I had a question around, what the irregular expenditure reporting was, but I got the answer in the presentation that it's been over about 3 years. And then on the system readiness, you reported that examination centers that have a history of irregularity will not be allowed to administer exams. The sense I want to get is, is there a list, of those, and where are they most prevalent? In which province? And then. Minister, and maybe, I don't know who can answer this, maybe DG can answer this. I don't know about GPW, guys, and their efficiencies and their issues. I want to get a sense. Are you very comfortable with this particular entity, and is there interface with CETA to your optimal standard that you require? Because I ask this because oftentimes the leakages happen between transportation, between centers. And I want to get a sense whether your ability to monitor that is like airtight. And I know you'll do your best, but I want to get a sense of that. And also, who are the delinquent provinces? I mean, I don't want to say them myself. I want to get an official answer. And then
delinquent in terms of
in exam leakages.
Oh, that's difficult to say.
No. In the past, there is a particular province. I want to know whether it's persisting in that particular province and if it's still the same one. And then on the tolerance range, what's the deviation on the tolerance range? And then also, how prevalent is its application across provinces? I want to get a sense of that. And then I think, Chair, I listen online, but I think those are. Okay, I think that's it. I had a question around increased performance from 90 to 94%. That's between 2024 and 2025. Qualitatively, what does that mean?
Indicators of performance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much. As you would have noticed, we are losing members, and I'm worried because Honorable Chaba had to be rushed out because she did indicate she was not well. Honorable Mkize also has a flight like yourself and Honorable Low, and but he's still here. He just said he has to go out, and if we lose more members, we're going to be in trouble.
Yeah.
So, I know Lerato has a list of questions. I've got very few questions. I wanted to ask this question so that we then wrap up. When you respond, we all wrap up because of that issue.
Okay, so
they were actually complaining that how to call a meeting on a Friday, but it's them who insisted. You know, members or something else. They insisted. They want us here today, and I have no problem. I'm chilled, but they are not chilled. It's something else.
We are very chilled.
We are very chilled. You know, we are seated here. Chilled. No issues, no rush. We can leave at 10. We can leave at 10. We have no issues. I'm very chilled. So anyhow, next time it's actually indication that next time I should not listen to members. I should take decisions. Yeah. Exactly. I think I should do that.
Okay, I'm gonna show.
So my question is, well, I want to also appreciate, and of course, Minister, we understand that this is a very complicated system that you're running, and it involves a lot of learners, it involves a lot of logistics, and over time the system has been improving, and we're seeing how effortless it is now. And in your state of readiness, I was saying that when I started last year, we had unforeseen circumstances of weather issues. If you are not foreseeing such incidences as well, in terms of your discussions, have you filtered that in? Because we had to deal with that in Eastern Cape last year. So maybe that discussion, because it is that time, it is that season. But I think the state of readiness overall is actually good. It is showing that we are enhancing our efforts, and we are now getting to a point where we really are acing the process. So we no longer have to be all over when we're supposed to administer NSC exams. We are chilled because the system now is advanced. It has matured. It runs itself. So we are ready whenever it starts. And I think that is good to see. Except for, I think this is a discussion we had that we really want you to shift focus as DPE, not shift totally, but we've said that this culture of us, on the last year, we put all pressure on the learner. So the learner doesn't have a weekend, the learner doesn't have holidays, because now we're saying we really need to rework that, because our view is that the learner must be ready by the first day of grade 12. They must be so ready. So we must have done all that pushing in the 11 years of schooling. And we don't do it. We don't have to do it in grade 12. And we want to hear from you next time when we discuss how do we deal with that. Because when we go to all schools, they tell us about the state, they'll tell us the last push. So I feel for those learners. Boot camps, whatever camp, there's different types of camps everywhere. And I feel for those learners that it is very intense, and that sometimes learners can't cope. And that is too much pressure. And I think we should relook at how we prepare our learners, because they should be ready when they reach grade 12. The progressed learners issue, and we were asking when we were in the Free State, what does it mean? Because we wanted to understand it more. And now it was flagged in the AG's report that because of progressed learners, there is now a stampede at grade 10, something like that. And then the CEO says also there are learners that are refused to write exams. They still those prevalences because the principals feel, well, it is going to deal with my target. If they don't pass, I can see this one, Joyce, is likely not to pass because the first time she failed, the second time she failed, let her not write because it will deal with my target. So how do you deal with that? And also the issue of the progressed learners. You are saying there's improvement in the number of progressed learners. What are the mitigations that have been put in place to improve, and how do we improve it even further? And what does it mean, this improvement? I was encouraged when, I think it is DG who spoke about how the minister wrote to the Minister of Higher Education. I was very excited when I heard that, because that's something that we really advocate for. We've been saying that there must be a smooth transition from Department of Basic Education to Department of Higher Education and to the labor market. There should be that understanding in DSD, what we call investing in people. What do we mean at a basic education level? And what does it mean, the transition? What does it mean to transition to DHET? And that conversation, Minister, should go beyond the two areas, the two focus areas that were told you've mentioned in your letter, which we welcome. But it should also go to what I think CEO was mentioning, that there is many of our learners who will not be going to any higher institution of learning. And then it speaks to registration, it speaks to application to NSS, it speaks to capacity of DHET to take the numbers that we are passing. So we want to know, how can you collaborate with DHET? Because by March, my understanding is that by March, Minister, you know the number of matriculants that you've registered. By March, you have them. You have that data. And you know which areas, which subjects they are taking, which streams they are doing, so you know. And that is data that DHET can use to prepare for the year ahead. So if we know by March that we've got 950,000 matriculants, and this number is in the science stream, this number is in the commerce stream, we must know then as DHET what to expect. What is it that we will likely get as a number of learners that will be seeking to go to universities, TVETs, and any other community colleges, And that is data that we believe DHET must use as well to prepare themselves, so that we don't have learners that who are told we don't know where to put them the following year. So we want you to also work together in that respect, but also work together on the quality of, because the DHET says the quality of your bachelor admission passes. They're saying no, in terms of our criteria, our admission criteria in universities, it's not necessarily at our level. They will say no, they do get many bachelor passes, but in terms of our criteria for certain courses, it's not at our level. Also work together on that, so that we don't have learners that are frustrated in the beginning of the year. So this is a very important, I think it will be very important collaboration between the two. The issue of the STEM subjects, and it is still an underperformance. It is flagged. And there was a time where Limpopo, I remember Limpopo province had not spent their grant, this specific grant. We want to know if there are other provinces that have not spent this specific grant. We are saying that we must increase the admission or the participation of our learners in the STEM subjects. And we must increase the quality of their performance. So we can't have an underperformance in that area. I think that's something that we must speak to each other about. We can't have an underperformance in that area at all. The last one for me, Minister, I think the issue raised by Honorable Law. You, in your response, Minister, because it's an allegation that is made, and it's a serious allegation, I think maybe your response, we want a comprehensive response in this regard. You are saying there is those 2 vacancies. You've started the process, but you're saying there's not been any shortlisting. So are you saying that you've not shortlisted any candidates for the 2 positions? If you're saying you've not shortlisted, because you're saying you don't know any of the candidates, but you're saying the panel have you, so maybe tell us where you are. Not to tell us who you've appointed, because I do know that will deal with the process. Have you shortlisted candidates? Have you constituted a panel? Has there been interviews? Has there been competency tests, if there were competency tests? And where is the process now? I think that is an information that will and maybe that assurance that, because you've said to us you don't know any of the candidates that have applied. That will give us some form of assurance, Minister, because it is serious allegations that Honorable Law is making. I'll leave it there so that you, and the issues of concessions, because we also learned what concessions means. We didn't understand. We learned when we were in Free State that, and I heard here that maybe just confirm if they mean what we were told they mean, that it is when learners apply for additional time, additional extra minutes, if that's what it means. And if that is what it means, maybe give us the stats. How many learners have applied for concessions and how many have received approval for the concessions? I think I'll leave it there.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me quickly. So DGU and DM, you'll see where I don't fill in. Let me just start with the issue of GPW, Honorable Ngobeni. Comfort levels. Look, we are currently in the process of engaging with GPW because my concern, you will recall, I think members of this committee will recall, because it did come up in a committee last year. During the time when we were printing, there was a printing of exam scripts, where one of the provinces, it was said, I think Dr. Paul, it was about 3 billion rand, or 300 million, but it was an obscene amount of money that they had spent on printing costs. Now, currently how this works is that some provinces, Limpopo uses GPW to print the exam scripts. Some provinces do so at a provincial level. And I'm not always convinced that that approach is actually, one, efficient, and 2, financially prudent. I think that there are provinces and there are printers in provinces that are escalating costs. And considering the fact that we are in a tight financial constraints, why is it that we are not using a state entity that exists? However, that's my view, and I'm passionate about it. I'm passionate about streamlining printing to GPW if we could do it at half the cost. But when I said this to the department when I first arrived, they said, look, well, hold on, because we first have to make sure that the process is secure. Secondly, we have to make sure that GPW has the capacity, and then we also need to do it in a phased-in approach where we can give them a trial and let's see how they do. So the DG is aware of it, and it's something that he's working on, because I'm not happy with the costs that provinces are spending on printing. And if we can do it at half the cost, but with the security measures that the department requires, then we can move in that direction. So that was the caution I received from the team, that you can't just simply switch over. We have to see if you can maybe gradually move towards them, if they also meet certain aspects of our requirements when it comes to printing. So that's currently where we are. Chair, a number of things you've asked. Number one, have we factored in unforeseen circumstances with regards to exam planning? Absolutely, we have. In some instances, we've already identified alternative venues for in the event. You remember the inclement weather or community unrest. So in provinces, there are alternative venues that are scattered around, so that in the event that something does happen, we can redirect learners so that they don't miss that day of an exam. We've also have other mitigation measures such as backup generator power. In fact, there was some load reduction that happened in Gauteng, I think on day 1 or 2, They were able to, there was a slight delay, but they were able to write because they had backup generation power. So there are those mitigations because, as you say, this is not the first time you're running an exam. So you do know that certain things do come up, whether it's community unrest, whether it's weather, or whether a school goes up in flames, whatever the case may be. We have those measures in place. Then the other thing around, I think, then the other issue I think it's linked to Honorable Ngobeni's issue around security. There's a very, very detailed process that the department follows in terms of making sure that exam, where storage is done, they're extremely secure. All the trucks that carry scripts are GPS tracked. We know exactly where they stop, when they stop, why they stop. There's other mitigation things that we've done. Things like, for instance, if you've got a learner or a child that's writing Matric, you are not allowed to be handling live exam papers. So there's lots we've tried to mitigate over time. And I can say this really without fear of contradiction. I have the team that runs, the team that is under Dr. Mtembu, under curriculum. This team, they run a seamless operation. And even when there are crises, I think the response time with provinces is really, really good. You are right that I think over the years, the team at DBE has started to perfect how to run exams, and it's a fascinating thing for me to watch, but also a great sense of pride to see how efficient government processes can be. Then, in terms of pressure of the last year, I could not agree with you more. And that's why we are saying we have to strengthen the foundations of learning. Because even things like what you mentioned around STEM subjects and the uptake, I am still really not convinced that a 62-64% uptake in participation is good enough in maths and science. And yes, there's been a remark, we're on the upward trend in terms of their participation of learners. So from last year to this year, we've seen about just 2,000 more learners who are participating in maths and science, but we can and should do more. And the only way we are going to do this is if we strengthen the foundations of learning, in the sense that children can only be confident to do maths and science if their foundations were solid. The reason why learners are dropping off in grade 10, 11, and 12 doing maths is because they fear they're going to fail. But if, for instance, we are saying strengthen the system throughout, so that whether you're in grade 6, grade 7, and then it also mitigates this thing of having to say, basically children must sleep at school, cramming. It's not necessary. We can do better in the system by saying, how do we make sure that your grade 8 year already is preparing you for that last year? So I agree with you, and it's something that we are actively engaged with. The issues of schools not allowing learners to write, this is a persistent problem, something we've raised at CEM as well. And we've said to provinces it's important that they get to the bottom of where this happens, because this should not be allowed to happen. Teachers and principals can't be chasing targets at the expense of children. It's absolutely unacceptable, and we were very clear at CEM a couple of months ago that when this is happening and when investigation is done and this is found to be happening, action must be taken against those people. The smooth transition between DBE and DHET, I agree with you 110%, and that's why I think Minister Manemela and I are trying to make sure that there's greater synergy between these two teams. So there's about 5 or 6 areas that we are looking at, including how do we share the 3-stream model, how they utilize our community colleges, how do they revamp TVET colleges as well. Because part of the other problem is that we have 900,000 candidates that are writing Matric. They can only take 200,000. Already there's 700,000 people who may leave the system who may not have space. But if we upgrade community colleges, we upgrade TVET colleges to a point where they are a desirable place to go, not a place where if I didn't get into a university, this is now a backup. It needs to be a place, exactly how Germany has put a lot of stock on skills. It should be a place where people say, I don't want a BA degree, I want to go learn a skill. So, and I think it's work that we must be engaged with together. It's not just a DHET thing, it's a DBE and a DHET thing that we should do together. So I think him and I are aligned on that. The admission on criteria being low, it's suspect the problem here, Chair, is not that the admission criteria on our side or the level of a bachelor pass on our side is low. I suspect the problem is that, of course, because if there's 200,000 places and there's 900,000 people applying, what you're going to have to do is you're going to have to take the cream of the crop. And then what it does is that it elevates the standard. So if I've left school with an aggregate of 60% and I want to get into medicine, there's no way you're going to get into medicine. Somebody was telling me a scary statistic at the G20 that literally universities are taking medicine students who are passing only in the 80s. And the reason they can't do anything else because there's just simply no space. So it completely hikes up and it's so I think it's just so demoralizing for children who worked hard, who have passed. But obviously, not everybody can be an A student. I certainly wasn't. So so that is the problem. I think there's a greater problem around. That's why I think PA and DBE should work a lot more together on this problem.
Okay, we know. And we will try to verify if you were.
Sorry, what?
It will come out. I'm taking it.
Is she doubting my statistics?
No, she said I was an A.
Oh, okay. No. I certainly was not an A student. I know I was a B student. And Umalusi is right here, so we'll check. The underspending on the MST grant, I agree with you, Chair. I think I've dealt with the STEM subject on what we're doing there to try and do the uptake. Then with regards to your second last question, the appointment process of the two DDGs, where are we with this? We have put together interview panels. We've done the interviews. We've done the shortlisting. The process now will need to go through to DPSA, which has gone to DPSA. Once it's gone to DPSA, it becomes a submission that I must sign off, that I must take to Cabinet. So where is the process? It is between DBE and DPSA at the moment. So the reason why I could confidently say, besides the people who work at DBE, none of the people who were shortlisted are known to me, is because I've met them through the interview process. Yeah. Then with regards to concessions, I may need for corrections here. Yes, concessions are that there are some learners, for instance, who require more time because maybe they write very slow. There's a medical reason for that. For instance, concessions are also given for learners who need the big writing font, for who are visually impaired, people who are using Braille. So there are those kind of concessions that are made. They write the normal exam, but they just need a little bit more time. I don't know if Kondwendi Posle send Pelon as is long.
Because, but summarize it, the ACD was answered during the presentation, Minister, that it has been discontinued. What will replace it? The budget has been taken to provinces, all the budget conditional grants for infrastructure. So now what is left is only those, same as the pit latrines, as Minister correctly put it, that this thing started in 2018, and the number that we're working with is the number that was established in 2018. And the thing is, as we have identified the 3,800 at the time, there may be other schools that are dilapidating in the process, like DG was indicating about the condition assessment of all our schools, because they dilapidate as time goes on. Then on the DG spoke about the tallies. The tallies will tell us about the number of teachers and the young teachers in the system. How many do we have? When we come to present that, I want to just to cut it short. But yes, we can speak of restoration of colleges. But currently, we don't have I can't say a need. We don't have a shortage, except these new skills that are coming in the process. That's why when coming to the Funza Lushaga teachers, not all of them are absorbed. especially those who change the subjects as they go to the universities and all these things. But not all of them have been absorbed by the system, but the number is low as compared to the previous years. So we may say we need teacher colleges, but on the continuous teacher development, we might need colleges for that, but we work with so many partners in this, on the continuous teacher development, your unions and many other partners, and universities, of course, on that part. So the progress learners, Chairperson, there was a policy, there is a policy of progress learners that learners should not repeat a grade in a phase. A phase is divided into, well, 4 phases in the education system. So we see this mostly at grade 12 or exit grades, grade 3, 6, 9, and 12. That's where it is mostly visible. But then there was another policy that was established some years back of the multiple examination opportunity, which was discontinued because it looked like it was a flood. They were no longer following the policy of the progression because it came with the issues what must be followed. So schools will just allow a flood of learners to be trapped at grade 12 because of the multiple examination opportunity. Then, after that policy was discontinued, some schools, after learners have been progressed, they dissuade them from writing all subjects, still following the policy that is now non-existent. They say, no, we're not going to write 3 subjects, and they register them as part-time learners, yet they are full-time learners. That's what Minister says. We are talking to MBCs to follow that and check, because if a learner has been progressed to grade 12, must be given an opportunity to write all the subjects, because he's a grade 12 learner. Yeah, it cannot be taken as a part-time learner. So that's what we are following. Then on the issue of, Minister covered that one. I don't know, we're not fighting with higher education, we're one education system. But let's be realistic and look at the numbers of learners, because mostly they might come to a portfolio committee and complain that we're not producing maths and science. Yet we have learners who passed maths and science at level 7. They are lingering around with their certificates because of the capacity of universities in our country and TVET colleges. By right, TVET colleges are not supposed to be taking grade 12 learners, but now they end up taking grade 12 because of the number of learners that are passing grade 12. So that's why we have the GEC, the General Education Certificate, that after obtaining that certificate, you must go to TVET. And now the TVET are not doing its purpose. They are taking grade 12s, and it becomes a reputation and consuming the time of our learners, because they do 6 years of something that is supposed to have been doing with 3 or 4 years, because they take the grade 12 learners. But I'm not saying they are wrong. It's not their problem, it's the problem of the country. When we speak skills revolution, we must all the government, not basic education and higher education, we must focus to say, let's increase the number of community colleges, let's increase the number of TVET colleges, so that these learners, when we encourage them to pass Matric, they must have a purpose, and we must move the skills. But when we attain the democracy, we all move to say they must go to universities to be engineers, and now we lack the technical, the artisans, because we did not go that route. And not only in technical, even in nursing, because the introduction of nursing being done at university. So all of them, when they come back, they come as professional nurses. So there's no one that is doing those procedures at a level, same as teachers. But with teachers, I think as things stand now, we have sufficient teachers in the system. And if we can present that Tally's report, you'll see that most of our teachers are young, and even principals. we have young principals in the system. So some people would say our teachers are old, they are my age, yet it's no longer the case. We are moving because it was one of our APP targets that we want to move, a 5-year strategic planning, that we want to have more teachers who are 35 years and below in the system. Teaching can act. Thank you.
Very few, Chair. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. Indicators of performance, Honorable Ngobeni, 90 versus 94. The quality is targets that we have set, which are audited and checked by the Auditor-General. So in other words, all the things that we are going to do, for instance, an example was given 4 meetings in a year that the minister is supposed to have. To determine the quality of that, then you have to go into what is being discussed there, whether there's any impact in the system and so on. But as we set the targets, they are checked and agreed upon, and the AG audits, and if the AG is happy, then that's what it means. That's how you come to a situation of saying, I've improved from 90 to 94. From what you have set to achieve, what is in the APP, which came to the Honorable Committee, and Honorable Committee gave it a stamp of approval and say, go for it for this financial year. Those are the things that we look at, just those targets. The issue of quantity versus quality, we don't really look at it. It's just targets that are set. And then the tolerance range, I want the experts to get there, otherwise I'll be viewed as wonke. And I don't intend to venture into that, which is what they use for marking. Dr. Polia will do that. Umalusi, if they want to weigh in, they can also weigh in on that. GPW, Minister did a sterling job about that one. And I want to urge that we take the approach of China. Even entities of government are viewed as companies. They are treated more or less the same. I don't go to you necessarily because you are an entity of government. I go to you because you'll be able to deliver what I want delivered. And Minister is right. If we are able to cut the cost of printing, at the moment, the cost of printing is just too high. And the issue of capacity, of course. I think internal audit will deal with, how do we deal with lifestyle audit in the department and the public service? MD knows that. And then Mr. Kuno, there's an ethics officer, and over and above that, targeted line functions are subjected to lifestyle audit, particularly supply chain guys. So, and it's a target that is determined together with the DPSA and National Treasury. People who resign, I'm sure they've answered it. They said, if you resign and we're still busy with it, we lock it on the PERSA. If we still want to pursue criminal charges against you, we open a case. And we have done so with a couple of them in the department who decided to resign. And the DM has eloquently answered the issue of teacher training colleges. But my own input is that maybe we've gone past that stage. We should have combined HEIs and teacher training colleges like Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe, the economy might not be doing well, but they have one of the best education systems in the world. They were able to merge their teacher training colleges and their universities. And if you do that, the teacher training colleges brings in the fact that they've got knowledge and expertise around pedagogy. Universities are strong in knowledge creation. And then when you bring the two together, then your education system, in my next life, that's what I would advocate, merging the two. Okay, all right. So younger teachers, the line function says we are fairly stable. The output is around 6,000 every year.
14,000.
Is it 14,000?
14,000.
Yeah, 14,000 around there. People who are around the age of 30 years and younger. So he's saying we are fairly stable, but as I responded earlier on, the reduction in the input might have been caused by the fact that we've reduced, as DM has explained. There are other areas that are not demanding as much as they used to. So we've reduced there. Eradication of pit latrines, I think now our focus will have to be with PEDs. DM and Minister explained, CD and the SAFE program money is now with education infrastructure grant. In provinces, we've got to force provinces to make sure that whatever is left is eradicated. The same applies to, she answered the issue of what replaces CD. ECD, Ms. Geyer will come to it later on. In terms of state of readiness, we are also meeting every day, 6 o'clock in the morning, as a team of DBE to look at the weather, which would have shared with provinces the day before, to look at the system, and then we bring in provinces whenever there's a need to do so. That's how we manage the administration of the exams. Honorable Sharif would be interested to know, we had a case, was it yesterday, of one learner who could not write because of gang violence in Westbury in the Johannesburg area. And this learner went to the nearby school, as we encourage all of them to do. But the principal refused to get the learner right. On initial take, I thought this principal was cruel. The decision was based on the fact that the gangs could come to that school where the learner is writing and then disrupt the entire school and put the lives of all other learners in jeopardy. But what we have asked Gauteng to do is to get a safe place for that learner and many other learners so that they are secured and up our communication in the whole country, because gang violence is not only in Gauteng, even here in Cape Town, we've got it. Learners must be found secure places for them to go and write. The issue of progress learners, I think, has been addressed. As the system begins to mature, your weaker learners become weaker, and our enrichment programs are also beginning to pay a lot of dividends. The focus on grade 12, it's a great pity we don't have time. We no longer focus on grade 12, it's grade R to grade 12. Even when we meet with provinces, they give us an account from grade R to grade 12 throughout the year. STEM subjects, I think it's responded to, but for STEM-related careers, they require 60% and above. Whilst we increase the number, but we also need to increase the performance of these learners to be 60% and above. And that's where we need to focus on as well. Just the last one, Chair. The policy is called accommodation and concession. For instance, what the Minister also explained about large print, about a scriber, it's accommodation, part of accommodation. Concession is where you allow even learners to take 5 instead of 7 subjects. Learners who are foreign nationals, you allow them to take what is not classically your home languages that learners would take here. That's part of your concession. But maybe if you could ask Ms. Geyer quickly, ECD, and then Dr. Polia and Umalusi. Yes, it's from Honorable Goveni as to how the subsidy is going to be appropriated.
Oh, yes,
Yeah,
I remember
yeah.
it. Yes, yes.
Thank you very much, DG. So the answer to the ECD question is that the money will be spent on the poorest of the poor, essentially. What we have inherited from DSD are a number of ECD centers that were not registered. So the first was to actually put all of that information into a database so that we know all of the centers and know what the status of the center is. That's why we have gone on that Bana Pele registration drive, and we've processed all of the applications that have come from DSD. So we know who these centers are now, and they are coded according to whether they are bronze, silver or gold. So So the target is to get the bronze registered centres up to silver, and to help them to have all the information to be able to then be regraded to silver, because that's when we start to pay the subsidy. For those who are silver that we inherited from DSD, we're starting to pay the subsidy to the learners. For those who still have to get to that point, we have got various donors that are now helping those centres to get them, to the point where they have got the health and safety, occupational health and safety certificate. They can get a title deeds, or we can work a plan of what it is in terms of the requirements to help them on subsidies. And then there are more and more learners that are now, through the Bana Pele registration drive, gaining access. So those centres that have status that get subsidies, the numbers are increasing in terms of access, and so therefore that subsidy is also extended to those learners. Thank you.
Okay. Yes.
Thank you, DG. Honourable Chair, and all protocol observed in the interest of time. I think firstly, the big concern amongst all of us is about exam leakages. But let me just assure honourable members that the last leakage we had was in 2021. So there's been no leakage of question papers in the last 3 years, which is confirmation that the system is maturing and we're dealing with the nitty-gritty, and we have a better hold of security and improving the security. Now, over the last few years, we've had exam irregularities, but it had to do more with issues of group copying, which takes place within the context of the classroom, where unfortunately your invigilator allows learners to share answers. Now, those are some of the issues that we are dealing with, and I think you're correct, Honourable Chair, we're strengthening our monitoring. And in the presentation, we indicated that we have a 70% threshold. But what is also important is that our monitoring is done at different levels, starting from your provincial monitors, district monitors, as well as circuit level monitors, and then DBE monitors as well as Umalusi. And what is very interesting is that we have monitoring of the monitor, because you could have a monitoring plan, but monitors do not pitch up and do what they're supposed to do. So there's also that level of monitoring to make sure that there's strict compliance with our regulations. Now, in terms of tolerance range, which DG understands very well, but he wants me to explain it, I think what we're saying is that in the case of marking, there's always an element of some subjectivity. As much as we appoint the best markers in terms of qualification, in terms of experience. So what we do is we come up with a range. And a range is not thumbs up, it's scientifically determined. At the marking standardization meeting, which takes place in Pretoria, where we get chief markers, internal moderators together, we take the same script, and it's a live script, a learner script, we photocopy it, and we give it to this group of 20 internal moderators and chief markers. We then ask them to mark the same script using the same marking guideline. And you'll find that when they mark the first script, there is deviation. Then you give them a second script, you'll find that the deviation amongst the markers will decrease until you get to about the third or fourth. And that's when you get to a point where the tolerance is set. So there is a deviation, but you've reached a point where the deviation is minimum. And we then set that as a tolerance range. Now, what is interesting, Honourable Chair, we have a tolerance range per question, and we have a tolerance range for the entire global or overall mark. Now, at the marking center, you have a senior marker overseeing a group of 5 markers. And that is one of the responsibilities of your senior marker, is that every question that mark must comply with the tolerance range. And if more than one script in a batch does not comply with the tolerance range, then the entire batch is sent back and the marker is asked to remark. So that's how strict we are in terms of making sure that we set these high quality standards. And maybe just very quickly, I know we're all concerned about time, but risk. We are in very close contact with the prof jocks, NAC joints, and like DG says, we meet 6 o'clock every morning, and we are looking at what are the risks, what are the issues, and I think our NAC joints and prof jocks are extremely supportive. And maybe let me stop there for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CEO.
Chairperson, I don't have much to say, just a few comments. Firstly, the system that the DBA runs is very big, it's huge. And the way they run it is like a well-oiled machine, where you run a system for the whole country with military precision, and they have to be commended for that. They have to be commended for that. But maybe just 2 points, other than the one that I've just made. With the quality of the bachelors, I see the department having done a lot in terms of improving the quality of the NSC. With a number of benchmarks that have been done, international benchmarks, to compare the NSC with equivalent qualifications in other jurisdictions. And to even give recommendations to the department to say, in a subject like geography or mathematics, this is where we need to improve. Now, where the universities will complain that the quality of the bachelors is not good enough, it is a question of saying the boat is leaking on your side whilst it is sinking. I would agree that it is very important that the universities talk to the department, and they also have to get into an exercise of saying, what kind of a product are we receiving from the department, such that these kids will succeed when they get to the university. The pointing of fingers, where it starts with the preschool, the primary school teachers saying the preschool teachers did not prepare the learners adequately, it cuts across up to the university, and it is not helpful. DG knows this as my pet topic, that while it is true that the department is doing accommodations and concessions, proportionally, the DB does not compare favorably with the IEB. And I only see the stats at the time when we approve the results, where the DBE will say, we have given so many concessions, and the IEB, being a smaller system, would say, we have given so many concessions.
Yeah.
The proportion is not favorable in terms of ratio. So it goes to the question of privilege.
It gives more
Concessions, yes. It gives more concessions. They are small, but proportionally in terms of ratio, they are giving more. And I'm saying it is a question of privilege, because in some instances, specialists have to be consulted for the concession application to fly. It is the question of ignorance by the parents, and so forth and so on, a lot of things. So that I would still appeal to Dr. Polia that at the beginning of next year, we compare notes again and say how many concessions were given by the IB and how many did the DB give. And we deal with that problem moving forward to say, how do we obviate this problem moving forward? It cannot be about poverty, it cannot be about the parents being ignorant when the learners are disadvantaged in the process. That is my input, Chair.
Oh, that is eye-opening, actually. Yeah, it's actually seriously eye-opening. You know, we're just concerned about DBE alone with this issue of concessions because we wanted to understand. And we were told that when it was explained, of course, it made sense. It made sense why you have such a provision. Maybe now that you are raising that element, it's another issue that we would have to look at. But safe to say, so now department, because we've spoken and today we praised you for many things today. But there's only one that the minister actually raised, that your target was 31 March, Minister, indeed, 2025. Why in October you are still saying 98, in fact, as a department. So, yeah, it's the problem. You said by 31 March you would have eradicated all pit latrines, toilets, as per your 2018. So we're not speaking about the new ones, we're speaking about as per your 2018 number. You said you would have completed this 31 March, you have not completed. That's one thing that we're not happy about. Extremely unhappy about it. We can't still be at 98% and it's October. You are way off now, your target. You know.
No, and as the committee should be, Chairperson, as they should be unhappy. I'm equally unhappy, if not more. When the President set the 31st of March deadline in his SONA, we were working flat out. The team knows we're working flat out to try and really meet that deadline, because this has been a deadline that has been missed over and over and over again over the years. And I certainly didn't want to be part of the people who missed that deadline. But we are inching closer and closer. As I said, as Mr. Mafuku will probably agree, what I've come to realize is that when things are not directly in your control, it becomes very, very difficult. So there are two things really. It is implementing agents, and it has been our donor-sponsored project, which we've had to redirect. So by that I mean there were donors, for instance, I won't mention names, there were donors who said, we'll build you 50 toilets, for instance. And then maybe things happen in their company and they no longer can do it. So in our then tally, we've now had to say, okay, province, you've got to take this and you've got to rectify it. Wherever the commitments were not made. So the point I'm trying to make is there's a myriad of reasons, but I take the point that the committee is not happy, and I share that unhappiness. And I'm now very much reluctant, once bitten, twice shy, though it was the President who made this deadline. But I'm now quite reluctant to give you a date, because I need Mr. Mafuku to come back to me saying there's 100% eradication, and then I can come and report to you that we've cleared that backlog. Thanks, Chair.
Okay. No. It's not. It can't be close. 98 is 98, 100 is 100. Two different numbers. No. DG today is spin doctoring, wants to spin doctor issues today. So with that said, DG, there is a school, Ngulu, I'm told it's Ngulu High School in Limpopo. I'll share the details where we are told, and this is a report I got, and I think the parents are watching because we're streaming live, so they are asking me here, are you asking about our issue? So I have to ask about their issue. That the school is demanding 100 rand, but they call it 100 rand for the report. So if the learner doesn't have the 100 rand, or if the parent doesn't give the 100 rand, the learner doesn't receive a report. Please do an investigation and deal with the issue, because that will be illegal. That will be unlawful. We know schools do fundraising programs, but you can't fundraise and you deny a learner, or you withhold a report of the learner because they can't meet your fundraising demands. I think please deal with it. It is a matter that was raised with us as part of our Minister and the DG and Umalusi and the team. Thank you very much for this comprehensive report. We will do follow-ups on key areas that we've picked up, and follow-ups in a form of more meetings on specific issues. I mean, I've picked up issues that I think we should have just a meeting to deal with. We'll do that when we have time. But the issue about the PEDs and meeting, that is a commitment we're making. We are going to call all the PEDs before the committee to discuss their APPs, to discuss their budget allocations. We're going to do that. That is a commitment we're making. And also to discuss the audit outcomes, the findings, and in details. So we'll have to make sure that it's not a Friday, but we'll definitely make time as a committee. The last one, I wanted to give the department, because we did when we started say that comment on the bullying issue, then we'll close. I do know that you were supposed to make some comment on it because it's important. The country is still shocked at the incidents of Milnerton High, and they would also want to hear your voice on it. We think the department should comment on it before we close today's meeting.
Thank you very much for the reminder, Chair. Absolutely. I think the incident at Milnerton High School has really taken the nation by truly shocked. I was made aware that this incident took place last week on Friday, and have been in touch with the MEC in the province to find out what the actual details are, and was then notified and given a report that the learners had been on precautionary suspension, and that obviously charges had been laid and they appeared in court yesterday. But I think, Chairperson, this highlights a far deeper issue, because I think when you opened also the meeting, when you spoke, you said there seems to be a mushrooming of bullying incidents. So I think it speaks to a broader issue. I'm still waiting for the Western Cape to give us an update on what they have done as a department with regards to that specific incident and the support that ought to be given to that learner. But we have a problem of bullying in our schools. And it's something that we as a department need to ask ourselves on how best do we, or at least on our side, how best do we deal with it from a policy point of view. One of the things that I've committed on doing publicly, Chairperson, is that I have committed to putting this matter of anti-bullying strategies and policies on the agenda of the Council of Education Ministers, because I think it's important that MECs are needing to make sure that these anti-bullying policies are actually being implemented. My concern is that we may have policies in place, but are these things being truly implemented? And then, of course, we will also run, we know that there's in the next week or so, I think it's in the next week or 10 days, we will also be running anti-bullying campaigns. But ultimately, Chair, I think that the issue around bullying, intimidation, and violence in our schools is not one that can be truly just solved by either punitive measures. It has to do something with, we have to ask our parents to step into the breach. We have to ask communities to step into the breach, because violence, the violence we see in our schools is a reflection of the society that our children come from. It's not something, schools are not independent entities of their communities. They exist in those communities, and so the things that we see in our schools are the things that are happening in our policies. But I want to be unequivocal about this. There can be no place for violence or intimidation in our schools. Schools and school management teams are well within their rights to discipline as per what the SGB is empowered to do on disciplining children. But also, that's why we've also signed an MOU with the South African Police Service, because some of these incidents, Chair, they are not just children being misconduct of children. Some of these things are criminal. Some children are bringing weapons into schools. Some people are endangering the lives of teachers in schools. And so that's why the MOU with the South African Police Service becomes extremely important. We've seen it bear some fruit in KwaZulu-Natal, where the SAPS did a raid at a school, and they found drugs and weapons on learners. And so really it's going to have to be more than just DBE. We're going to roll out the anti-bullying campaigns. We're going to make sure that the policies that are there are being implemented. We're going to act harshly on children who are engaged in bullying. But at the same time, we need support. And so the support, I think, of the Portfolio Committee is appreciated. And the condemnation that the Portfolio Committee issued is appreciated, because it then says that there's an understanding that this is not something that government officials alone can achieve and government officials alone can beat. It's a societal thing that we must deal with. But we have to create schools that are places of safety and not violence. And what we saw at that school and what we're seeing in some schools as well is something that we cannot tolerate. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. Just to say, Minister, we must share with you our observations as much as you'd have seen them on media, as we would have spoken about our observations. We must share with you, DG, that in June when we spoke here, we spoke about this issue, that it was on a rise, and that was in June already. And we spoke about comprehensive anti-bullying policies, and we were given assurance that schools will develop such. And we learned that it was not developed in many schools. And the district kind of could not understand exactly what do we mean when we say anti-bullying. Their understanding was that we mean the comprehensive code of conduct. And in the code of conduct is just one small paragraph that then speaks to bullying. And that for us is an issue. So when you engage with the departments, Minister, these are the reflections that we want you to reflect on. That we need to develop. We understand that and fully agree that, of course, these incidences are a reflection of the communities these learners come from, the families that they are raised in. But also when we come to school, education is a game changer, we're told. Education is a game changer. So the schooling environment can actually assist those children who are from those communities and from those families to see the world in a different manner, to understand that we don't resolve conflicts through violence. And we can utilize education to do that. So our campaigns, and I was saying to someone when we grew up, I remember when HIV started, we had this campaign called ABC campaign. It was so, how DBE ran that campaign. We did poems, we did debates. By the time I was in grade 5, but I knew a lot about HIV at the time because of the campaign that DBE ran. It was very deliberate about that campaign. And we want you to run this anti-bullying campaign in that manner so that it's very deliberate. We speak about it everywhere, anywhere, so that our children understand that we can't resolve any conflict with violence, because it's really unbearable to watch. It's unbearable to see when we look at it. The second thing is, so some of the things, and we must raise these things with you, is that one of the things we learned when we were in the school is that seemingly there's that culture of violence in the school. And because there were cases, there were numerous cases, and they're coming out. And you get a sense that teachers were new, especially the rugby coach knew, and nothing was done. It's as if it's a culture that, the older boys should now, this is how you strengthen the junior boys, and we can't raise such society. So then we said to the department, they must have a serious reflection on those on all these incidences that are coming, that are surfacing, and they must give us a report. And we want you to work with them to give us that report. And we said they must adopt a comprehensive plan, strategy on how they're going to deal with that culture of violence in that specific school, because it's in the specific school. But of course, it's other schools as well. Honorable Sharif was sharing with me the incidences in Gauteng. So we need to find a way to deal with it in real sense. The last one, MAC and DG and DM. In terms of your National Education Policy Act, in terms of attendance, I'm wondering why you've never invited us. Myself as a chair, why you've never invited the committee DG? Yes.
I was wondering, because we invited you to the G20 and you snubbed us.
Because you're also snubbing us, the CF. No, it was not. No. But I'm saying we would want to get invitation, because the policy does say that the chairperson can attend, may attend. So on issues like this, on serious issues, it says that. And we just decide, because we understood it's your space, we must wait for you to invite us. We don't want to impose ourselves. But we know the policy says we may attend. So we're raising it officially, because they are, especially with those issues, with such issues, we would want to get an understanding of what the PEDs are saying, what the MECs are saying about this matter, because it is really one matter that has really concerned us. And the G20, no, I was on my way. I definitely was on my way. I was on my way. I didn't snap you.
No, I was being facetious. I know there were flight issues. I was being facetious. I wanted to just quickly, on the issue you raised. Yes, we are developing that anti-bullying campaign, and you're absolutely right about how aggressive we need to be. But I am concerned that the province kind of did not know that we actually have what we call the implementation of anti-bullying protocols and the Abuse No More framework. So the point I'm trying to make is that there are frameworks that have been developed. So it's strange to me that the province then would operate as though there's nothing in place. Of course, as I'm saying, these frameworks and protocols we must make sure that they're actually being implemented, and we must come to the party in terms of developing a national a campaign. But there are frameworks and policies in place from DBE at least that guide provinces on bullying issues.
I think, and that is where we're not getting it, Minister, is that the school, when they said they don't have, because when we got a sense that they don't have an anti-bullying policy, the protocol was presented then to us by the province. And our argument was that you must look at the protocol and you look at what we are raising. Because the protocol is more direct at child abuse cases, how learners that present abuse symptoms must be assisted in the schools. And it speaks to, I think it's harassment or sexual harassment, because we went through it. But it doesn't really speak about bullying in the schools amongst learners. The protocols, they don't. They're not comprehensive on bullying, because one of the things we were raising was that how do these learners report? Because the majority of the findings were that learners were afraid to report, because they report to teachers, and there is no protocol, there is no procedure that shows what happens when a learner says, one learner has slapped me, or one learner pushed me, because bullying is comprehensively defined in the BRRR Act. It's comprehensively defined. But if you go to your protocols, it doesn't then include that comprehensive definition of bullying. It was actually meant to address issues of GBV at the time they were at a spike. And we appreciate it, but I think there is more that needs to be done that focuses on anti-bullying comprehensively, because that's what you are faced with now. It's learners now bullying each other, and it is becoming seriously unbearable. So that was presented to us by the province. But what we could not get a sense of was the comprehensive anti-bullying, specifically anti-bullying. You wanted to say something, yes?
Yeah, just to add, without getting into the details of it, because there is an investigation happening and there's also a criminal case that was opened. So, I for one don't really want to comment on it too much, and rather comment on the process once the findings are out. But I will agree with the chairperson is that we need sort of like a national campaign, because the thing, Minister, is if we allow provinces to do it on their own, it's not working. And that much I can say. I remember when I was in school, kids were bullying each other. I mean, we even stopped having inter-school days because they would just fight with each other all the time. And we need, and I was in Matric a very long time ago, and so there is a need for a national plan or program or norms and standards that facilitate through the provinces, because leaving it up to the provinces now, and I can only speak for Gauteng because that's where I come from, it's not working there. And secondly, I think maybe it's something to also give to your advisory council, the newly established one, that can also look into it and see where are the gaps, where are the limitations, and how do we make sure it doesn't happen. Because I was telling the chair at the end of the day, we can't deal with specific cases. Bullying is happening everywhere. What we need to do is to make sure that we have the processes and the mechanisms in place so that if people do want to come and report, they can. Because another argument is, just like rape and GBV, people don't report. But people don't report because they don't have trust in the system. But if we can create trust in the system, then maybe we'll see more report. And at the end of the day, our job is to make sure the system works. And that is what we do at a national level. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, I think that is our sentiments. Minister, that we need to be that aggressive on that campaign as we were aggressive at the time. And I was giving an example of something that I've seen myself. As young as I was, I could tell that it was very aggressive. So we need to be very aggressive on this Anti-Bullying. Exactly, because we were made to sing it. We were made to sing it. You wrote about it in the curriculum. You did extracurricular activities with it. Even when you played soccer, they will tell you are playing for ABC, and we had to memorize it at that time. And that's how aggressive it was. And I'm saying it had a serious impact. It had a serious impact because even ourselves who teach the community, who teach our own elders who did not understand HIV at the time, and we really dealt with the myth of it. And it was basic education that they did that. So I'm saying, yes, these children might be coming from these communities, these families, but we can do something. And that's what I want us to do. So thank you very much for taking up your Friday. And the meeting is adjourned. So we are the only ones who achieved.